much, I have to say, and I think it captures the kind of excitement that must have gone along with this conversion. And at this point, I think it's significant for us to sort of reflect on the concept of the zeal of the convert. Many of us, are in regular commerce with converts in our various religious communities, and they're wonderful people in many ways. But one of the fascinating aspects of converts is they often tend to take on more religious observance than people who were born into that faith community. I think we can say this, by the way, not only about religious conversion, but I think you could say it about political conversion to different political parties, things like that. At any rate, in this context, we often find that converts, in the Jewish community, they will say something like, excuse me, isn't that lashon hara? Isn't that forbidden speech? And don't you have to say a special bracha, a special blessing after you eat 2 pieces of pizza? All kinds of things like that that may irritate Jews who are raised in the tradition because the converts are actually spurring them on to take on additional responsibilities, or at least recognize this they already have. In this particular context of the Visigothic era, one of the, unfortunately, tried and true methods of demonstrating one's zeal for Catholicism in the medieval period is to show just how anti-Jewish you can be. And so what happens in the Visigothic era is that there's a whole series of kings, and we have a very good set of their rules and regulations that were passed over the course of the next century and a bit. There's like an incredible degree of anti-Jewish regulations that are stunning in their capacity, in their scope, and in many ways they anticipate the kind of anti-Jewish persecution that we'll only see 700 odd years later in the Inquisition, and to certain degree even in the 20th century. I'm going to walk you through some of these things, but there are also some methodological problems that we have to consider. And one of the most important ones is that we have an absence of Jewish records that correspond to this period. In other words, the Jewish community in Spain was still too small, too weak, too undeveloped, perhaps, or for whatever reasons we are talking. This is 1,400 odd years ago. The records never survived. We just don't know the Jewish community would have reacted to the legislation. And it's even possible that in the absence of any kind of secondary perspective on the period, that it could have been asked very much to simply put a law on the books. And if you want to demonstrate your bona fides, literally your good faith, you would put in an anti-Jewish piece of legislation, any correspondence, because there may not be. It's hard to imagine that be completely fictional, but on the other hand, it's also difficult to imagine that all of them were actually posed, and in some cases, the mission was a logical impossibility. That is, for example, once Jews, how do you go and force people, which is the kind of thing that we see in this? Either you have to redefine, either you have a new influx of Jews into the region, kind of possible, or you have open Judaizing with Jews abandoning the forcible conversion, also not impossible, or the definition of what a baptized individual is. It's also not impossible. Let's go through some of those scenarios. But first, I think it's important that we actually look at the kind of persecutory legislation that was imposed in this Visigothic period. So you recall, once again, that the period we're talking about is basically from 587, when we have this conversion to Catholicism on the part of Visigothic kings, until 711 with the Muslim invasion. Here's a remarkable image that captures, I think, very brilliantly the sort of atmosphere that I get in my mind when I think of these Visigothic kings. This is Alonso Cano's 17th century Kings of the Visigoths. I wonder if there's a certain bit of art history here that I don't know much about. I'd like to do a little more research on it because they don't look like 6th, 7th, 8th century kings to me. They look a little bit too modern, maybe Renaissance era, maybe even later, maybe the fashion and things like that. I'm not sure. But the expressions are perfect. Like the impression I get of these Visigothic kings from Alonso Cano's work is spot on. Let's try and understand some of those regulations. So, as I mentioned, one of the most common things that we see in the Visigothic law books is a series of forced conversions of Jews, which caused a certain amount of stir beyond the Visigothic era. The church, the higher church, never openly approved of forcibly converting Jews, and depending on the era in which we're studying, there is more, more discouragement of local kings to do this. But on the other hand, the church really had difficulty dealing with the ex post facto situation. What do you do with Jews who are forcibly converted and in so doing partook of the sacraments, including, for example, baptism? Can you simply ignore that and say, no, they're actually Jews, it doesn't count, do over? Or do you have to say, well, you know what, it shouldn't have happened, but now they're in fact Christians. So we have this situation where the Visigothic period, and again, it could be echoes to the Inquisition that we'll discuss later on in this course, the Jews are forcibly converted, and then they're charged with Judaizing, meaning of going back to their Jewish ideas and especially practices. This occurs several times over the course of the next century. One possible way to understand this cycle is it seems that the Visigoths may have created a new Christian status, which is something that we will see explicitly with the Inquisition period almost a millennium later, that the Jews are made Christians through baptism, but then they're not really trusted, that they have a new Christian status which distinguishes them from the old Christians, meaning they're not quite reliable in their Christian bona fides. Hence, they could be once again forcibly converted, they could be once again persecuted, identified, and ostracized in various ways. Now, here's some of the bizarre elements of it. The Visigoths, in their zeal to really root out Judaizing, put in place legislation that specifically banned, for example, Jews from traveling to different locations for their festivals. And if travel was permitted, they literally had to check in with local church officials on their route and to ensure that they would not be engaging in any secret Jewish practice. This is a level of reach and interference into daily life that is wholly modern in concept. Like the idea of actually tracking people's movements with kind of like a 7th, 8th century GPS, so bizarre, but nevertheless, that's the kind of thing that they were demanding. That Jews had to like regularly check in with Christian officials to make sure that these Jews who now are Christians are not actually going back to Jewish practice. And it really seems like way out of context for much of the anti-Jewish legislation that we won't see for a long time. And the punishments were, oh my gosh, way over the top in comparison to the kinds of things we see elsewhere. One punishment, which is apparently meted out even to children, is something called decalvatio, which is, it could mean one of two things. It could either mean an embarrassing kind of very short haircut. I don't know what that's like, especially for teenagers, right? That someone who was accused of a fairly minor crime, like maybe refraining from work on Saturday, which is kind of like a passive crime in this context, and they might receive this del cavatio as like a being shorn of their hair, might be especially embarrassing for a woman, and then, to have to walk around and people would identify them that way, at least temporarily. But it could also mean scalping. I mean, literally carving the top layer of skin off a person's head. like in the American Wild West. And that would be a devastating kind of punishment, especially for children, as we mentioned. Um, it's possible to imagine that that is in fact what they meant by dekalvatio, especially when you look at some of the other punishments. So one of the more serious charges was a marital relationship between a Jew and a non-Jew. Once again, remember that that term Jew might actually refer to a new Christian, perhaps, in which case the male partner would have a sexual organ amputated. Wow. And the female partner would have her nose amputated. Horrific kind of punishments. These do sound like kind of Visigothic in nature, like the Dark Ages. You had a lot of really bizarre punishments like this, but nevertheless, you see the scope and reach of these punishments is mind-boggling. Are repeated confiscations of wealth. And repeated expulsions. Like all Jews have to leave Visigothic kingdom, and then 20 years later, all Jews have to leave the Visigothic kingdom. So once again, how do you do that twice? Does that mean that there were Jews who came back to the region? We do have examples of the medieval period. France, for example, expels its Jews 3 times in the 14th century, 13th century. And then they're re-invited again. Yeah, it would be the 14th century. They're re-invited back in. So did that happen and we just don't have a record of them being invited in? Or perhaps these are just simply fictional laws that are stated in order to kind of like, show whoever reads these laws that in fact they are adequately persecuting their Jews. Again, the methodological problem is that we don't have the reaction of the Jews. If we had some documentation from Jewish communities suggesting that they were protesting, or that they were hiding, or they were dissimulating, then that would validate the laws as being something that was actually practiced. But otherwise, we only have this legal text, and we don't know how much it corresponds to reality on the ground. We do have some sense of it based on how the Jews would later react to the fall of the Visigothic Empire. Let's turn to that in a minute. First of all, I want to point out that this brief period, right, from 587 to 711, is one of those strange kind of moments in which we only have one little kind of pinprick view of history, and it is incredibly dense with text, but absent other perspectives, it's hard to know what the big picture is. But I'm hardly the only person to comment on the so-called rhyme of history, that a lot of the elements that we're seeing in the Visigothic period would later be expressed, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in the era of the Inquisition. One of the more famous people who thought about this was the Baron de Montesquieu, a very important 18th century thinker, who wrote, as you see here, tous les maximes, tous les principes, et tous les vues de l'Inquisition. When he was referring to the Visigothic era, he said this is all like completely mirrored in the kind of ideas and activities of the Inquisition. It's phenomenal. But we need to go beyond this. We see elements of it like this idea of limpieza de sangre, the so-called purity of the blood, which was exactly mirrored in the Inquisition era, where Jews were forcibly converted, and then they were given this label of new Christian.
Oh, yo.
Kind of this coalescing
Jack,
of
how you
thought
living,
around the idea
Pip?
that the Jews were somehow racially distinct.
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, everyone knows a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods?
What's the point of this?
World peace. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3 years.
Why do you have like bots that make kick clips?
Why not?
I don't know. I forgot about world peace. I think that like pisses people off. Right? I saw your Q&A. You said people don't like you on kick.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, they can't stand me. But I do.
Yeah, I mean that's why. It's not really world peace stuff. You're pissing people off.
Well, it's for awareness. I don't have another route to do this, so that's the way that I do it. So did I make a clip of you?
I mean, no. just saw your clip. That's how I found the server.
Okay.
How is there so many channels? Like, what is there so many channels?
Basically, if you build it, they will come. I've got a lot of different interests, and I know other people have similar interests, and when they come, I want them to have places to be able to speak about them. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Now you can tell me about yourself, sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data than any person in global history. Welcome, welcome. I have been doing so since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I feel that it's important to document history like a time capsule or a timeline. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
Yeah, I've seen that show.
Okay, well, that's essentially what I do. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I want to make you, I want to make your friends, your family, independently wealthy if you're not already. I want you to be able to create generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Sounds pretty interesting.
Excellent. I talk about other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Balsamic Teninu, and it's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to be able to help the less fortunate. I'm going to continue projects like that. I'm a major advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. I talk about other things that aren't normally discussed in society, like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like nuclear energy, geothermal energy, things like artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence. I talk about things like quantum computing, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing task. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think would be really exciting to be able to witness. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. Joe Rogan has met the direwolves. I do things because I want to help not just you, your friends, and your family with your consent, but I want you to be able to live longer. When you were born, Jack, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 through the use of technology such as peptides, human growth hormones, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics, things like cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy. But you may eventually get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It was really great. I don't want life to end. What's the next plan? Now, again, this is with your consent. If you want to die at a normal age, you can. But you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind-blowing technology, where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, to later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, Jack. But what I'm essentially saying to you is that you may be able to experience a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
That sounds pretty cool, but I got a question. You said you have because where is this all archived? You said you have the biggest archive.
Well, yeah, it's stored on servers, so generally it's on Alphabet servers, it's on Meta servers, it's on Amazon servers, and then I have a personal archive of many terabytes that have archived a lot of this.
You have how much more? This probably takes so much work.
Oh yeah,
Set up. You saw how many YouTube accounts, how you say over 10 Instagram accounts. It's such a rabbit hole.
100%. Yeah, it's basically a treasure trove, and when I go viral, people are gonna have years of work to put into all of the accounts that I have. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And really, people are gonna basically go through it like an archaeological expedition, except instead of it being in the soil in the ground, it'll be on the internet in cyberspace.
Yeah, that's interesting. What do you do as what do you do for work? Like, how can you afford to do this?
Sure, certified project management professional. So I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. Additionally, I have had very large contracts with Fortune 100 companies that have allowed me to have the financial independence that I need to do this.
It's crazy. And like, how long have you been doing this for?
3.5 years since the pandemic, 24 hours a day. I'm live on more than 20 different YouTube streams simultaneously right now.
Dude, that is insane. That and no one knows about this. There's so much there's like you're saying there's 10,000 accounts on the internet that are made by you, and it's just
zero views. Exactly, you're 100% right. So you can understand why I do what I can to be able to promote myself, and I have to do it through a guerrilla tactics such as creating clips of people on Kick and perhaps spamming people and perhaps following people. I do it not to hurt them. It doesn't necessarily hurt them at all. I do it for love of the world. I want the world to be a better place, and I want people to find out that we're not all that different, no matter where you are. If you're in Africa, if you're in Asia, if you're in Europe, if you're in Oceania, if you're in North America, South America, wherever you are, people can watch my stream and recognize that we're all not that different. We all sleep, that we all eat, that we all laugh, that we all cry, that we all bathe, that we all dream, all of the things that a human does. And I'm essentially an example for society.
Well, I'm gonna go now, but good luck.
Excellent, Jack. Thank you so much, and thank you for just being kind. But more than anything, I just want you to know that I'm here for you if you ever need anything to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the world, just to give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need, I'm here for you, okay?
Alright, see ya.
Peace, man. Shout out to Jack for being nice.
Christian population. And this is out of step with a lot of medieval, in the sense that conversion was basically, that was it. Once you had converted to this new community, once you had adopted this new community identity, then you were essentially absorbed into it. Let's remember that the concept of racism really doesn't develop until the 19th century. There is color bias, to be sure, and there is, like cultural bias, linguistic bias, things like that. But generally speaking, conversion meant open doors to the new society in which one entered. So here the idea of the purity of the blood meant that you had one group of societal members based on their descent, on their ancestry, and another group who belonged to the same faith but were of a different ancestry and therefore were somehow legally shunted aside. So that's something we see in the Visigothic era, but we certainly see it in the Inquisition era. And one last thing, one of the more brilliant early scholars of the Holocaust was someone named Dr. Raoul Hilberg, who wrote this massive 3-volume work, an early work really delving into the Nazi bureaucratic text called The Destruction of the European Jews. And he specifically looked to the Inquisition era as a straight line from the 15th century right up to the 20th century. And, when I first read that, I didn't know as much as I do now about the Inquisition era. And I thought, oh, come on, please. That's like looking at history backwards. And I really doubted it. But now I'm feeling that, you know what, there really is a lot of symmetry between some of the thinking of the Inquisition and the Holocaust, specifically the ideas I mentioned earlier, and also the incipient totalitarianism that we see in this era. The idea that the state can really reach so deeply into the private lives of citizens, something which we do not see really happening until, let's say, the 18th, 19th century at all in Europe, and especially in the 20th century, that requires modern technology, modern communication, record keeping that can be distributed over a large geographic area. These kinds of things were possible in the Visigothic era, but in fact we see them at least making the attempts in the Visigothic law codes. So it's a terrifying thing to think about this as being the roots of something that would only mature in its darkest form in the 20th century, but nevertheless I think it's worth contemplating. This all comes to a dramatic conclusion in the year 711 with the Muslim invasion of the peninsula, as you see in this map here, coming up from the south, and with remarkable speed and power, the Muslims completely dismantle the Visigothic state and begin a new era for the peninsula. Now, the Jewish reaction to the Muslim invasion is complex, but on the whole, they were definitely pleased to see the Muslims. There's a certain amount of debate, which I hope to engage in when we come back to the peninsula, as to how much Jews were involved with the early Muslim invaders. There is a historiographic tendency to portray the Jews as traitors of the Christian nation. And there is another historiographic tendency which argues that they may not have actively abetted their entry, but once they were there, they saw it as a very positive development for them. I tend to lean towards the second interpretation, but let's get to that when we get to that particular period. Then, like a backwards reflection on how the Jews must have reacted to the law codes of the Visigoths, and it was entirely unsurprising to assume that they would have welcomed the Muslims quite actively, given the level of persecution that they experienced under the Visigoths. Okay, let us continue our discussion with the beginnings of Islam in the Arabian Peninsula. It's a fascinating discussion, to be sure. I'm looking forward to speaking with you again in the future. Thanks very much for watching. Let us now turn to the Arabian Peninsula to understand some extremely consequential events in Jewish history as we look at the birth of Islam and the beginning of a major civilization within which much of Jewish history would unfold. But before we get to some of the really meaty historical elements, I'd like to begin with a prolegomena that specifically outlines the kinds of things we should bear in mind before we approach this subject. The first of which is, I'm really happy that I can use the word prolegomena. I think it sounds so cool, but it really just basically means like kind of a preface. And so this is a preface to our study of the history of Jews in Muslim lands. Here we go. Beautiful image, by the way, in the background. 13th century Spanish representation of a Jew and a Muslim playing chess, and like an iconic representation of the convivencia that we'll speak about when we get to a discussion of Allah and was the so-called coexistence period, which is in many ways considered the high point of Jewish-Muslim history, at least in the past. Let's hope there's another high point in the future. To really understand the 7th century context of the birth of Islam and the relationship of early Muslims to Jews, we should really look at it from the perspective of the 19th century, and in particular, a struggle for Jewish emancipation that occurred at that time. One of the most important early scholars of the relationship of Jews to Muslims is Abraham Geiger, shown here, who's perhaps more well known as the intellectual founder of the Reform movement called Liberal in Germany. But what is perhaps less well known is the fact that he was quite a talented historian. And he came out with this book, Was hat Mohammed aus dem Judentum aufgenommen? What did Mohammed take from Judaism? What did he derive from Judaism? It's a very important, influential text, which sort of reoriented a lot of Jewish scholars to the close relationship between Muslims and Jews and Islam and Judaism that had pertained for much of the medieval period. And he really required historians to look at this period in a very different light. Now, this was one of those rare historical books that sort of seeps out past the narrow attention of historians to the broader Jewish world as a whole. And for much of the 19th century, there was kind of this unusual love affair with Islam, in particular that Spanish Golden Age that I briefly mentioned earlier, that you see in all kinds of areas of Jewish activity, such as, for example, in architecture. There's this pronounced interest in producing these kind of neoclassical synagogues that have a distinctly Moorish or Islamic feel to them, such as this remarkable Dohani synagogue in Budapest, which has these kind of Islamic-looking dual minarets that have a bit of a Slavic onion bulb look to them as well, but nevertheless very distinct. And we see this kind of architecture in America as well. Even Yeshiva University has the same kind of feeling to it. It's all alluding to this kind of influence of Islam, or this kind of codependent influence of Judaism and Islam that was celebrated in the 19th century. By the way, since we're looking at this amazing synagogue, here's a picture of the interior with my colleague David Krauss of Prague. It's absolutely gorgeous, fantastic synagogue of the status quo movement. And I'm really looking forward to hopefully getting back there. As long as the pandemic subsides, then I'll be there, God willing, with an amazing institution called the Ashkenazium, which my colleague Dr. Michael Kegel is bringing together some amazing faculty from all around the world, including myself here in this cool picture, to talk about Jewish history and thought in Eastern Europe. It's going to be, God willing, my part will be, God willing, in October. So if you're in Budapest, please check it out. At any rate, why was this so significant for 19th century Germans in particular? Perhaps the best way to understand this is in the context of something which was called at the time the historian struggle. And the two main figures involved were Heinrich Gretz, the great encyclopedic historian of the Jews, who wrote this multi-volume history of the Jews that we spoke about in these classes, and this German historian, Heinrich von Treitschke, who essentially argued that the picture that Gretz was portraying of Jewish history, and especially the contrast of the experience of Jews in Islamic lands to the experience of Jews in Christian lands, was completely unfounded and unfair and must be denounced. What exactly was he arguing? So Gretz, among the kind of like many things of the era, the zeitgeist of the era, was to look back and say, wow, look at what happened to Jews under Islamic rule, especially in Spain during those few centuries when they had tremendous freedom. Look how much they produced. Look at the poetry. Look at the philosophy. Look at the unusual, additions that they provided, how they enriched Spanish culture. Wow. It's so much worse in Christian lands, isn't it? This is the argument. And it was used at the time to try and lever additional concessions from German society and government to formally emancipate the Jews. We will return to the topic of Jewish emancipation, God willing, in about a year when we get to the modern period. But in the context of the 19th century, many Jewish thinkers really look back to this golden age, which was somewhat exaggerated, as we shall see, and contrasted it unfavorably with the contemporary 19th century German experience. The great thinkers of the Spanish Golden Age were praised for their ability to be Renaissance men, so to speak, absorbing the influences of Islam and of Judaism and of philosophy and of mysticism and creating these wonderful, literary works. And the implication was Germany, you should be allowing the Jews to do this as well. Now, Heinrich von Treitschke said totally unfair. He said that the Jews have only brought negative things to Germany. He coined the notorious slur against Jews, which would later be used by Adolf Hitler, die Juden sind unser Unglück. The Jews are our misfortune. So it is in this context that we have to look backwards at the Muslim period. The idea of looking at the Muslim period as an ideal one is something that was heavily leaned upon in the 19th century, but it went through a reversal when we get to the late 19th and especially early 20th century. This idea of a coexistence between Muslim and Jews, which definitely has its basis in reality, however exaggerated in 19th century thought, was questioned by Jewish historians, particularly when we get to the 20th century. And here we see, the influence of contemporary politics often distorts the historical record, or the way we approach the historical record. And this is undoubtedly due to the conflict that was exacerbated by the Zionist movement and the growing immigration to Israel, which to a certain degree inflamed conflict with local populations in the land of Israel and in the region as a whole. Many of these Muslim populations were just beginning to go through their national reawakening, something that had occurred in Eastern Europe 100, 200 years earlier and was now catching up to the Middle East. And they began to see these Jewish immigrants as somehow interlopers and as somehow upsetting the status quo in a very negative way. And of course, we will explore this, God willing, when we get to the modern period, but there was significant conflict between the indigenous population, Arab immigrants to the region because of increased economic activity, and the flow of Jewish immigration to the land of Israel. And so many Jewish historians began to question that 19th century model, saying, was it really so wonderful in the ancient world? Did Jews really do so better under Islam? The kind of areas that we see focused on in 20th century historiography emphasizes the really pretty brutal period of conflict in early Islam, which we're going to look at in the very next video, and tries to reevaluate how do we understand their experience under Muslim rule. Bernard Lewis, very important 20th century historian, who looked at this period, he says, in a very moderate way, he says, look, Jews in Muslim lands, quote, were never free from discrimination, but were only rarely subject to persecution. This is, I think, a fairly temperate way to characterize several centuries of Jewish experience in Muslim lands. And when you compare it, pound for pound, incident for incident, there's no question that the moments of violence that punctuated Jewish-Muslim relationships was nothing compared to the same thing we would find in Christian Europe, as we shall explore over the course of this semester. He also said, and this is also a helpful kind of way of thinking about periods, it was never as bad in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when Christendom was at its worst, nor, on the other hand, was it ever as good for Jews in Muslim lands as it was in Christendom when it was at its best. And I think that's a fairly moderate and even-toned way to characterize these centuries. In other words, in Muslim lands, as the British historian Martin Gilbert put it, there was no Inquisition, there was no Holocaust, But at the same time, Jews never achieved the same level of full legal emancipation and broad acceptance that they would, for example, in England or in France. So this is kind of like a broad way to compare the experience of the Jews under the crescent, that is in Muslim lands, under the cross, that is in Christian lands. One of the greatest living historians of this period and this topic is Professor Mark Cohen, who has done a lot of really valuable work looking at the comparative experience of Jews in Muslim and Christian lands. And he proposes there are five main categories that really explain much of the difference between the experience in these two areas. And let's look at them very quickly before we go to the actual history in the next video. The first is we should understand that the nature of anti-Jew antipathy in Christian lands is of a highly distinct character when compared to that in Muslim lands. Recall that Christianity is born from Judaism directly, that there is that special mother-daughter relationship which can have an unusual level of acrimony, particularly when the daughter religion tries to articulate how it is different than the mother religion. And we saw a lot of that, for example, when we looked at the work of the church fathers. Islam is kind of like a granddaughter religion. It occurs 6 centuries later, and it doesn't necessarily have the same kind of need to distance itself from Judaism that Christianity did. It's a very significant theological point that colored much of the period we're discussing. Secondly, we're talking about very different kind of socioeconomic structures. In Europe, you have a form of feudalism that has competing centers of power. The church is a very powerful center, particularly at certain periods, like the 13th century, and the king is very powerful at other periods. And sometimes the king's interests vis-a-vis the Jews do not coincide with the church's interests. And depending on which power is stronger and in which region, that can pull the Jews in one direction or another. The nobility is also very significant. Sometimes the kings do not have absolute power vis-a-vis their nobility, and so Jews can often find themselves pulled in different directions. This is not the same kind of social structure that pertains in Muslim lands, and as a result, much of that uncertainty and, for example, propensity for expelling the Jews does not exist in the same way in Muslim lands. Third, Christian lands often have special economic applied to Jews, such as exclusion from certain guilds, maintenance of particular charters that regulate what kind of economic activities Jews can engage in a particular location. These things do not necessarily pertain in Muslim lands. Fourth, there is a much higher level of social exclusion in Christian lands. Again, we're speaking in generalities here, but the barrier between Jews and Christians in the social realm seems to be much higher and more durable in Christian lands than it is in Muslim lands. And finally, in Europe, you begin to see the gradual expansion of what I'd like to call an ethnic proto-nationalism. It's too early in the medieval period to really speak about nationalism, which is essentially a modern phenomenon, but the growing sense of the strength of larger regional identities, which will ultimately find its fuller expression in nationalism, begins earlier and this affects the Jews because are they considered part of this proto-national identity? In Muslim lands, you don't necessarily have the same growth of that specific regional identity, much more of a pan-Islamic, sometimes pan-Arabic identity, and Jews are much more included within that model than they would be in the European model. So these are 5 factors that serve to distinguish the experience of Jews and Muslims from the experience of Jews in Christian lands. And as we go through the next few lectures, hopefully this will become much more apparent. The Golden Age in Spain really was a golden age. There were phenomenal things to see in that period. I'm looking forward to speaking with you about it shortly, but nevertheless, placed within the larger context, hopefully these ideas will give us a better sense of how to fairly characterize the relative experience in these two realms in Jewish history. Wow, so much talking. Okay, thank you very much for listening. Let's go now to look at the experience of Jews in the Arabian Peninsula at the time of the birth of Islam. Thank you for watching. Jews were certainly present in the Arabian Peninsula centuries before the birth of Islam in the early 7th century. There are legends of settlement that come to us from Muslim sources that place the arrival of Jews way back in the biblical period, and there are various degrees to which we can ascribe any kind of historicity to it. The idea that they may have been descended from, for example, Jews who went in search of the Amalekites in the Arabian Peninsula, or perhaps whether they were somehow related to the figure of Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses. But nevertheless, we certainly are on solid ground when we get to Josephus, who speaks about 500 soldiers sent to the region in the first century. This is entirely plausible because when you look at the physical proximity of the land of Israel to the Arabian Peninsula, there's no question that there would be permeable travel between those regions. We also, as we discussed in the previous lecture, noted that there was actually a Jewish kingdom in the southern part of the peninsula, in the region what we would call today Yemen, the kingdom of Himyar, which is fascinating footnote to history in this sense. To be sure, by the 6th century, when Islam was born, Muhammad himself was born in the year 570, we have a strong presence of Jews in a region called the Hejaz, which is, as you can look at and see on this map here, it's the basically the coastal region of the Red Sea, a region that is known for its agricultural output, and there are numerous noted Jewish communities that are shown here in this map with the solid dots. We should point out in particular the presence of Jews in Mecca, which will of course be the prime holy city of Islam, and also in Yathrib, which later was named Medina. Note even the Hebrew sounding term Medina, which in Hebrew basically means city or province, depending on the context. Also note here the location of Khaybar, which will be especially important in understanding the conflict between Jews and Muslims in this early period. So we've got this environment where Jews are well populated in a very important region of the Arabian Peninsula. Islam, the founder of Islam, Muhammad, has interactions with Jews, to be sure, and with Christians. And as we discussed in the previous video, there's no question that certain elements of Islam are modeled upon Jewish practice, such as the prayer multiple times a day, the dietary restrictions, and so on. So he has some familiarity with Jews and Christians, and Islam shows the impact of a lot of these ideas. But it would be unfair to say that Muhammad's Jews were positive. In fact, it would probably be more accurate to characterize his relationship with the Jews as one of armed conflict. Much of this early period, based on the sources that we have that come from 3 biographies of Muhammad that were written over a century later, are of his extensive conflict with many of the Jewish tribes in Mecca and in particular in Medina. Let us understand that the Jews who lived in this region at this time were actually Arabs. We should distinguish between these terms. Arab is an ethnicity. It's like a people. It also is a culture that involves, certain modalities of dress and certain kind of patterns of economic activity, and of course a language. And Jews were fully participating in these things. The Mishnah and the Talmud has lots of interesting references to Jewish Arabs and their behavior, much like, today we'll talk about Jewish Americans or French Jews. They are Jews who live in France, and of course they speak French, and of course they enjoy baguettes and things like that. So the Talmud, for example, speaks about the way in which Jewish women dress in the Arabian Peninsula, and they call simply Arab Jews, and it's not considered a contradiction at all. Islam, on the other hand, is a religious faith, and Muslims are those who participate in Islam. So it would be appropriate to speak of Jewish Muslims, unless you want to say that they are Jews who have converted to Islam. But you could easily say Jewish Arabs because they participate in that ethnicity and that culture. Muhammad's biographers describe a series of alliances that Muhammad attempted to form with the various Jewish tribes with varying degrees of success. In general, the Jews were happy to speak with Muhammad, but had no interest in adopting Islam, at least not on a tribal basis, although there are many significant individuals who did leave Judaism to join the Muslim faith. The tribal alliances sometimes ended in betrayals and then were followed up by bloody battles with terrible beheadings and all kinds of acrimony. Captives were taken from the women and children. Muhammad himself actually took 2 wives from Jewish captives who later formed very significant positions within his circle. One of the most notorious of the incidents of violence which followed an alliance which was betrayed was at the location of Khaybar. And in fact, ironically, for Muslims, Khaybar actually occupies a very large place in their kind of map of historical geography. Martin Gilbert, in his introduction to his work on the history of Jews in Muslim lands, specifically notes that one of the terrorists who engineered the bombing at Bali, he shouted out his trial, "Jews remember Khaybar." Right? It's actually very large in their thinking with regards to the understanding of their relationship to the world. But I think what's perhaps the most important takeaway of this entire period, which I have only sketched in the very broadest of terms, if you look at some of the sources that are in the notes, you can get into greater detail about what happened to whom and what precipitated certain violent episodes. I think the most important takeaway is that much of this is kind of like normal conflict between tribes that we would see in this kind of society in this time and place. In other words, contrasting Muhammad's conflict with the Jewish tribes with, let's say, the anti-Jewish attitudes of the church fathers, you see that it's really, a typical power struggle, an argument over territory, influence, and social position that translates to many societies and many times. It's certainly not pleasant. It's certainly not peaceful, but it is definitely something which we could say is unfortunately normal in terms of the history of human conflict. The Jews were tribes in the region, just like Muslims occupied tribal identities in the region, and they came to conflict in the period of Muhammad. Now, what I think is more significant for our purposes is to understand how these conflicts were resolved politically and historically. And those I said we're going to see in 2 very important documents, one which we'll discuss right now, and the next one will be in the fall lecture, the Constitution of Medina and the Pact of Imam. The Constitution of Medina is not precisely named. It's not really a constitution, although that term is used widely to try and explain it to modern readers. But what it does refer to is the establishment of a formal relationship between Jews and Muslims in the era of Muhammad. It is generally thought to be quite an early document and quite authentic. There are internal references within the document that have been analyzed to suggest that it actually does come from the period of Muhammad's early activity. Now, what exactly does it do? According to Dr. Moshe Gil, who is one of the well-known historians of this period, it basically demotes the Jews to a relationship of subservience to the Muslims as a people, specifically with the goal of removing their ability to negotiate independent alliances with other tribes. In other words, just like Muhammad had to go through a period of conflict with the Jewish tribes in Medina, the constitution of Medina basically says, okay, after all this is done, Jews, you will have a level of protection. You will have a fixed place within society that you can rely upon. We'll discuss in the next video why that is so important. But you will not be equal to the Muslim tribes, and you will not be able to side with one tribe against another and things like that. This is extremely important because they were a significant, powerful entity in Medina in particular, and by removing their ability to negotiate their own political future, it meant that they would have to remain docile. But at the same time, the Constitution also extends to them the protection of the Muslim people as a whole. In other words, they exchange their independence and their status for a diminished status. They also have to retain shared responsibility for defense. And what's significant about all of this is that the Jews may not have a high place in society, an equal place in society, but they do have a reliable place in Muslim society, and that will be exceptionally important for their future historical development. Okay, let's come back to this idea in the next video as well, the Pact of Umar and what it means for Jewish history moving forward. Thank you very much for watching.
Look at this. It's like, sure that impressive. Coffee time.
The Pact of Umar is a hugely consequential document that had a huge impact on the way in which Jewish life was regulated in Muslim lands. It was not necessarily adhered to according to the letter of the text in every place and in every time. A lot of variations from the pact, both in terms of leniencies and in terms of stringencies, seems to have been related to the specific inclinations of a particular ruler or a particular time and place, but nevertheless, it does give us a sense of the location that Jews had within the socioeconomic hierarchy of Muslim lands and really contributed quite a bit to their survival under these conditions. The pact is attributed to the second caliph who reigned between the years of 634 and 644. Caliph essentially means successor, and this is a reference to the rulers of Muslim lands after Muhammad. It might also refer to the caliph known as Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz, who ruled in the 8th century. However, there's a problem with the text because most scholars note that the document is not cited before the early 9th century. So in other words, we're not entirely confident that it was really pertaining to periods prior to the 9th century. But what's especially important for our purposes, at least from the early 9th century onward, this document both defines and regulates Dhimma status for Jews. Dhimma essentially means protected class, and it refers to the Jews and other so-called peoples of the book that have a place in Muslim society, which is not as high as believers, as Muslims, but nevertheless they have certain protections within that realm as well. People of the book includes the Christians and later the Zoroastrians as well. And in certain contexts, it refers even to the Hindus, although it doesn't seem to entirely correspond to the same reasons as the monotheistic faiths of Judaism and Christianity in particular. The idea is that their earlier interaction with the divine is recognized by the Pact of Umar, and as a result, the people who pertain to that faith are therefore guaranteed certain privileges and certain rights, as well as being burdened by some responsibilities. The specific items in the Pact of Umar show the influence of Byzantine regulations and also of Sassanid, that is Persian regulations as well. What's exactly in the pact? So there are three basic areas that are described in this pact that define what Jews and Christians and Zoroastrians and so on are allowed to do and not allowed to do in Muslim society. And let's look at those three areas. The first is basically they are restricted from engaging in public religious activity, especially activities that might lead to proselytism or disturb the public sensibility that this particular land is Muslim in nature. So examples of this are synagogues and churches could not be built anew. They could only be repaired. Now, of course, as I mentioned earlier, quite often this was observed in the breach, and Jews did frequently engage in building new synagogues in Muslim lands, often for an exchange of funds. But nevertheless, the idea was that Judaism was to be maintained in its status quo and not expand. Very important, I should mention that the protections that were granted to Jews were offset by a special tax called the jizya, which was frequently quite onerous, but not universally so in Muslim lands. But to continue, Jews and Christians could not engage in loud public displays of their religious activities, like outdoor parades, or the pact also refers to using noisemakers like clappers during services and so on. This was perhaps more relevant to Christian activity than Jewish activity, but the holiday of Purim, of course, does involve the use of noisemakers. These kinds of things were prohibited by the Pact of Umar, obviously for the purpose of not attracting Muslims to features of the non-Muslim faith. So in other words, Jews could preserve and observe their own religious activity, which is of huge value to the Jews, but they have to kind of like constrain it to make sure that it doesn't impinge on the religious sensibilities of the dominant population. Jews were particularly happy about that and very pleased to accept it in the sense that, Jewish practice was protected. Secondly, a range of small symbolic discriminatory practices and social distinctions. For example, Jews were not allowed to bear arms, to carry a sword, to wear certain colors or certain types of clothing that were associated with Muslims. In fact, they had to wear distinctive clothes that set them apart from Muslims. Again, quite often these practices were simply ignored or bribed out of existence. Jews could not ride with saddles, they had to use bareback. And whether or not these rules were enforced really depended a lot on local conditions. So the idea, though, however, is that while Jews were a protected class, the Dima, nevertheless, they were a subjugated class at the same time. But overall, fairly limited restrictions on things like economic activity, so on the whole positive. And third, certain preferential support for Muslims, both in terms of financial support, for example, in the jizya, but also in maintaining Muslim travelers. Jews were required, for example, to extend a certain amount of hospitality to Muslim travelers. They were prohibited from engaging in certain economic activities like the sale of alcohol, which of course is prohibited in Islam. And then there were, things like they could not build their houses taller than Muslim houses. The same would apply to their religious structures as well. So it was kind of like put in place another reminder that Muslims were the dominant population and had superior rights, and Jews and Christians and so on were a subordinate population. Again, protected. This is something that Jews really appreciated. It allowed for Islamic lands to achieve the status of being a Rothschild, a society governed by law, because the Pact of Umar at least defined areas where Jewish activity was protected. The implications are huge, because this meant that Jews could rely on certain structures being in place for their maintained activity. It's true that there were at least symbolic placements that kept them in a second-class status and theoretically prohibited them from expanding in size, building new synagogues, things like that. But by and large, these things were not especially strong prohibitions to their advancement. What I think is especially interesting is to contrast the Pact of Umar with the doctrine of witness that we discussed when we looked at the church fathers, because this provides us with a kind of counterpoint that illustrates the difference of Jews and Muslims as opposed to Jews and Christian lands. Jews in Muslim lands had to recognize their subordinate status, but nevertheless had a tremendous amount of freedom within those boundaries. In Christian lands, Jews were to be preserved in order to later provide testimony for the truth of Christianity, a theological purpose which posited their future existence, but at the same time kept them in that subordinate status in Christian lands as well. So ironically, the Pact of Umar is kind of like the Muslim version of the doctrine of witness, and very similar socio and economic implications. And we'll have to see in the next few lectures exactly how that played out within Muslim society. In the next lecture, however, we're going to go to the continent of Africa to look at the fascinating and not well-studied history of African Jews, and much of this takes place within the Muslim order. Thank you very much for watching. To see you guys out there appeasing each other, talking about together about the old days and the WCW. What you gonna do at working when the NWO destroys you? I'd like to now turn to the fascinating history of the Jews of Africa. And this is an extremely complex and not very well researched topic, but let's break it down into three main areas. If you have a look at this map of the continent of Africa, I think we can sort of bulk the history of the Jews of this continent into three main geographic regions. The first would be, of course, North Africa, which is the most well-known aspect of
Welcome, how are you?
The continent. It includes
What's good,
East Egypt. You can see the Nile Delta in the
Enki.
satellite photograph.
Can you hear me, big dog?
Really
Enki. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Enki. Hello. How's your day going? Do you speak? Enki. Pimp. What's good, baby? Enki. 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 Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo. If you're trying to talk, nobody can hear you. What's up, pimp? How are you? Dog. What's good, son? What's good in the hood, baby? Can you hear me? Do you speak English? Yo, baby, what's good, man? Are you speaking to me and I'm not hearing you? All right, well, we're watching Jewish history lectures. Enjoy.
important regions like Tunisia,
I'm
Morocco.
going to see the Eagles later.
Long established
You know who the
settlements
Eagles are?
when
You know
the
who
Jews
Diana
were
Ross
exiled
is?
from Israel in the first century.
Bitch don't even
They
know
followed
the
a
Supremes. I
path
bet you not
that
even subscribe to
had
the
already
Supremes
been
on
trod by
YouTube.
many previous migrants. The pattern of Jewish settlement in the ancient period basically extends across the coast of North Africa up into Spain, and then later across the Pyrenees into Europe.
I don't even think
but it
I'm
also includes
subscribed to the
simultaneously
Supremes on
settlement
YouTube.
of the Italian
So
peninsula,
don't feel
the
badly
Greek
about it.
peninsula, and so on. But the coast
You
of
just
North
here to
Africa
chill?
is a fairly well-known
That's tight.
area for
I'm watching Jewish history
We've
lectures
already
and
treated
podcasts
it a
on
few
Genghis
times in
Khan.
previous lectures, and we'll come back to it again in
Genghis.
future lectures. So I'm not necessarily going to break out a special lecture just for North Africa, because
I'm
much
also
of the history
slanging
of
dick
Jews
like it's going out of
really is
style, but
integrated with
everybody
other things
knows
that are
that.
going on, particularly in the Muslim world, and so we will return to those later. Then there is the fascinating story of the Jews of Ethiopia. And that's so unusual that I'm going to devote at least 2 lectures to Ethiopia. The next lecture in the series will start with the Ethiopian Jews and take them up to the late 19th century. And then later on, when we get to the spring semester, hopefully we'll return to look at them in the 20th century. And then finally, in the Deep South, you have the major population of Jews in South Africa. Most of those are migrants who come from Eastern Europe in the 19th century, however. And so it's better for us to treat them later on in the semester, a little bit like, I used to live in Miami for quite some time. And South Florida is way north of North Florida in terms of American culture. So South Africa is way more European, even though it is at the southern tip of the African continent. There are also many other populations, some fascinating ones like the Lemba, who are also primarily concentrated in the south, that have more features in common with the history of the Jews of Ethiopia. I'm going to break it up into these 3 sections for now. Again, North Africa is going to be integrated with a lot of the topics that we're already discussing. Ethiopia is going to have 2 kind of standalone lectures, and South Africa will also get to when we get to the spring semester.
Yo,
this is not to say
what up, B. Alexander? How you living?
Found in these 3 regions of the continent. On the contrary, many of the regions have experienced Jewish settlement, and there are a significant number of indigenous African peoples who have claimed Jewish descent. The so-called Falasha or Beta Yisrael, which we'll speak about in the next lecture, are hardly the only African tribes that have been associated either by themselves or by others with the Jews. But in the interest of the scope of this particular series of lectures, I'm just going to concentrate on the areas I've identified here. One of the most profound writers of the history of the Jews of Africa is undoubtedly Dr. Tudor Parfit, who has written some amazingly important works that focus on the history of the Jews in this region. Is especially well associated with the Beta Yisrael, and some of his works, they're really wonderful to read, and they're quite heroic in scope. But he identifies something which I think is extremely important for us to understand, and that is the misapplication of the so-called Hamitic myth. The story, which you may recall, goes back to the book of Genesis. Here it is represented in the 15th century Nuremberg Chronicle, where Noah, after successfully, braving the waters of the flood, he lands his boat and he immediately plants a vineyard. Once he discovers the intoxicating qualities of the fruit of the vine, he falls asleep in his drunkenness, and naked. His 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Yafet, shown here, all find him drunk and passed out like this. And Shem and Yafet, not exactly as portrayed here, but Shem and Ham elect to cover him up to receive dignity, and Ham does not. So when Noah wakes up, he finds out what has happened, and he is especially angry at Ham. And reasons which we'll have to left aside for now, he actually curses Ham's son, Canaan, or Canaan. And this curse, for much of Western history, has been associated with slavery. It has been used as a justification for slavery of Africans in particular, because the descendants of Ham are especially associated with the settlement of Africa. In kind of a fanciful association, the word Ham in Hebrew means hot. It's related to the word, one of the words for sun. And the medieval argument is that Africans receive darker because of their exposure on the equator to more sunlight and so on. So there's this idea called the Hamitic myth after Ham. It really should be after Canaan, but you can have a look at Dr. Perfect's work to understand a little bit more about that. But how it's been used is fascinating. It's been used as a kind of a justification for some of the achievements of Africans in order to say that it's really not possible for indigenous Africans to have come up with these remarkable discoveries, such as, for example, Great Zimbabwe, which is one of the most important of the archaeological sites found in the southern region of Africa, And 19th century European explorers said there's no way that local Africans could have built this. It's simply too fast. It must be that there were Semites somehow involved because the local population are descended from Canaan, from Ham, and have to be held at a lower cultural level. Even though later researchers have pretty conclusively identified that this was indigenous African culture. But from this Hamitic myth, you have a long series of attempts throughout African culture to make distinctions between the so-called pure descendants of Ham and the intermixture of Semites who may have, come into the continent at one point or another, intermarried with local populations, and so on. This sort of intellectual exercise is engaged in not only by the European powers in Africa, who wish to make distinctions between many, many different peoples of Africa, and they use this Hamitic myth to elevate one at the expense of others. It's also sometimes used by Africans themselves, who choose to identify with an earlier Israelite origin, perhaps the most famous of which is Olaudah Equiana of the Igbo tribe. And there have been some interesting associations. He, of course, went on to write a remarkable book about his experience as a slave, which had a tremendous impact on the abolitionist movement. But he wrote about childhood memories of associations with Jewish practices because of his presumed tribal affiliation with an original Israelite origin. The accuracy of these claims to Semitic or Israelite origins, of course, is really all over the board. Some are quite significant. The Lemba tribe has, for example, demonstrated through DNA studies that there is definitely a linkage with Semitic people living in the Middle East. But in other cases, it's purely fanciful and was served primarily to bolster claims of superiority of one people over another for whatever reason we might have at the time. Now, one last comment before we look at Ethiopia, which will give us our first look at real Jewish history in Africa. We should understand that there are many different populations that use the words Black or Hebrew or Israelite or Jew or African in many different contexts. So let me just clarify that in this particular series of lectures, right now I'm really focusing on the distant historical experience of Jews in Africa. And specifically, we're going to look at the Jews of Ethiopia in the next lecture. But I am not speaking about many other peoples who claim similar origins, especially when they're living here in the United States of America. That's an entirely different phenomenon that is definitely deserving of study, but not necessarily historically linked to the populations that I'm going to discuss here. There are movements in America that call themselves Black Hebrews or Black Israelites because they identify with the ancient Hebrews or Israelites, sometimes with a bit of animus to people who identify as Jews who do not necessarily have African origins. There seems to be a certain amount of hostility to Caucasian Jews, for example, with the claim that somehow Caucasian Jews have supplanted the true identity or true erasures of Jews by portraying themselves as Jews, whereas the real Jews would have been of a darker skin hue. I am not going to evaluate those claims in this particular lecture. We may come back to it in the future later, but right now we're just going to focus on the Jews of Africa. It's also important to note that there are many Jews who are of African origin for whatever reasons, including conversion. There are some tremendous individuals who have converted to Judaism because it is effectively colorblind. The state of one's skin color does not have a reflection or bearing on their candidacy for conversion to Judaism, although it is less common. But they and their children remain Jewish, and we have significant populations of Jews of color throughout the world. Okay, enough background information. Let's have a closer look at the Jews of Ethiopia, which I find absolutely fascinating in the next video. Thank you for watching this brief introduction. the Jews of Ethiopia are absolutely fascinating, and I really enjoyed doing the research for this particular video because so many of the norms that I'm used to by studying, the history of the Jews in the Middle East or in Europe are out the window because things are so different in Ethiopia. So a lot of this was new to me. I was also surprised by how much of it was actually very similar. I said, well, of course this is Jewish history, even though it's happening in a very different cultural environment. A lot of the parameters and constraints put on the Jews of Ethiopia were identical or at least commensurate with those that Jews in Sephardic and Ashkenazic lands experienced. I'm going to speak in this video only about the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia until the late 19th century. There's quite a bit of material here, certainly enough for this lecture, but I have to set aside the remarkable events of the 20th century for a much later lecture when we look at the experience of the Jews of Ethiopia as they finally return to life. Really an amazing story, but I'm going to have to leave that chapter of it until quite later. Let us now turn, however, to the Jews of Ethiopia and specific discovery. The term discovery in itself is something of a colonial term because, after all, the Jews of Ethiopia didn't need to be discovered, they simply existed. But they were discovered by the Europeans. So the most important figure in bringing the attention of a Jewish population in Ethiopia to the minds of Europeans, Jews and non-Jews, was James Bruce, this 18th century explorer who wrote this remarkable book, Travels to Discover the Source of the Nile. And on several trips, he actually went and he encountered the Ethiopian Jews, and he wrote about them in quite a fascinating way and really drew the attention of much of Europe to this unusual Jewish population. But by the time James Bruce came on the scene, Jews had known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years. Just to give you a few examples of the earlier references to them, there is the remarkable story of Eldad the Danite, who a mysterious character who appears in the 9th century and claims to be associated with a Jewish kingdom that some authors have identified with Ethiopia. It's, however, difficult to ascertain because it seems evident that he was a bit of a charlatan, and much of the story that he recorded is questioned by historians. It's more likely he actually came from the region of Arabia, and much of the events that he describes and the conditions that he describes really does not pertain to what we surmise must have been Ethiopian Jewish history at that time. So there is a reference here that some historians will rely on, but others regard as suspect. Then we have Benjamin of Tudela, much more reliable source, a famous Jewish traveler who made his way through much of the Jewish world, and he recorded in significant detail what exactly he saw. However, he never got to Ethiopia himself. He merely recorded what he had heard from others, and so there's some question as to the validity of his account of Ethiopia in particular. Nevertheless, there is significant reference to it. Rav Ovadia of Bartanura, also known as Bartanura, or simply the Rav, very important commentator on Mishnah, writes about the appearance of African Jews, meaning dark-skinned Nubian Jews, showing up in slave markets and needing to be redeemed by the Jewish community. Much more interesting kind of reliable source, which is certainly confirmed by the extensive writings of Rabbi David ben Abi Zimra, known as the Radbaz, an abbreviation of his name, in the 16th century. He was the preeminent rabbi of North Africa. He was very active in Cairo in particular, and he dealt with specific cases regarding these people from Ethiopia, and he absolutely confirmed that they were Jews from the tribe of Dan. In particular, he dealt with the question of whether a slave woman coming from this region and claiming to be Jewish could be redeemed and then married, meaning could they buy her out of slavery, and then was it possible for a Jew to marry her? And in fact, he ruled in the positive and was very supportive of the Jewish identity story of the Ethiopian Jews. Fascinating. And so Jews have known about the Ethiopian population for hundreds of years, long before James Bruce, but we don't have really extensive historical data that describe the interaction of this population with other Jewish communities. Here's a map that shows you precisely where the majority of the Jews of Ethiopia were located, around Lake Tana. And as you can see, the proximity to Saudi Arabia and Yemen is very significant. They're about 4,000 miles south of Israel, however. And I think we should turn now to the discussion of where did they come from? How do you get Jews in Ethiopia? They don't seem to be fitting into any other patterns of migration that we know of Jews from Israel. According to the Kebra Nagast, which is a medieval account of the history of Ethiopia, the entire Ethiopian royalty comes from Israel. Echoing the account in the Hebrew scriptures, the Queen of Sheba, which is located just to the east of Ethiopia across the Red Sea, traveled to Israel and met King Solomon. Then she returned, and this time to Ethiopia, and she was expecting a son by King Solomon who was named Menelik, and he formed the beginning of the Ethiopian royalty. So ironically, Ethiopians regard themselves as Israelites, particularly because of this particular royal connection. In the oral tradition of Ethiopian Jewry, this is one of the several stories that account for their existence there. There is, however, no other data to support this other than the oral tradition. There are similar oral traditions that suggest that perhaps the Ethiopian Jews were a break-off from those Jews who left Egypt during the Exodus, or perhaps the tribe of Dan from northern Israel who successfully evaded the Assyrian invasion in the 8th century before the Common Era and made their way to Ethiopia. And all of these are kind of like legends that are lost in time and have no real way of validating them. Other theories, which may have a little bit more validity, or at least maybe a little bit more credibility, is the influence of Jews through Chinyar. You'll recall we spoke about them a few weeks ago. This is the kingdom in South Arabia that converted to Judaism sometime around the 4th, 5th century. And they had significant conflict with the kingdom of Aksum, which was based in what would be today called Ethiopia. So it's possible that maybe Judaism arrived in Ethiopia through the influence of the Chinyar. But what is without doubt is there is a certain population of people in Ethiopia who identify as Jews. We'll see there's a little bit of a caveat on what that word actually means, living within or alongside the Christian kingdom of Ethiopia. Here's a representation of the Christian king speaking to Muslims. The historical data on the experience of these Jews is not fully fleshed out until much later, but it appears that they had some degree of self-rule. It's debatable whether they had a full kingdom of their own, but they definitely had a certain amount of territory and authority that was often in conflict with the Christian rulers of Ethiopia. There is a famous Queen Yodit, who is sometimes identified as a Jewish queen, and historians have identified the high point of their self-rule in the 16th century, followed by a marked decline as they slowly begin to lose much of their landed status. Their occupational profile changes from farming and going into crafts, pottery, and other types of semi-urban types of professions. Still very strongly represented in the martial arts, but gradually losing their connection to ancestral land, which would have very negative consequences when we get to the 18th and 19th century. Now, let us speak a little bit about what do we call these people. I've kind of danced around it, and the term Ethiopian Jewry is sort of vague. It is important to note that they would call themselves the Beta Israel, the House of Israel. And this was designed to contrast them from the Christians who were called the House of Christianity. They would not call themselves, ironically, Jews. The term for Jew is Ayhud. pardon my Amharic pronunciation, which is really rusty. But apparently the term Ayhud was used by all people at the time to indicate people who were rebels, people who were, opponents, people who were, against the status quo. And so the Beta Israel, calling themselves Israelites, were recognizing their, Israelite origin, but knowing that the Ethiopian Christians also claimed an Israelite origin, they used this more specific term, Beta Israel, or Beta Israel, which designated that they were not following the same as the Christians. They were following the Jewish faith, although they wouldn't call it that either. Now, the term falasha, which came into wide use through the 19th and 20th century, that's actually a derogatory term. It means roughly outcast or landless person, wanderer, and this was used to describe the Beta Yisrael during the period of their lowest ebb in terms of their economic and political power. They were gradually, over the 17th and 18th and 19th century, pushed out of ancestral land holding, as I mentioned earlier, and so the negative term thrown at them was falasha, meaning they were landless, they were wanderers, and so on. The term of respect would be Beta Israel. Now, let us look specifically at the content of their faith, which is called the Haimanot, which means literally faith. It would have been used to describe different types of faiths in Ethiopia, but in Israel it's used specifically to refer to classical Ethiopian Judaism. Perhaps we can, by looking at their Judaism, understand a little bit more about their origins. Here's a picture of a typical Ethiopian synagogue. Doesn't look so much like the synagogues that I pray in, but nevertheless, it'll work. When we look at the practices of the Ethiopian Jews, we see that they are entirely biblical. They show no evidence of rabbinic or Karaite influence. Rabbinic, of course, means the whole tradition that we've described in great detail in the past, with the Midrash, the Mishnah, and of course the Talmud. They do not have the Talmud, and they don't have any of the Talmudic teachings. Karaism, which we're going to go into a little bit in a couple of weeks, is essentially a sort of a break off from the rabbinic movement that tries to rely entirely on the biblical text without the Talmud, but nevertheless, it's impossible to do so without specific interpretations anyways, and so we don't see them as Karaites either. Nevertheless, the Ethiopian Jews, on pain of martyrdom, hold to their beliefs with tremendous tenacity. But what does it look like, their faith? Well, fascinatingly, they retain a priestly sacrifice. The role of the Kohen is extremely important in their daily life. They're extremely punctilious about Sabbath observance, although, again, they're not observing it with the rabbinic overlays, just their understanding of what Sabbath observance requires. They also have strict dietary laws. They practice a form of menstrual separation, which is similar to the laws of Buddha. Interestingly, their calendar preserves the fast of Esther, which would have been associated with events that are situated in the 6th century before the Common Era. But they don't have Hanukkah, which is something that, of course, began in the 2nd century before the Common Era, which might be a nice placement for the ancient origins of the Ethiopian people, but it's also possible that they may have absorbed this either through the influence of Chinyarim or others, and they absorbed the calendar imperfectly. So it's not an absolute certainty. But there are several things in the Ethiopian Jewish faith which are definitely not common to other Jews. They have, for example, monasticism, a very strong emphasis on the leadership of monks. And they have incredibly heavy reliance on the texts created within Ethiopian Christianity. Here's a look, for example, at the text they call the Orit, which is related to the word perhaps Oraita, meaning Torah, the Aramaic word Oraita. You can see it's written Ge'ez, which is the ancient scriptural language of Ethiopian Christianity and also of the Ethiopian Jews. And it appears that they simply took the Ge'ez translations of text, probably taken from the Greek, and they use those as their central religious text. So there are some things that are going on in the development of Ethiopian Judaism which are not similar to what's going on in the rest of the Judaism. This will pose significant consequences for 20th century debates over the fundamental Jewishness of the Ethiopian people. We'll speak about that in a much later lecture, but I will note at this point that great scholars like Rabbi Yosef, chief rabbi of Israel and one of the most well-known 20th century rabbis, agreed with the Rishbaz and said that they are Jewish in origin, and that has really paved their way towards acceptance in Israel. Let us move now to the 19th century. And one of the things that I can also say about the Ethiopian Jews, things that I've learned in my own research for this lecture, they have an incredible yearning for Zion that is demonstrated throughout the centuries. In 1855, however, there was an unfortunate event which began when an Ethiopian Jew, with the blessing of his elders in Ethiopia, brought his 13-year-old son Moshe to study in Jerusalem, to try to learn what is it that we are missing, what is all this rabbinic stuff, what is this Talmud, and so on. And his pious intent was to learn more about how they should be behaving according to rabbinic traditions. Moshe stayed behind. He was left with a group of rabbis to study, but then he disappeared shortly thereafter, only to turn up again under the influence of an Anglican missionary named Samuel Rabbi. And this is one of the rather unfortunate aspects of the Ethiopian experience, that once their presence became known to the outside world, the Christian world in particular, there was a dedicated effort to convert this tiny pocket of Ethiopian Jews to Christianity, and was the subject of a significant effort by Protestant Christians in particular, as we shall see. However, the disappearance of Moshe ben Daniel was an unfortunate event, because one of the first people to really raise questions about the Jewish status of the Ethiopian Jews was one of these rabbis, Rabbi Joseph Schwartz, who was assigned to study with Moshe initially. But let us return to the difficult aspect of this story, which relates to their targeting by Protestant missionaries. Perhaps the most significant of which is Henry Aaron Stern, a Jew who was converted to Protestant Christianity and made it his career essentially to preach to the so-called Falasha, as you see here, an illustration from one of his many books of the time. Much of the actual teaching was not done by Stern directly. He actually spent remarkably little time in Ethiopia, and the time he spent there was not well served, because at one point he was arrested by the emperor. But many of his acolytes were the ones, local Ethiopians, who adopted Christianity, who went on to proselytize on his behalf. Now, in 1862, a crisis occurred when a young man named Tundi Fanta converted to Christianity through this mission, and he was excommunicated by the village elders. Fanta then turned around and cursed them in the name of the emperor. And this curse apparently had tremendous impact on the population as a whole. And the curse had phraseology to the effect of, "May the emperor die if you do not stop offering ritual sacrifice." Now, the Beit Israel took this very seriously. I think this is part of the culture and milieu of Ethiopia, with which I'm not that familiar. They took this very seriously, saying, "Oh my gosh, this curse must have some impact. And how are we supposed to behave according to our religion if that will place a death sentence on us?" So the Beit Israel went to court over this. Again, it's 1862. It's still the modern era, and several courts, they went through the motions. They actually nullified the curse, but people were still concerned about this. And ultimately, this came into an appeal before Tewodros, the emperor himself, who actually issued a new decree to limit sacrificial practice, which was a direct infringement on the religious life of Ethiopian Jews. Now, in that same year, there is some debate about exactly the sequence of events, but in that same year, a large number of Ethiopian Jews, the precise number is not known, decided that they had no future in Ethiopia, and they attempted to march to Israel on foot, about 2,500 miles or 4,000 kilometers. The effort, although certainly we can appreciate the religious sincerity that motivated it, a disaster. The huge numbers of Ethiopian Jews who hoped to make this great migration on foot were afflicted by hunger and disease, and ultimately the march ceased at Tigray in northern Ethiopia when many of the survivors simply stayed there and others tried to make it back to Lake Chad. So this is kind of like a low point in many ways for the history of Ethiopian Jews, but there will be a glorious 20th century that we'll have to discuss in the next time we come back to Ethiopian Jews. In the meantime, I hope you found this useful, and to say I find it absolutely inspirational. And I look forward to next about the Jews of Khazaria, strangely related topic. Thank you very much.
Every day, there's a great thing down. They do not get in the water, never. They take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And that's refreshing to them, refreshing. Well, then, getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses and the horse riding skill they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery.
Let us now return to the Middle East, to the heartland of Babylonia, the Mesopotamian region between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, for the immediate post-Talmudic period, which is associated with the leaders of the academies known as the Gaonim. The term Gaon is derived from the Hebrew word Ga'ava, which means pride. It can also mean arrogance, depending on the way in which it's used, like to say a person is a Baal Gaiva, which means to say they're a very arrogant person. But in this context, it means like the pride and joy of the community. Here's a great map from the Barnabi Atlas that shows the influence of the Gaonim at Baghdad. You can see on the right there's a kind of blue circle which has Baghdad right at the center. That's where the centers of Talmudic learning shifted during the period after the Islamic invasion and conquest of the region. They were located further south, Sura, Pumbedita, and so on, and Baghdad eventually became the major administrative center of the entire Islamic empire and also of the Gaonic empire, if you will, which mirrors much of it. What I really like about this particular map is it has the sort of like arrows that are reaching out in three directions from Baghdad, which gives you a sense of their relative cultural and intellectual influence, to a certain their political influence as well. Have that brown circle with Jerusalem at the center there. That represents the influence of the traditional center of Talmudic learning. There were, of course, two Talmuds written in Babylon, and as obviously the Babylonian Talmud. The other one, not quite as obvious, written primarily in Tiberias, that's known as the Jerusalem Talmud, sometimes called the Palestinian Talmud. And the relative strength of the expositors of those two Talmuds, they definitely were linked with each other, had a lot of communication with each other, began to change as we get past the Islamic conquest of the region. And Jerusalem definitely declines in authority, and Babylon, Baghdad in particular, ascends in authority. Now, but you should understand that all of this stuff is happening largely as a consequence of the Islamic expansion across the coast of North Africa into Spain and further east, all the way out to Pakistan and Bangladesh. There are a lot of political and economic reasons why the Gaonim had such an assist in reaching these far from Jewish diasporas. First of all, we should understand that with the Muslim conquest, the Jews of Babylonia were no longer separated from the various diasporic communities by a political boundary. So they were really within one cultural orbit, one linguistic orbit, one economic orbit, and it was much more convenient and safe for them to travel back and forth. you no longer had the geopolitical conflict between, let's say, the Roman or the Byzantine Empire and the Persian Empire. Putting it all under the Muslims really had a tremendous impact on the ability of Jews to communicate with each other, to engage in interregional trade and things like. Another very important thing that happens is that there is a symbiosis that develops between these communities in the diaspora, as far away as Spain, let's say, and the center in Baghdad. On the one hand, these much smaller communities outside of the traditional center are able to send requests for information, for clarification of Jewish law. These requests are called in Hebrew she'elot, and the Geonim, the leaders of the academies in Baghdad, are able to send back responses, which are called in Hebrew teshuvot. So, in fact, there's a whole major genre of rabbinic literature called she'elot teshuvot, questions and answers, or questions and responses, and sometimes in English this is known as the responsa literature, singular is the responsa. And so there's a symbiosis in the sense of these small communities are able to ask Baghdad for questions, clarifications, and with their requests, they send funds to support the Academy's activity. And at the same time, besides providing intellectual and spiritual guidance for these communities, Baghdad can also confer official confirmation of the municipal leadership of these Jewish communities by indicating a specific addressee as a figure of importance in the community that ipso facto renders that person much more significant in terms of the municipal leadership of the community. We'll speak a little later about how the communities were structured. But so there was this symbiosis between the diaspora and Baghdad, the periphery and the center, that only began to really fray as Spain in particular got much more significant towards the end of the period we're discussing. Also note, of course, that there is a rivalry between the Jerusalem center and the Baghdad center. Ultimately, Baghdad would eclipse Jerusalem. Let's also think for a second, too, about the impact of language, because by incorporating this entire territory under Islamic rule, Arabic as a language really begins to act as a much more effective lingua franca for the entire region. And this has significant impact not only for the political and economic reasons that I described earlier, but also in terms of the way Jews thought about their own language. The Arabs regarded Arabic as a holy language, as a language that had phenomenal aesthetic appeal, both in terms of its structure, its grammar, its vocabulary, and its calligraphy. And Jews had a similar kind of cognate feeling about Hebrew. And so this idea of, and of course Hebrew and Arabic are very closely related languages, so there was a lot of cultural give and take of the absorption of Arabic as an important language. Jews began, of course, writing in Arabic with Hebrew letters at this time. This was called Judaic, and it was a very widely used language among Jews. Another important element that's going on at this time is the very significant shift towards urbanization. Up until this point, Jews have largely been, like most peoples of the Middle East, an agrarian people. The majority of their economy was associated with agriculture, and although there were always elites who were active in culture and in commerce and so on in the small city of the time, it was during the period of the Islamic invasion and conquest that Jews really began to shift towards a more urban posture. The shift towards trades, crafts, skills, things like that was very prominent from the 7th to the 10th centuries in particular. One of the reasons for this is the way in which Muslims taxed the Jewish population in particular, and the general tax. Jews were, of course, required to pay a poll tax that was on the individual, the head tax, called jizya. We spoke about that a few lectures ago. And by the way, another aspect of the consolidation of the entire region was that if you had your receipts that indicated that you had paid your poll tax, you had much more freedom of movement across the region. You could go to someplace where people didn't know you, and you could produce your receipt if necessary without less difficulty with the local authorities. But they had another tax called a haraj, which was a collective land tax that was based on individual units of farmland. And the challenge of the haraj was that it was applied based on territory rather than population. So if you had 100 people living in a particular area and farming a particular section of real estate, and let's say 20 people left that area, that meant that 80 people had to carry the burden that was once carried by 100 people. And if another 20 people left, then 60 people had to manage that same tax burden. So it was kind of like an acceleration effect where the villages began emptying of populations, especially for Jews, who saw the cities as a much more amenable form of earning their living and a lighter tax bill. It also has lots of other benefits for Jews. You know, Jews have to go to various people. They need to walk to synagogue. They need to walk in different, have a ritual bath, an Asian restaurant, all kinds of things like this. So it kind of fits with their cultural evolution. This is Professor Marina Rothschild, very important scholar of the Geniza, which we'll speak about in a lecture or so. And she presented in one essay a brilliant analysis of the confluence of the Geonic expansion of influence and the discovery of a new method of communication that is specifically through paper. Historically, when new technologies have been developed, Jews tend to be early adopters, especially when it's associated with information technology. You know, the Arabs call the Jews the Am al-Kitab, the people of the book, but really we are the people of information. And so any way that we can communicate more effectively is something that appeals to us. Let's have a very quick look at the history of information technology up to this point, and it'll be clearer what actually happened that made a huge difference. So here's perhaps the oldest form of recorded information technology we have. It's a cuneiform tablet. It is basically a clay tablet that has these little wedge-shaped marks embedded into it and then baked. Great for durability. I mean, this is a piece of clay. It lasts a long, long time. It's really hard to destroy it. You can break, piece it together. Really handy archaeologists, but heavy to carry around, awkward to store, difficult to read, you know, all kinds of things that make this not such a great choice. The next evolution information technology at this time was parchment, which of course is very widely adopted by Jews. Torah scrolls are written on parchment, and this is essentially treated animal skins. Much more convenient to record and store and carry than cuneiform. And parchment has another kind of interesting feature that we don't recall that often with our contemporary methods of communication. It can be reused in a kind of a blunt way. Specifically, once you write on parchment, then if you want to use that text again, you can take some kind of like flat, hard object, like let's say a type of ruler, a stick, and you can rub it really hard, and that doesn't erase the letters, but it sort of fades them significantly. It breaks down the ink that's held by the animal skin such that it becomes less prominent. And then you can just go and write on top of it. This is called a palimpsest, and you can see here from the Geniza, there is in the back, the original text is a Greek text, and then written on top of it is very beautiful by contemporary standards, but it is rather useful that way. If you're familiar with the Mishnah in Pirkei Avot, where Elisha ben Abuya says, someone who learns in old age or learns as an adult, to what may this be compared? To writing on rubbed parchment, meaning if you learn as an adult, like in your 40s or 50s or something like that, then you have to like erase by rubbing all that stuff you learned as a child. But it never really goes away. What you learn as a child, as an adolescent, it's stuck in your brain in a very systemic manner. And you have to write on top of it, which is not ideal, but nevertheless you can do it. On the other hand, Elisha ben Abuya says, now if you learn things when you're a child, then that is much better. It's like writing on fresh parchment, nice and fresh high contrast and so on. Anyways, this is parchment. Jews adopted parchment in a big way. The other big development, again, in the ancient world was papyrus, which is a plant product, and the most famous place for producing papyrus is in Egypt. Used lots of reeds along the Nile River, and as you can see from this Egyptian document, holds color well, it can be very beautiful, and in fact, it can be made into a book form, unlike parchment, which works really well with scrolls. The papyrus can be cut up into like square slices and then bound on one side into what's called a codex, a book. This was actually very much used by writers in the first century, and so it was adopted by the burgeoning Christian movement as a major form of information technology. You know, of course, the early Christian movement is, of course, also Jewish, and so Jews adopted this technology. However, when the split between Christians and Jews grew wider in the second and third century and onward, many rabbinic Jews eschewed the use of the papyrus codex because it was so heavily associated with the Christian. It also has some technological weaknesses. Papyri tend to fray at the edges because it is a fibrous product, and so it tends to be a little bit more fragile in terms of codex. The next big invention is where we are in our Babylonian period, which is, of course, paper. Paper had been around for several hundred years. The China developed it significantly, but it was a period of the Islamic conquest in the Middle East when the Babylonians began to see the great value of paper and use it extensively. Paper is cheaper than papyrus. It can be locally produced. It's much more durable than papyrus, and of course, paper lasted for an extremely long time. And so, in the period of the Gaonim, the rapid expansion of the use of paper as a mode of communication among Jews across the entire diaspora in the Islamic world represented an opportunity for the Gaonim to really accelerate their influence. A lot more correspondence is happening back and forth, both religious and spiritual, and also, of course, economic and personal. A lot more writings are being produced and are being copied out. Because, think about it. In order to produce a reasonable sized book, that might take 300 animals to create enough parchment. But with paper, it's way cheaper to produce these things and much more efficient to ship them off to various places. So this is a period of a great expansion and consolidation of a more unified viewpoint about how to interpret the Torah that the Gaonim really are able to capitalize on with the communication methods made possible by paper. At this moment, if you don't mind, I'm just going to take a personal meditation and think about how this affected my life, not as a historian, but as a regular person. I have to say that when I was preparing this lecture, I had one of those flashes of momentary inspiration where I sensed in my own biography the great arc of history. I felt like I was riding a big wave of a historical moment. Let me share this with you. So have a look at this picture here. This is actually a photograph I took a few years ago of one of my sons sitting on a rock outcropping just outside my hometown in northern Canada. And this is a place where I, as a child, used to hike out to and sit and think about life, the universe, and everything. And as you can see, I've labeled a couple of places. On the left, on the Abitibi River, is the paper that sustained this town. It was established at the beginning of the 20th century, and there was no one here at this point. This is actually quite a remote part of northern Canada, but they took advantage of the old growth forest and the river network to create a paper mill that would serve the burgeoning interest of newsprint readers. A town gathered around this paper mill, which included my grandfather, Olav Shalom, named Alex Abramson, who had immigrated from Lithuania to avoid the Japanese in the 1905 Russo-Japanese War and thought he would make a living as a farmer. Unfortunately, the frozen permafrost of the area made this an unusually bad choice for farming. And so after a few years of trying that, he said, well, that's it. I'm going to become the Yiddish Ashmata dealer, which means a clothing store owner. And he established, you can see on the right, Alex Abramson and Son. It's not the big roof building, it's a smaller one right in the back there, which was the ancestral home of him and his children, and my father, who is the son of the Alex Abramson, and of course then my mother and I, we lived in a little apartment on top of the store there. And so just for a second here, I thought about how the Babylonians expanded the use of paper to popularize the Talmud, and paper just got more and more popular over the next 1,000 years until my own lifetime, in which the paper mill declined precipitously because we use papers anymore. And so the demand for paper has dropped so much. And my father, all of a sudden, understood in a very prescient way that the future in Iroquois Falls was looking dim because it was a single industry town. And so he ensured that I would be able to go to the big city, Toronto, where ultimately I would study Talmud that was popularized by the Gaonian on pages on paper. But now I work primarily in the material, which is entirely digital. This is your engagement today. What we're doing in studying history right now is very, very far from where there's no way to actually capture this on paper. So we have really come to a brand new cycle in information technology transfer. I'm very excited to be at this cusp of this great new moment for the popularization of Talmud and Jewish history in general. Okay, sorry for that little sort of tangent. Let's go back to our material. The Gaonim, of course, are the leaders of the academies now based in Baghdad. And we actually know a fair bit about them because of a really interesting letter that was written by the heads of one of these academies, Rav Sharira Gaon. Gaon is not a surname, it's a title. And he is asked by a community in North Africa, hey, can you explain to us, of course, in much more formal language, how exactly did the Talmud come to be? And, what do we make of these kinds of conflicts, and how are we supposed to use it and so on? And he writes a kind of a pamphlet length or small book length letter responding, explaining a lot about the evolution of the Talmud as a manuscript, and he goes beyond the period of the closing the Talmud, which would be around the year 500, to describe the next 500 years of Jewish history in Babylonia, which in particular describes the institution of the Gaonate and a sister institution called the Exilarchate. Now, we have had opportunity in previous lectures to speak a little bit about the earlier period. At this point, we should really talk about the growing conflict between the Gaonim as the intellectual and spiritual leaders, not only of Baghdadi Jewry, but really of world Jewry at this time, and the Exilarchs, who are recognized by the Muslim authorities as they were prior to this, by the authorities under the Sassanid Empire and so on, as the de jure and de facto leaders of the Jewish minority. The term exilarch in Aramaic is Reish Galuta, and there's actually a prayer that's recited for the position even today in most synagogues. There's a prayer in the Orthodox liturgy that is still recited today here on Saturday mornings for the health and welfare of the exilarch. The term, of course, exilarch means leader of the exile. But that's not to say that the Gaonim and the exilarchs always saw eye to eye with one another. The Gaonim, of course, the person who reached the height of being the leader of the academy had to be very proficient in Jewish law and had to be, a superior administrator and so on. Whereas the exilarch was a descendant of the house of David. That was a very important thing. And there's a lot of politics involved in maintaining that particular position. So what you see frequently in the Talmud is kind of like the occasional moments of friction. There were exilarchs who were much more pious, much more learned, but it seems that they were the exception to the rule. And perhaps one of the clearest examples of this and the awkwardness that this created was regarding an exilarch named Bustanai. He was alive at the time of the Muslim test, and when the Persian was defeated, the Muslim conqueror took some of his daughters, that is the Persian king's daughters, the princesses. He took one of them for himself as a bride, and he gave the other one to the Jewish exilarch Bustanai. Now, Bustanai married her. He had a number of sons with her, who later went on to become exilarchs as well. And this created kind of an awkward moment because it doesn't sound like such an kosher type of wedding. I mean, first of all, she's not Jewish. Second of all, she's taken captive in war. Thirdly, it looks a little bit like a kind of shotgun marriage where the new Muslim ruler says, here, this is your wife. And so the rabbis and the Gaonim had difficulty dealing with this particular situation. Ultimately, they found sort of like a halachic way to accept it. Specifically, they argued that although we don't know the details, but it's hard to believe that someone as important as the exilarch would not actually have his wife converted, and so she must have converted to Judaism, and so that kind of like assuaged concerns, but there was always kind of like a lingering doubt. Rav Shrira Gaon, for example, is very careful to point out that he says that even though I am also descended from exilarchs, I'm not from the Bustanai exilarch part of the family. Like it's kind of like an arm's length relationship to it. And so you frequently see conflict between the Gaonim and the exilarchs over a whole host of activities. In this context, we have to mention one of the most important of the Gaonim ever, this very unusual and creative figure named Rav Saadia Gaon, who lived in the late 9th and early 10th century. He was a brilliant scholar. He wrote very Hebrew linguistic commentary on the Torah. He engaged in very heavy polemic. We'll discuss it in just a moment. And he actually was not afraid of picking a fight over his interpretation of the Torah. One of the most significant elements was a conflict he had with the leaders of Jerusalem who disagreed on something as the calendar. Specifically, when would Yom Kippur fall in a particular year? And Rav Saadia Gaon strongly argued for a different date than that in Jerusalem. Ultimately, he won that particular debate, and that really demonstrated the primacy of Babylonia over Jerusalem. He himself was not a Babylonian. He was from Egypt, and in fact, one of the big surprises was when the exilarch actually appointed him to lead the Academy of Surah, and they later on, the exilarch had a conflict with Rav Saadia Gaon, even though he had originally hired him for the position. They had a major conflict. They were eventually able to patch it up. But this is the kind of environment in which there is a religious, intellectual, academic head to the community, and at the same time a political head to the community that may be associated with wealthier powers. They frequently come into conflict with one another. But it is the Gaonate that really has the longest impression on Jewish history because of their intellectual leadership. I alluded a moment ago to one of the activities of Saadia Gaon, and that is his conflict with the Karaites. Karaites are a fascinating population that I hope to return to later on in the series, but it is in the period when they really begin to see significant growth. Unlike the mainstream Jewish community, which are called the Rabbinites, who follow the interpretive tradition that includes the Talmud as a major source of how to negotiate the text of the Torah. The Karaites reject that interpretive tradition and argue that the original biblical text has to be observed much more stringently. There are many occasions in which the Talmud discusses the ambiguities of the original text of the Torah and argues that it should not be understood on a face value. This is inevitable. There are so many passages in the Torah which admit of ambiguity. Sometimes there are passages in the Torah which appear to be contradictory to one another, and the only way to negotiate these kinds of difficulties is to have an interpretive tradition. So a figure in the 8th century named Hanan ben David posed a rejection of the Talmud as a whole. There's a lot more interesting story about why exactly this happened. We have really only polemical accounts to describe his disagreement with the community as a whole. It appears that he was, for example, in line to become an exilarch.
1894, bitch.
And some
The
have
West
argued that
Side.
this was part of the
The
reason
West
for
Side.
his
1894, bitch.
interpretive tradition. But at any rate, he didn't form what were called at the time
Dude, that's so
Karaites,
many
but
people.
later
That's like
Karaites absorbed his legacy.
that's
as
like
their
more than
primary
1893.
impetus
Well,
for the
Oh,
Karaite
that's the
movement,
best.
however, expanded
1890
significantly throughout the
Wait,
centuries,
1892,
despite
not
the long-term
1894.
conflict with
How
the
many do I
Rabbinites.
have?
And here you can see in this map the many centers that they
1894,
established
bitch.
themselves in, and of course they exist.
That's big time. No face
When you
TV.
look at Karaite
Hate
history,
me.
for hundreds of years,
I would hate me.
historians have
Oh,
been forced to
this is the
evaluate
worst.
this movement from
This is
within
the worst
context
person
of the
ever.
highly polemical religious literature that exists on the
Really?
topic. That is,
I would be like,
Rabbinites like Rav
in the history of
criticizing
humankind,
Karaites, and Karaites
there has never been a
criticizing
worse person
Sahagdagon and others.
to ever
It's
get
very
on the
difficult to
internet
get a
than
sense
this
of
motherfucker.
how Karaism was actually
Hit me
lived
with it, baby.
in real life.
Hit me with it.
The Geniza, however,
Santa Claus
offers us a
machine.
brand new picture of what
Santa
it must
Claus
have been like.
machine.
Geniza is basically this massive
Santa
trove
Claus
of
machine.
documents which would
Santa
have
Claus
been thrown
machine.
away, except for an
Santa
unusual
Claus
habit
machine.
that the Jews near Cairo had of preserving everything.
I love
with characters. So it's not just religious books or prayer books,
Oh,
or
that is so
things like
fucking funny.
but also bills of sale, marriage contracts, personal correspondence, children's doodles.
They're
all
just trying
kinds
to
of
have a
amazing
normal
things are
conversation,
recorded
and I'm like,
in this massive trove, which only became available to scholars in the late 19th century, and in fact is still being deciphered to this very day. At any rate, when you look at the Geniza documents, which give us a really good picture of hundreds of years of Jewish civilization as it was lived in the Mediterranean, we see that surprisingly, Rabbinic Jews and Karaite Jews get along pretty well for the most part. We're not talking about the religious elite that have strong antipathy toward one another, but in most communities, you see that Rabbinite Jews and Karaite Jews live side by side without too much difficulty. You have the examples of Jews who belong to both communities, Jews who marry between the communities, certainly affect contracts with one another, do business with one another, celebrate their celebrations with another, and by and large, the Geniza portrait of Jewish communities indicates that Rabbinite and Karaite Jews got along a lot better than we would think they would if we were only looking at the polemical literature that the religious heads have left for us. So we'll probably have to come back to this again as we go a little further in this history. But for the time being, I hope you enjoyed this very quick overview of some of the religious, social, economic,
how you doing, Omni Doc?
technological aspects of the 7th through 11th century.
Excellent. I hope you had a great
Thank
day.
you very much for that.
Me too.
Thanks, baby. Thanks, baby.
But I try to be a realist that all nations kill. It happens everywhere.
So can we universally also then, the way you're passionately criticizing wars of the 20th century, can we also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great and the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire? That they're essentially wars of conquest, and in some human way were not necessary, or were not defensive.
So we just finished talking about the Gaonic period, and one of the communities that was most heavily influenced by the Gaonim of Baghdad were the Jews of North Africa. Let's take a few moments to look at the origins of that community and understand how they were shaped by the Muslim conquest And we'll conclude this lecture with one of the high points of the history of the scholarship that emanated from North Africa. So when we speak about North Africa, there's actually a term that's used in scholarly literature, the Maghreb, which means literally the West, and it's an Arabic term, the Hebrew would be Ma'arav, that encompasses these countries here in modern day terms, basically Libya, Algeria, Morocco in particular are the most significant for Jewish purposes. And as you can see, the population is highest on the coast itself. As you move further south, you get to the Sahara Desert, much more forbidding, much less population growth there. But there are Jews who are living, for example, on the southern side of the Atlas mountain range in Morocco and so on. Let's have a look here at a satellite photograph. So we can talk a little bit about the origins of the long-standing communities. Now, much of this is shrouded in legend. There is definitely, however, a significant Semitic influence in North Africa from the first before the Common Era, like let's say 900 BCE. But it's not necessarily Jewish, it is Phoenician. Thus, Phoenicians are a maritime civilization that, of course, were involved in Israel as well, and they have settled many places along the coast. Their language is closely related to Hebrew, and so that was kind of like a cultural and linguistic entree to North Africa that was especially significant as we have more. Now, one of the most famous cities is Carthage, which would be in Tunisia today. The legends of the earliest Semitic settlements suggest that some of the earliest populations to settle there after the Phoenicians were some of the early Canaanite people. Josephus suggests that some of Abraham's children who did not form, let's say, the Mosaic Israelite Jewish branch, that is, Abraham's children by Keturah, his second wife. The Torah describes his children by Keturah as having been sent east with gifts. Obviously, they returned, bringing them Asian food. But it's also possible, according to Josephus, to think of them traveling west. So they would have been descending Abraham. Augustine, in the 4th century, we spoke about him as one of the church fathers a while ago, he refers to the local term that people use for themselves in his region, Canaani, saying that this actually comes from Canaani, which means Canaanite. That some of the earliest peoples were those that may have been expelled in the conquest under Joshua. There was a legendary thought that the peoples of North Africa may have descended from the Girgashi people that are mentioned in the Torah as one of the 7 Canaanite nations that are expelled in the context of the Jewish context of the land of Israel. In terms of Jewish settlement per se, Joshua himself, his tomb is apparently venerated in Clemson, which is in Algeria. Unlikely that Joshua actually moved to the west, but nevertheless, this is kind of like part of the lore of the region. But the fact that there were Hebrew speakers in the region, not Aramaic speakers, suggests that it is not at all impossible to imagine migration there from the 6th century BCE onward. That is, after the destruction of Jerusalem under Nebuchadnezzar and the expulsion of Jews to Babylonia, it is in that Persian period that we begin to develop Aramaic as the lingua franca of Jews, having Hebrew as the spoken language would suggest that, yeah, in fact, these people were quite a bit earlier. But at any rate, whatever you make of these various legendary possibilities, there's no question that we have strong populations there in the 1st and 2nd centuries, lots of documentation of boatloads of captive Jews, the first Roman Jewish war being sent throughout the Mediterranean. You have migration after Bar Kokhba rebellion. You know of Jews, for example, in Cyrenaica, that Cyrene, that actually had a revolt against the Romans in the year 117, the Kitos rebellion, which we spoke about a while ago. So there's no question there's lots of Jews living here around the turn of the millennia. There's some interesting archaeological discoveries, such as a mosaic that was originally thought to be a church that was discovered in Tunisia. But looking at it a little bit more closely, you can see it says right there in the middle of the text, Sancta Synagoga. It says Holy Synagogue. And in the little medallions on either side of the text, there is the very classic Jewish representation of the menorah, which makes this a prime candidate, of course, for first century Jewish settlement in the region. The Muslim conquest in the 7th century is especially interesting because there's a lot more historical treatment of the discovery of Jewish tribes living in North Africa. A Muslim historian, Ibn Khaldun, says they came across these Berber tribes. Now, the term Berber is acceptable in English, although it is originally a derogatory term that was applied by the Greeks to the indigenous peoples of North Africa. Lacking, respect for their local terminology, they refer to their language as being kind of like a gibberish. They would say bar, and hence we get the term in English barbarian. But ultimately the term was transvalued and it was used to refer to these peoples without necessarily having a negative connotation. Now, among these multiple tribes, several of them were actually practicing Judaism, and the Muslims were surprised to see significant Jewish populations among these peoples. The earlier Semitic context, the earlier migration of Jews, no doubt had an impact on the local populations. The conversion to Judaism was especially pronounced among the nomadic forms of the Berber civilization, the so-called Berber branch, that were less sedentary, and actually quite warlike, which is fascinating to see. Particularly, you see there's a lot of legends regarding Queen Athena of a tribe called Jirawa that is associated with Judaism. In fact, the term Jirawa may be related to the Hebrew term ger. Ger means convert. Although there are lots of questions surrounding Queen Athena and trying to understand whether or not she was actually Jewish, if the Jirawa were actually Jewish at this time, but she is nevertheless in a major part of 7th century history for ferocious defense of her tribe from the Muslim invaders. She actually fell in battle herself, but it is significant in terms of describing the extent to which Judaism had penetrated the local populations. Now, just thinking about North Africa in terms of these kind of exotic warrior clans is a bit of a distortion of what else is going on in North Africa as well. A lot of scholarship developed, especially on the coast, as you have more and more scholars coming together in the welcoming environment of Islam to engage in religious studies. Perhaps the most famous is Rabbi Hananel ben Fushiel, who was an 11th century commentator who actually wrote the first full commentary on the Talmud. If you study Talmud today in the traditional printing, you will see Rabbeinu Hananel right on the side, the outside margin of every page of Talmud, which is prime real estate for commentaries. He actually wrote his commentary before Rashi, which gives you an indication of the antiquity of his work. Now, he may have been originally from Rome, and that just indicates how important the community of Qairouan, which is not the same as Cairo. Qairouan is located in Tunisia today, but that the community was strong enough to attract a scholar of his standard. Even more famous than Rabbeinu Hananel, it's impossible to talk about medieval North African Jewry without referring to Rabbi Yitzchak ben Yaakov Al-Fassi. Al-Fassi means the one from Fez. Fez is in Morocco. And he wrote a brilliant and very widely used Talmudic commentary that is still incredibly essential to studying the Talmud. Rabbi Al-Fassi's commentary is interesting in that, as we've discussed in previous lectures, the Talmud is a very unusual document in which there's a lot of discussion of halakhic practice, how one should behave as a Jew, and a back and forth of debate, looking at the ambiguities of the text and arguing different positions and sometimes, but certainly not all the time, coming to a clear and resolved conclusion. But the Talmud also includes a tremendous amount of material which seems really quite tangential in nature, that goes off and talks about metaphysics or biographies or recipes or observations from the natural universe, all kinds of things which are kind of a miscellany that are attached with very, very thin connections to the previous material. I think it makes the Talmud absolutely fascinating to read. But the Alfasi said, wait a second, let's really get to the bottom line, how we should behave here. So he went through the entire Talmud and he removed all of that other stuff called the Gadata, which I personally find that much more appealing in many ways, but it's just me. He removed all that stuff and he recorded the debate in the Talmud back and forth, inserting his comment as necessary in the narrative, sometimes with clearer conclusions, and he made a much more strapped down, pragmatic. This is how the Talmud derives the final legislation that eventually became law in the entire firmament of Jewish law. Hugely influential text that is usually printed at the back of every tractate in traditional printings today. I should mention, before we leave this, that another author, about 500 years later, and people go, you know what? All that other stuff is so good. So whereas the Alfasi removed all of the Agadata and kept only the Habib, Habib said, I'm going to do the opposite. I'm going to keep all of the Agadata in a separate book, which is published under the title Ein Yaakov. He and then later his son read the work. And that was a widely studied text for many hundreds of years. It is somewhat faded in recent centuries of renewed attention because it is an absolute fascinating. Okay, so that's a very quick look at the Jews of North Africa. I hope you enjoyed this brief video.
They fight over religion. So he made the law. This was very interesting. Talk about religious freedom. Religious freedom comes in many forms. One form is to allow institutions to do what they want. So we're going to allow the Mormons and the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims each to do what they want in the organized churches that they have.
One of the most fascinating periods, I think, in Jewish history is a brief period of about 2 centuries that existed in medieval Spain. It's sometimes called the Golden Age because of the phenomenal personalities that animated the cultural, especially the literary, poetic life of the Iberian Peninsula between about the 10th and the 12th century. There's a lot of question, however, as to exactly how golden this era was. A series of books over the last decade or so have gone back and forth on this. And so I thought I'd just very quickly give you a sense of when was this golden era? Do people call it a golden era? And what are some of the criticisms to say it was not so golden after all? Okay, I happen to have given quite a few lectures on this topic and of people in this topic. In the following lecture, I'd like to just take a very brief moment to speak about 3 of my favorites, actually my favorites. But I'll put in the links below some directions to longer videos in which I explore the lives of these people in a fuller length. But anyway, let's talk a little bit about the golden age of Spain. We last discussed the Iberian Peninsula. It was under the Goths, who, when they converted to Catholicism in the year 589, initiated a bizarre reign that was characterized by a tremendous amount of anti-Semitic legislation. As we discussed earlier, there's a lot of questions surrounding exactly the nature of how these decrees were implemented. We only have the legislative side to look at to try and examine the history, but it was a period of remarkable anti-Semitic legislation with punishments like amputations and the imposition of a police state to track the movements of Jews, all kinds of really see for centuries later anywhere. At any rate, it was a very, very nasty period. We have to assume between the years 589 and 711, which is when the Muslims entered the peninsula and conquered it in very short order, along with their rapid expanse across the southern part of the Mediterranean and into southern Europe as well. We don't get a lot of information about the flourishing of a sort of a Jewish Muslim synthesis or of this cultural coexistence that will be so celebrated for the first couple hundred years. But by the time we get to the 10th century, things change dramatically. One of the concepts that comes up again and again in the origin stories of this golden age is the notion of the loyal and wise Jewish advisors, meaning you have like Muslim rulers coming into the era, military rulers. They've got to manage a restive Christian population who resents their presence, and the Jews are an intermediary between the interlopers into the population. They're literate, they're numerate, they're urban. There's all kinds of advantages to using the Jews who themselves have no special connection to the local population, and especially not to the previous regime of Visigoths. So the Jews fit that role very nicely. And over again, you see this phenomenon of like a Muslim military ruler coming in and needing some local support and infrastructure, and Jews are there to fill that gap. It's not here at all that, as some 19th century historians have argued, that Jews somehow betrayed the Iberian Peninsula to the Muslims, but it is not at all outside of the realm of possibility that their military advance required them to go further and further north, and they had to leave behind a thinner and thinner layer of administration. The Jews were able to staff those positions to control the population, tax them, and so on. So that's probably where we have the functional this interconnection. Jumping ahead a little bit, of course, this is reversed over the next several hundred years, called the Reconquista, and that refers to the Christian movement from north down to the south, slowly pushing the Muslims back out, which covers the period 914 till 1492, which is, of course, the expulsion of the Jews, and shortly before that, the complete conquest of the peninsula with the fall of Granada in the south. But as you can see with the color coding here, gradually over the course of half a millennium, the Christians begin to slowly work their way down, with significant consequences for the Jewish population, as we shall discuss a little later on in the semester. So, speaking specifically about the Golden Age, what we're talking about is basically the era from Chastai ibn Shakrut to Yehuda Halevi. Those are kind of the major figures who bookend this period, and that dates from the 10th to the 12th century. The area in which this Golden Age is especially expressed is in the southern region, which is known as Al-Andalus, and it works within a Muslim cultural ecosystem, in particular the attitude to the tree, and that we shall see being so significant. I'd like to suggest, I don't think I've ever seen this term used before, but maybe I can coin it unless I'm stealing it unconsciously from someone else. There was kind of a silver age that followed it. Not nearly as amazing as the gold, but there were a few really important figures like Nachmanides or the Rashba, some phenomenal figures who were in Spain shortly after the Golden Age was coming to a close, and they existed within the Christian cultural ecosystem, with quite a different experience in many ways, as God willing we shall discuss as we go further along in the semester. So basically, that's what we're talking about. These 200 years between the conquest of the peninsula in 711, it really comes to its golden period in the 10th century, up until the 12th century, when the Reconquista begins to slowly make its impact on this brief and fascinating period. Okay. Now, what makes it so golden? Perhaps one of the most significant things is something that is known in the scholarly research as la convivencia, or as I think the Spaniards would say, la convivencia, which always makes me laugh. but it means literally the living togetherness, right? Coexistence, which is a little bit stronger, I think, in Spanish. The idea that these are, very diametrically opposed cultures in so many ways. I mean, Christians and Muslims and Jews, they have a lot to argue about, and they did argue in many ways, and there was a lot of violence involved in the history between those three parties. But for some reason, during those 200 years, there was a amount of a living togetherness where they appreciated each other's cultures in ways that we don't see for much of the period. There are certainly several key examples of this convivencia, which is not, a perfectly round convivencia with, Jews and Christians and Muslims all sharing equally. It tends to be lopsided towards the Muslims in terms of political authority, for example, towards the Jews in terms of fiscal activity, let's say. But, and I would say the Christians are probably at the bottom end of this triangle or this circle. But nevertheless, it does represent a step forward. Now, there are a lot of questions about it, though. Was it really as great as we will describe in the next video in particular? First of all, we should understand that one of the reasons why this happened at all is because Spain is so far away from the center of Muslim culture, which was in Baghdad. Right? In fact, in many ways, the Spanish Caliphate, the leaders of the Muslim society in Al-Andalus, declared themselves a separate and independent caliphate from the caliphate that was based in Baghdad. They were so far away. I mean, we're talking about distances that took, days, weeks to travel. And so it was kind of like being in Vegas, and what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. There was a lot more flexibility because they were so far from central authorities, and they could act independently in many ways. That's why you see in many times a kind of relaxation of Muslim orthodoxies, such as, for example, the consumption of alcohol, which was a very big part of the kind of evening salons that would be held, where Muslims and Jews and Christians would get together and declaim poetry and drink a lot of wine. This was something that you wouldn't see happening in Baghdad. There would be some elements of this in the Ottoman Empire, but centuries and centuries later. So the supervisory control of Orthodox Islam did not have the same kind of impact on Spain have in the center. There would be ups and downs to this. There would be invasions from North Africa, from much more doctrinaire Muslims who would insist on a return to some of those values. But for the golden era that we're talking about, there's a lot of center versus periphery issues which are very significant. And by the way, the same thing holds true for the Jews, because their center of gravity intellectually was still in Mesopotamia, with the great academies of Sura and Pumbedita themselves moving to Baghdad. The Gaonim were based there as well. And so they're very far away from the central authorities too. Let us not forget as well that although we speak about this convivencia, it wasn't completely equal. It wasn't like mi casa, su casa. It was a situation where the Jews were definitely limited in their authority. There were some phenomenal figures who reached great heights, but always subordinate to the Muslim rulers. There was no question that somehow there could be an independent Jewish state or anything like that. And so there were similar kind of boundaries on Jews and on Christians within their community. Nevertheless, placed within the larger context of what Jews and Christians were allowed to do in Muslim lands elsewhere, or what Jews or Muslims were allowed to do in Christian lands elsewhere, this was really a period of great liberalism and flourishing of cultural activity. There were also moments of violence during this period. Let's not think that this was one of uniform peace and happiness. There was a rather remarkable pogrom in the southern region in 1066 after the death of very important figure named Shmuel HaNagid that we'll discuss, God willing, in the next video. His son, who succeeded him, was unable to live up to expectations of the larger population, and there was literally a popular attack on him and on the Jewish community that resulted in the loss of life. This was definitely not a convivencia kind of thing to do, but it just serves to illustrate that we can't view this period entirely through rose-colored glasses. And finally, one of the most striking examples, perhaps, is the flight of Maimonides. He is often considered, since he was a native of southern Spain, he's often considered one of the great exemplars of Laxia. But in reality, the vast majority of his work, his scholarship, his activity as a Jewish leader occurred in Egypt as an adult and as an older individual. His period in Spain was fairly brief. His family fled when he was still a young man, primarily because of Muslim persecution from those North African invasions that occurred at the time. So this is just kind of like caveats to the overall idea of convivencia. In the next video, we're going to look at several figures who embody the ideas of convivencia. Finally, I'd like to give you just a little bit of a historiographic perspective on the reason why we get to this whole concept of the Golden Age in the first place. A lot of it has to do not so much with the 10th through the 12th centuries, but with the 19th century, specifically Germany in the middle to late 19th century. This is a period when Jews were arguing quite strenuously for equal rights, for what's called emancipation, a major theme that we'll go and speak about much more in next semester. One of the important historians of that era was this man, Heinrich Goetz, who wrote one of the first encyclopedic histories of the Jews that has been translated incidentally into a beautiful 6-volume edition at the turn of the 20th century, and it was the bar mitzvah present par excellence for decades. At any rate, in that context, if you go to Europe in the 19th century, you see that Jews have been emancipated in France already 50 years prior in the late 18th century. They've made tremendous strides similarly in England and even in Austria. There, the tolerance patent was out, and all kinds of things were indicating that Jews were getting more and more rights. Germany was not yet unified, and so there was a patchwork approach to how Jews should be treated. And there was also that brief-lived revolution of 1848 that for a moment swept away disabilities and then it slammed them back down again. So Jews in Germany were trying very hard to make the case that they should be emancipated as well, granted equal rights, equal access to colleges and universities, equal access to professions and things like that. And one of the things that was part of their overall intellectual strategy was look at Spain from the 10th to the 12th centuries, at what happens when a society gives its Jews more freedom. Those Jews suddenly are able to make phenomenal contributions back to the society. They're able to express themselves culturally. They're able to express themselves in literature, in science, in diplomacy, in military arts, all kinds of areas where, Jews are this untapped human resource that are going to waste because of these artificial political disabilities that are placed on them. Sort of elevating the Spanish Golden Age and this global Sephardic ideal, the 19th century historians really tried to create an image of this perfect society as a model for 19th century Germany to follow. The historical reality has a lot to say in support of that model, but as I've tried to outline here, there are some major caveats that take away from it. But at any rate, now that we have a sense of why it was considered such a golden age, in the next video, let's look at 3 figures, 3.5 really, that exemplify the ideals of the period, and maybe you'll see why it really was so fantastic. Thank you very much for watching.
There's never been a year without contact between these things. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent.
I don't think it's possible to measure the positive impact of that. because it wasn't just trade of goods, it was also exchange, explicit or implicit along the way, exchange of ideas, whether that's exchange of technologies, exchange of like philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, technical mathematical ideas, all of this spread throughout.
In the previous video, we talked a little bit about the structural features that made the Golden Age so golden, and we talked about some of the questions about exactly how golden was it. In this video, let's look at actually three and a half, or if you want, 4 figures who exemplify the Golden Age and give us some sense of really what was so fantastic about it. Let's start first with Hasdai ibn Shaprut, whose years are approximately 910 to 970. He was really an example of the wise and loyal servant that we saw a little bit in the previous video. There's a fascinating story that actually you see in a couple of these figures where he is drawn to political authority because of literary ability. He was, like many other Jewish figures of this period, a doctor. There is, of course, a long historical association of Jews with medicine. A lot of reasons for that. It is a field that demands literacy. It's a field that is it's a portable profession. You can be a doctor anywhere. It's not tied to land, which sometimes has the disadvantages of restrictions on land ownership in some places, and then the fear of expulsions that would lead to losing all this land, things like that. So Jews have been associated with medicine for many, many centuries, and the multilingual qualities of Jews in the Middle Ages, being conversant with Hebrew, frequently with Arabic, and with Latin, several other languages, means that they're able to access many different things. And so being a doctor was something we see among many prominent Jews at this time. Although that's not where he was especially famous, it was one of the areas he excelled. He was even invited to treat the prince of a neighboring Christian country for weight loss. He apparently was quite overweight, and Hasdai ibn Shaprut was one of the earliest diet doctors. He was able to shrink his waistline significantly, and that led to his increased fame. He was also known for having discovered the secret ingredient in a long-lost medical potion, a panacea really, that would cure all ills, called teriyaka. It's been lost since then. There was this idea that if you could just make one perfect medicine, it would cure everything, kind of like aspirin for everything. I always think it's kind of interesting that the term teriyaka sounds a lot like teriyaki, and that connects us to Asian food, which, as you know, is something that I think a lot about. At any rate, he's drawn to political centers primarily because of his literary qualities. The story goes, and again, there are a few different versions of this, and it applies to several figures, but a servant girl, a local government authority, of course, is illiterate. She goes to Hasdai ibn Shaprut, who's running kind of an apothecary shop, and she asks him to write letters for her. She dictates to him the kind of ideas that she wants these letters to say, and he writes them in beautiful, poetic Arabic for her. Later, her boss finds out about these letters and says, wow, these are beautiful letters, such turn of phrase and such beautiful calligraphy. I want to meet this person. So he's brought in, and then he's promoted and promoted. And the end, what happens is he is essentially made the minister of trade, which makes him essentially the foreign minister of a southern chunk of the peninsula. And he ends up, for the purposes of international trade, communicating with kings far and wide. His multiple languages help him. His ability to compose a literate message helps him tremendously. And his authority just expands and expands in this context. He never loses sight, however, of his responsibilities to the Jewish people. And frequently, he uses his position specifically to defend embattled populations, writing strong letters to Constantinople, for example, writing, as we saw in a previous video, letters to inquire inquire about the Jewish kingdom of Khazaria that he's quite interested in. He's using his position and his skills really as a leader of world Jewry at the same time as he is representing Muslim leaders in southern Spain. Now, another thing that makes him especially well connected to the Golden Age is his establishment of a scholarly basis for the Spanish Jewish community. He redeems a shipwrecked rabbi named Moshe ben Chanoch, and when he finds out that Moshe ben Chanoch, I should say redeemed, because often you have this situation where Jews are taken captive, kidnapped, and of course if they're shipwrecked and they have no papers and things like that, they can be taken by slavers and then they're sold in the slave market. It was a very large phenomenon of Jews pooling their money and redeeming co-religionists from slavery. So Rabbi Moshe ben Chanoch is redeemed by Chasdai ibn Shaprut, and when he finds out that Moshe ben Chanoch is quite learned, he's an Italian rabbi, he says to him, you know what, why don't you stay here and establish a yeshiva here? This yeshiva was incredibly successful, and the establishment of this yeshiva set in motion a Spanish Jewish scholarly tradition that would eventually become the pinnacle of scholarship in Europe, particularly in areas of maintaining very fine texts, because Talmudic manuscripts, of course, they're being copied by hand, and quite often there are errors, and there are multiple versions circulating because of these errors that get repeated by scribe after scribe. But the Spaniards were especially dedicated to the concept of getting the text precisely correct. That required a lot more of their investment in Hebrew grammar and things like that. By the way, I'm sorry about the image here. Those of you who were born before, let's say, 1970 will recognize it and the connection to the shipwreck. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. At any rate, let's go on. Another example of the activity of the Spanish Golden Age that I find especially perfect in the lifetime of Chasdai ibn Shaprut is the massive poetry battle between the traditionalist Menachem ben Zaruk and the interloper Dunash ibn Labrat. So the story goes like this. Everyone's big supporter of poetry here. There's a strong Arabic tradition that values poetry very highly. Spanish Jewry is heavily influenced by this as well, and there is a massive industry created for poetry. Poets are called in for hire to compose original poems for weddings, for funerals in particular. You have these gatherings, frequently of Muslims, Christians, and Jews, who will sit around a table together and drink wine and will, recite poetry that they have composed, sometimes on the spot, sometimes in terms of competitions, whose poems are the best. Really saturated with poetry in their society. So Menachem ben Zaruk would compose poetry in Hebrew based on biblical norms, and very beautiful, powerful Hebrew. We know from one of his letters to Chasdai ibn Shaprut that he was engaged in this kind of poetry for hire life. However, the comer arrives, having been influenced in Baghdad by some of this newfangled Arabic poetry, and he says, you know what, if we just recalculate the metric value of Hebrew vowels, and this is a huge discussion about what's going on here on a grammatical level, but basically Hebrew is written without vowels traditionally. The vowels are added later, and in fact it's typically printed without any vowels whatsoever. You have to literally memorize which vowels go with each word. So that's just to make Hebrew easier to learn. But there are certain vowels, like the shva, for example, that can be pronounced two different ways, and that alters the way in which a line of poetry could be read. So Dunash ibn Labrat said, you know what, if we just apply the Arabic rules of grammar to Hebrew vowels, we can make the Hebrew language much more melodic and fit with poetry much better. So there was a huge uproar that literally led to riots in the streets of Grenada. Literally, Jews fighting each other physically, fistfights, over whether we should stick with the classical poetry of Menachem ben Zaruk or whether we should go with this rock and roll version that this newcomer, this Elvis Presley type, has brought to our society by, contaminating Hebrew poetry with Arabic meter. In the end, of course, Dunash ibn Labrat wins, hands down. He colors the next 1,000 years of Hebrew poetry. Most of the poetry that Jews love today, songs like Dror Yikra, which is recited at the table on Shabbat and so on, these are, the Arabic inflected Dunash ibn Labrat versions that had such a huge impact. And even Chastai ibn Shaprut abandoned his Menachem ben Sarur in favor of this new poetry. But you get a sense here of how cultural the society was and how literature played such a huge role, and particularly in the last 1,000 years since then. Let us move on to another figure who will certainly share in the poetic legacy, but has a much more military trend. Shmuel HaNagid, whose years are 993 to 1055, so he just slightly overlaps with Chastai ibn Shaprut and moves on into the 11th century. His claim to fame is that he was a military genius, and get this is phenomenal. He served as a Jewish general leading a Muslim army for 16 years. Incredible. Where would you hear of such a thing, that you have Muslim soldiers following the orders of a Jewish general? And this was right to the end of his life. I mean, he died as a general. He was never forced out. He never retired. He was a phenomenal individual. And he was a ferocious general, tremendously successful. We know this because he wrote a lot of war poems, of course. And the poems are so surprising in the sense that they express such a range of the human experience that you won't find in typical religious poetry at all. He has poems that describe the heat of battle, that harken back in many ways to King David's poetry in the Bible. And in fact, he referred to himself, Shmuel HaNagid, referred to himself as the David of his age. But at the same time, he was also a tremendous Talmudic scholar, and he wrote a book, Talmud, which is still studied today. And I'd like to pause us for just a second and reflect on this. One of the amazing aspects of the Spanish Golden Age, and in this context, Maimonides is an excellent example, even though he fled Spain as a youth, he's a great example of how this is. It's highly unusual in Jewish history that you will have Jews who are at the same time highly expert and valued and world leaders as Jews, like for example the Talmud, and at the same time they are highly valued and expert in secular fields that are essentially followed by non-Jews. So you will have, for example, lots of tremendous geniuses like the Vilna Gaon, Shneur Zalman of Liadi, some phenomenal rabbis who make tremendous contributions to Jewish culture. And then you will have secular figures like Albert Einstein, Sigmund Freud, who make phenomenal contributions to world culture. But you will rarely have figures who are very well expert and recognized for contributing to Jewish culture overall, and at the same time contributing to secular culture overall. You will not have the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who is also the Rosh Yeshiva in Lakewood. It just doesn't happen. We don't have those kinds of figures. Jews tend to specialize either in things Jewish, or when you get to the modern era, things secular. And they excel in both areas, thank God. There are lots of people who have made their names and have light shines across the entire globe for what they've done. But it is only really in Spain where you see people like Shmuel HaNagid, who is equally famous as a general and as a Hebrew poet and rabbi. Maimonides, one of the greatest physicians of the world, and at the same time, one of the most stellar thinkers in Judaism simultaneously. This is something that is really characteristic of the Spanish Golden Age, and we will see it over and over again. It is so fascinating. But let us go back to Shmuel Hanagid, and by the way, the term Hanagid means kind of like the prince, the leader. It was probably applied to him by Rav Hai Gaon, who was one of the leaders of the Jewish community in Baghdad, the yeshivas in Baghdad. And this recognition of giving him his title, Nagid, was probably both an homage to his political position and to his tremendous scholarship. And we will have this term used, this title of Nagid, used over and over again in many Muslim areas for the leader of the Jewish community in that area. Now, I mentioned that he wrote war poetry, and a fascinating little tidbit is that he says he used to write his poems out and attach them to the legs of carrier pigeons, who would fly them back to his son in Granada, and who would then, unwrap them and assemble them in a diwan of his poetic writings. He wrote not only war poems, but also drinking poems, love poems. He wrote boast poems, which is a fascinating phenomenon where kind of a poetry slam thing. You can imagine like rappers who are, arguing with each other and dissing each other, shading each other, to use these kinds of like contemporary terms. He wrote those kinds of poems as well. Really surprising range of political voices. Have a look at the work of Peter Cole, who's translated a lot of these. Absolutely fascinating. He wrote three main collections. One is called David, if I remember correctly, alluding to himself as like Solomon, the work of his youth, which is mainly the war poems and so on. Then there's Ben Mishlei, which is also a work attributed to King Solomon. The book of Proverbs, which is kind of the work of his middle age, kind of like wisdom poetry, and it reads a little bit like Mishlei. I'll show you one in a second. And then he wrote Ben Kohelet, which is kind of like reflections on mortality and things like that, the work of Solomon's old age. A tremendously successful and moving poet, just as he was as a general. Here's one of my favorite poems from Ben Mishlei, and I'm going to read it in Hebrew. You have to forgive my attempt at a Sephardic accent, but that's the only way you can even get close to hearing the sound of the poetry, which is really gorgeous. And then I'll translate it so you get a sense of where he's coming from. This poem is dedicated to people who feign intellectual capability without actually investing the effort in learning. So it starts. Asher yagav kanal sfarim v'libom asher bam rik v'rekam. Kiseach asher chakak lekir na'at regel u'ba lakum v'lo kam. A translation. About a person who exerts effort and buys many books, but his heart remains completely empty of them. He's like a lame person who draws legs upon a wall, even 100 of them. When he tries to get up, he cannot. And the idea is, you think you've got a reputation for being learned just by buying books and putting them on the wall. But all you get a reputation for is for buying books and putting them on the wall. You actually have to learn the book and what's going on. Listen to the last lines. You heard the phrase, "Varekam, lakum v'lokam." Very, very beautiful kind of sense of how language moves. And I really enjoy his poetry myself. I'm sorry to torture you with that. Let's here now. I mentioned at the beginning that there's 3.5 figures I can talk about, maybe 4, depending on when I talk about it. One of the most fascinating little footnotes that I wish we knew more. I wish we could say fully. This is a fourth person, but we only have 3 poems from this person. But she is quite unique because she is the only surviving female Jewish poet of the era, and one of the very, very few surviving female poets of any era in the medieval period. Her name is Kasmuna bint Ismail. Ismail was the Arabic name that Shmuel used to describe himself. So many have felt that this might be Shmuel HaNagid's own daughter. He does actually refer to the loss of a daughter at one point in his life. Unfortunately, we can't connect these dots completely, but nevertheless, it is fascinating to think that she may have been Shmuel Hanagid's own daughter and not outside of the realm of possibility at all. We have those three little poems preserved in Arabic in a 15th century collection, and let me show you a couple of them. First one here. Oh dear, you who graze constantly in the meadows, I resemble you in wildness and in blackness of the eye. Both of us are alone and without a friend, and we heap blame always on the decree of fate. Now, the powerful metaphor here of blackness of the eye is apparently a very common one you find in Arabic poetry, and it is a sign of beauty, meaning that she, like the deer, has dark, dark eyes, and this is considered a very attractive thing, but she is nevertheless, with a certain amount of tristesse, expressing her disappointment at the hand of fate that has left her alone. This is the theme that runs through much of her poetry. 3 poems is all we have, but here's another one. The introduction of that collection says that, by way of kind of like putting this in context, he says she, Hasmuna, looked at her one day, seeing she was beautiful, and had reached the time of marriage, but that she was not getting married. She said, I see an orchard where time has come for harvesting, but I do not see a gardener reaching out a hand towards its fruit. Youth goes vanishing. I wait alone for somebody I do not wish to know. Beautiful expression of love lost or love unrequited. That's just an insight into what must have been happening with educated women at the same time as well. It's highly unfortunate that we don't have more examples of it, but nevertheless, thank God we have this. So, Hasdai ibn Shaprut, tremendous builder, active as a diplomat, as a foreign minister, and of course as a doctor. Shmuel Hanagid, this amazing general warrior poet, and his daughter possibly, Hasmuna. The last figure I'd like to speak about is Yehuda Halevi, who is, we discussed before when we looked at the Khazarian Empire. He is, of course, famous for his really bold work, the Kuzari, which frames the 3 great monotheistic religions that are competing to some degree in the Iberian Peninsula as a 3-way debate. This is something you could not imagine being written in Christian Europe. It would have just been completely, beyond the realm of tolerance, whereas in Muslim lands, in Spain in particular, as a result of La Convivencia, perhaps that's why he could get away with writing it. So anyway, he wrote it late in his life, and to be fair, he did leave Spain to make Aliyah to Israel, but at any rate, did write this phenomenal work, which is indicative of the freedoms that Jews had at the time. Like Hasdai ibn Shaprut, he was also a medical doctor. It was something that he didn't really intend to do, but what, he was not put together a living as a poet for hire, and so probably at the insistence of his mother, he became a doctor, and he earned a living primarily through that, and he had many tragedies in his personal life that, if you're curious, please have a look at the links in the information box, see a longer video on his life and works. But I'd like to also close by just giving you a look at some of his amazing poetry as well. This is a eulogy that was likely recited at the grave of a young girl. We know that he lost a daughter, just like Shmuel Hanagid did, and it's written with such power that it's not hard to imagine that he wrote this for his own daughter. Unfortunately, sources don't claim one way or the other, but let's have a look at the first stanza. The translation is from Hillel Halkin's remarkable work, phenomenal biography of Yehuda Halevi. Actually, this comes from an online version of just of some of his poems. Have a look on the web and you'll find these. These are great. So just the first stanza, listen to the sound, please. Hach biti, hashochat mishkanech, ki lishol nasu nosei aronech, ve'en chalki mimech rak zichronech, v'achonenes atrot zionech, את אסור לשאול שלומך בעינך, כי המוות יחריב בעיני חידונך. Let's read English. My child, had you forgotten the way to your own home, that your pallbearers strayed to the underworld's doom, leaving me with, since you are not here to ask how you are, a grave's clods to kiss, and your memory. Ah, death has come between you and me. This poem goes on. First it's speaking in the voice of the father, later it would speak in the voice of the mother, it will speak in the voice of the child herself, describing how terrible she feels that she was not able to live her life through adulthood, the marriage canopy, and so on. Very powerful moving. In the sounds of it, you hear how the uniformity of that final syllable feels like it's like a brick wall. It's so solidly constructed and such a permanent barrier like death separating between you and me. Incredibly poetry. But he, like Shmuel HaNagid, wrote poetry right across the entire spectrum of human experience, love poems and very light-hearted poems as well, and truly one of the great poets of human civilization, not just the medieval Jewish civilization. Okay, I hope I conveyed at least some of my excitement about the period, and I encourage you to have a look at the longer videos if you want to see a little more. But for now, thank you very much for watching.
But the Navy that had fled did not defend the city. Those cowardly generals, they made the little boy, 7-year-old brother, half-brother, to Deporgon was his name. They made him. Well,
Jewish life in the Dark Ages. We have to understand, what do we mean by this term, the Dark Ages? So it is a term that comes largely out of Western European historiography, which for a long time, like let's say 18th century onwards, tended to flow of Western history as kind of like being a really high point with Greco-Roman civilization. And then with the collapse of Rome, and especially its sacking by the Vandals in the 5th century, it hits a real low where you have kind of Conan the Barbarian ages, and not much happening, and no one's reading, and no one's writing, and people are very superstitious about all kinds of things. And it kind of sits there until it goes back up again with the Renaissance, which literally means the rebirth. There are definitely some kind of ladder-like steps up from the Dark Ages, the Gothic period, and so on. The High Middle Ages, which kind of goes from about 1000 to about the year 100, when you start seeing the beginnings of the Renaissance and some really exciting things happening that leads ultimately to the early modern era, the modern era, and so on. But the key element of this is it's very Eurocentric. It's as if the most important thing that's going on in history is whatever's happening in Europe. But in reality, when you look at world history, most of the universe, most of the world was not dark at all. And I think you could say that about the Jews as well, who are at this point not especially wrapped up in most of Northwestern European history in particular. So let's look at what Jews were doing in the Dark Ages. We've seen this map before from the beautiful Barnavi historical atlas. And as you can see, there are two really big centers of Jewish activity during the Dark Ages. Again, we're going to kind of taking the tradition of the Dark Ages, which goes from the fall of Rome, and let's say 405 and 476 are major dates, so 5th century dates, all the way up to about 950. 1000, so about 500 years that are really dark, Northwestern Europe in particular, not much happening. It is the collapse of Roman civilization that leads to that, although Roman civilization is largely taken over by Byzantine civilization. The same kind of Christian culture, although many very significant differences. Not Catholic, for example, would become later called Orthodox. The more formal split wouldn't happen until the 11th century, but definitely heading in a different direction. But it's kind of like the second Rome based in Constantinople, which you can see at the top of this map. But I got off on a little bit of a tangent there. What are Jews doing during the Dark Ages. So we've got two really huge areas of Jewish activity, which are quite intense during the Dark Ages. You have that large brown circle, which is the region around Israel, where you've got lots of activity. You've got lots of halakhic activity, intellectual activity, being the Jerusalem Talmud with the activity of patriarchs. They're organizing themselves. They are sort of negotiating a relationship with the Romans, which is not always so easy, and then later with the Byzantine overloads. But there's still quite a bit of historical data emerging from the Middle East during the Dark Ages. And then perhaps more significantly, I wish that the actual circle was bigger because it would give more of an impact. But Baghdad, oh my gosh, there's so much going on there with the transplanted yeshivot of Kumbedita and Sura, with the great intellectual centers of the Talmud that are just pumping away all kinds of stuff during this period, right up until the 7th century when you get the Muslims. And when the Muslims take it over, then they have an even greater explosion with the Gaonim, which we spoke about a few lectures ago. In fact, that's where we use this map. And the Baghdadi culture, the Mesopotamian culture, kind of like radiates all the way out through the Mediterranean basin and has its impact felt all the way out to Cordoba in Spain, where you see there's a major Jewish community. It was during this period that, it's true we have a lot of the Visigoths and so on, but we also get into the beginnings of the Spanish Golden Age. They have their roots during the period known as the Dark Ages. So these two areas represent the light that was coming out of the Jewish community in particular, and really has a very different kind of picture than what you think of with Northern Europe in the same period of time. But neither of these areas, of course, the Middle East and the Mesopotamian region, are in Europe. So what is happening in Europe in particular? So the most important areas, to be sure, are in Italy. There are just not that many Jews living in the rest of Europe. We have tiny little settlements in the Rhone River, for example, infinitesimally small ones in the Rhine River region, and like just little outposts, as it were. But in Rome in particular, and in the south, in Bari and Oria, you have some phenomenal centers of Jewish population where they are deeply involved in all kinds of Talmudic work and all kinds of historical work, poetic work. We have some beautiful remains of Jewish catacombs in Rome in particular. It gives a sense of the extent of their civilization, and they're really doing a lot. In many ways, as we saw earlier with the tracing of Ashkenazic culture from Israel proper through the Italian Peninsula and then into Northern Europe, this is the period where there is a lot of culture going on in this area here. I think some of my favorite expressions of Roman Jewish culture, extending towards the end of this period of the Dark Ages, is the remarkable work, the Aruch, which was written by Natan of Rome. And this is essentially the first dictionary of the Talmud ever. And it was a brilliant dictionary because, of course, don't forget, you're working in many different vernaculars. They're working in Latin, they're working in Greek, but the texts are in Aramaic and also in Hebrew. And, you need secondary materials to be able to negotiate these texts. So, Natan of Rome, who had a family name Anas, meaning the humble ones, he composed this first dictionary of the Talmud, and it's beautiful, it's brilliant, not only because it's not simply a word-for-word translation of the words that occur in the Talmud. It provides examples of how those words are used in the Talmud, and ends up becoming an incredibly important finding aid, such that, for millennia, a millennium since it was written, towards the end of the first millennium, many Talmudic scholars use the dictionary not so much to understand the translation of a given Aramaic word, but to know where it's used elsewhere in the Talmud, because it is essentially kind of what's the word, concordance as well as a Talmud. Great, really amazing work. So there's lots of scholars who are here in Rome and in southern Italy Many of them would later be transplanted to Northern Europe, Ashkenaz, where they would essentially become the nucleus of the Jewish community there. And we'll speak about them, God willing, a lot more next week. But that's really hardly dark at all for Jews. Jews are doing amazing things in this region in terms of poetry and scholarship and so on. And the whole concept of the Dark Ages doesn't make that much sense when you think about Jewish history. So we have, not a tremendous amount of historical data about what Jews were up to in the Dark Ages, especially when you move outside of Muslim-controlled lands into European lands. But one really interesting glimpse is a reference that occurs in Muslim historiography to the so-called Radhanite merchants. Now, it's clear from the context of the discussion of the Radhanites that they are Jewish, and they are clearly roaming the world and involved in multiple areas of trade. The term Radhanite is up to a lot of scholarly discussion. There's a huge debate as to why they are called the Radhanites by the medieval Muslim historian to describe their activity. My favorite understanding of this term is that it comes from the Rhone River, which is in central France. You can see here it basically bisects France here, it ends up in Marseille. And this Rhone River is a very important waterway that begins in central France and then comes out to the Mediterranean. As you can see from this map here, the dark line indicates the specific routes that the Muslim historiography describes as part of the destinations of these Radhanite travelers, and they're selling stuff, by the way. They're buying and selling all over. And the sort of dotted lines indicate the extended trade routes that we know would be most of their places. So it's not at all out of the question to assume that there were Jews who were traveling literally all over the world, engaged in a whole variety of trade as they were active refugees.
Well, I've been running down the road trying to loosen my load. I got 7 women on my mind.
Jews are deeply
4
involved
that want to hold me, 2 that want to show me once, and she's a friend of mine. Take it easy, take it easy. Don't let the sound of your own wheels make you crazy. Get up while you still can. Don't even try to understand. Just take a face to think your stand and take it easy. Well, I'm standing on a corner of Winslow, Arizona. Such a fine sight to see. It's a girl, my lord, in a flatbed boat, slowing down to take a look at me. Come on, baby, don't say maybe. I'm gonna know you're gonna say me.
They were the Chinese liked to make their silk into more thick, durable cloth for their clothing. The Romans, on the other hand, said, no, we don't like that. We want it sheer and filmy and something that you drape over yourself and something quite a bit more racy. And so the Jews were actually involved in weaving. They often took the silk cloth from China and then they reweaved it. They actually pulled out the thread and then remade it into much more diaphanous cloth that would be sold at a much funny little detail. Okay, anyway, so the Jews are definitely heavily involved in this international travel. Now, why did this? What is kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy or a self-affirming cycle? Because the Jews do have a common language, Hebrew. They have a common legal system, such that they're all bound by the rulings of the Talmud, and they can rely on a neutral, body of judges who will not judge them by the capricious laws or specific reasons. I'll get more into that in just a second. They also have a strong co-religionist bond, such that it is not at all uncommon. And in fact, it was widely common right up into the 20th century in Eastern Europe, where a stranger could show up in a synagogue on Friday night and say simply, hey, I need a place to stay for Shabbat, and they'd be taking for meals, I have a place to sleep, and then once the Shabbat was over, then he would say, okay, here I am, I'm selling wine or silk or whatever it is, have you got anyone who wants to trade with me? And of course the business was self-affirming. So the diaspora of the Jews was actually the foundation of the international commerce that they would be engaged in right up until contemporary times. There is a long historical tradition for this. We will explore the economic aspect of this by doing a lecture later this summer or later this spring, I guess. But let's go to
voices in the night. She's a restless beauty on a cloud.
The kind of situation that was going on in real dark ages in Northern Europe.
See how high she flies.
So we're talking a really weird, backwards, pre-Christian kind of environment where
she got
they
the moon in her eyes.
Ordeals. Like this is a drawing of the so-called ordeal by water, in which you had a person suspected of some kind of criminal activity, and so the best way to see how well they did is if you tie them up and throw them in the lake, and if they don't drown, they're innocent. Because the
There isn't half there is
so that's definitely by Talmudic standards. Another version of the ordeal was, two people are in a legal fight, and one of them claims he's totally innocent, so the judge can say, all right, we're going to boil up this vat of oil, and we're going to drop an iron ring in it, and you reach into that boiling vat of oil. If you can take the ring out without being harmed, that will mean that you are obviously innocent. And if you are not willing to do it, it must mean that you are guilty. Like, yikes. I would not want to be anywhere near this kind of legal system. Give me the Talmud any day, rules of evidence and testimony and things like that, please. So, and one last thing, of course, was I'm not sure how Jews felt about this, but there was the trial by conduct or deal by conduct, where you could defend your innocence by simply going hand to hand with your litigant. And this is probably not historically accurate from the period I'm talking about, but I kind of like it. This is also something that has no basis in Talmudic jurisprudence. So luckily, Jews were largely exempt in Ashkenaz from any of these trials by ordeal. And they were able, even in
the way the sparkling
able to have their affairs deeply according to Talmudic law. This was an arrangement that benefited the Jews and also benefited the traders.
With a million stars
they're in a tiny minority traveling up and down these riverways.
I got a peaceful, easy feeling, and I know you won't let me down. Cause I'm already standing
and you see in the dark ages that Jews are granted this number of communities that we see them appearing in Northern Europe. It's quite fascinating. At this point,
I found out a long time ago
after discussing much greater detail later,
what a woman do to your soul. No, she can make you anyway.
Very strongly
in Northern
Europe, although it
how
definitely
it
has
goes.
similarities to what was going on.
I got a peaceful, easy feeling, and I know you won't let me down, cause I'm already standing.
connect with this one another. But essentially, these tiny little struggling communities, we're talking about less than 1,000 people in any of them, are granted the right to govern themselves. They're granted certain protections in order to largely benefit the trade, and later, as we shall see, benefit the tax structure and the tax revenue of the crown. Again, I'm sorry to be talking about this now because we're going to spend at least one of these videos talking about who's going to lead our economy, and this is crucial. But what it gives us for now is the possibility of Jewish social independence, that they are through the Kehillah structure, through their legal autonomy, able to run their own affairs and create their own social safety net. Education, support the elderly, support for orphans and widows, support for poor brides, all kinds of things to ensure that the Jews are self-sufficient as a community and contribute to their ongoing survival, despite the relative barbarity of the Dark Ages. So that's just by way of introduction. I want to give you that kind of background color as we go on to speak now about the Rishonim, and I think the contrast is going to be absolutely
politics, reading a few books, but like the way you've understood and felt the Mongolian steppe, like understand the Chinese people in that way, because it does feel like from that understanding.
I totally know.
My work self-classifying as Chinese history, which I think is ironic, because for me it's always a Mongolian history. But for the last book I wrote, we still...
In order to start talking about the Rishonim, we should talk about what that term really means. So Rishonim literally means the first ones. Rishonim are the first ones. You have to go backwards a little bit and learn a little bit of Jewish theology. There is this concept in Jewish theology that actually is quite important for understanding how Talmudic jurisprudence in general works, and it's called in Hebrew Yehudah, or the decline of the generation. Essentially argues that earlier generations, from starting with Moses' generation, shown here, the generation called the generation of knowledge, that actually heard the first two of the commandments spoken by God. That was like a pinnacle of a kind of spiritual wisdom that was prayed in generations after generations. Because they had all had, I'm not going to go into the material here, but it's important for us to understand that generation of the Exodus had achieved such a closeness to God from that moment at Sinai that every subsequent generation invariably represents a decline. And this decline is not necessarily intellectual in nature. So, for example, when Talmudists are trying to determine a specific law, the rule is not to go to the earlier authorities, but go to later authorities because they tend to have more facts at their disposal. Like, for example, if you wanted to know is a microwave kosher for cooking, you would not ask some rabbi who wrote about things in the 19th century because he wouldn't have those kinds of facts at his disposal. You would ask someone writing in the late 20th century to be able to discuss it. There's a lot more reasons for this, but essentially the intellectual capability of later generations is not questioned. It is the spiritual capability, the sensitivity, the ability to penetrate to the core of an issue that is considered to decline from the moment of Sinai downward, through the prophets and through the sages and so on. So the major people or major groups that we're speaking about in the medieval period begin with the Tanaim, and these are literally the teachers. They are associated with the Mishnah, and their activity is more or less from the year 200 before the Common Era to 200 of the Common Era. The following generation are called the Amoraim. Amora means literally the sayer. And what this refers to, or the speaker if you want, what this refers to is that this is already a term used in Babylonia in particular, where the vernacular was Aramaic and the texts of the Tanaim were in Hebrew. So you would have a teacher, a rabbi, who would give the lecture, and then a professional human microphone or loudspeaker would then repeat it in Aramaic translation so the population could understand. And the sage of this generation, in humility, they refer to themselves simply as the repeaters, the speakers, the Amerai. So these are the sages associated with the Talmud, from about the year 200 of Hamor to about the year 500. An Amora may not override a Tana. An Amora does not have the same authority as a Tana because of the idea of this Tana's. However, if there are two Tanaim who disagree, and an Amora can bring support for his argument with another Amora by quoting one of those Tanaim, then the Amora has support for his argument. So they go from earlier times to prove later arguments. I know it's complicated, but we have to talk a lot more about Talmud. The next generation, there's some dispute over what exactly the Samaritans were, when they were, but they blend into the period of the Geonim, which we did speak about a little while ago. And these are post-Talmudic authorities, primarily based in Mesopotamia, up until about the year 1000. We get to our protagonists, the Rishonim. They are called now the first ones. They're clearly not first when you consider them within the scope of the fire authorities, but they represent a distinct chunk of intellectuals who are writing particular kinds of things, roughly during the period 1000 to 1500. I've rounded these numbers off, obviously, but this is the era of the Rishonim. And what I'd like to do now is talk a little bit about what they did, why they deserve their own name, what makes them so special, and they are distinguished from the later authorities called the Achalonim, literally the after ones, or the later ones. The Achalonim definitely also have a very distinct style, very different from the Rishonim, and I'd like to spend more time about that, but God willing, when we get to the fall, we'll talk about that. Note that they kind of stop at around the year 1900. I think it's because in the 20th century, although there's no real kind of dramatic break between the people who were writing in the 18th century, 19th century, but by the time you get to the 20th century, there's just people feel like, wow, I can't be Achalan. You can't call me an Achalan like the Maharsha or like the Sheriff or something like that. So we'll come back to that. But anyway, these are the sort of terms used for these big intellectual chunks of time and the sort of things that are happening. So let's understand what were the Rishonim up to. So there were three main activities. They were largely commentators, counters, and codifiers. These three groups and these three types of activities were especially important for the Rishonim. We'll understand them.
I heard some people talking just the other day. And they said you were going to put me on the shelf. Let me tell you, I've got some news for you. Then you soon find out the truth. Then you have to eat your lunch all by yourself.
Holding on to them.
Ready gone, and I feel feeling strong.
Commentators. So
I will
one of
sing
the most important
this favorite song.
is regarded as the Rabbi of all Jews. In fact, the acronym of his name is Rashi. His name is actually Rabbi Shlomo.
Maybe stop and wonder why.
Solomon, the son of Isaac. That is also sometimes locally translated Rabban Shel Yisrael.
Just remember this, my girl. When you look up in the sky, you can see the stars, but still not see the light.
That's right. On a massive sweep of Jewish literature, a tour de force, providing very pithy, short but incisive and deeply clarifying comments on the entire Torah, the entire Tanakh, the entire Talmud,
Look at this
massive,
movie.
massive amount of work
Isn't this
that he actually
athleticism?
repeated several times. He went several
Dog.
editions. There are, unfortunately, a few lost tractates where either
Looks
he
athletic.
did not complete it or
Folks,
he lost
I
it,
don't
but
think I can
otherwise,
put
we have
it into words
this
how
guy that
athletic.
takes you through all of the major texts of Judaism in the 11th century. And his style is absolutely enlightening. Children study it because it is so clear and gets to the point of the matter. Now, also, his clarity is, you see the art in it because he takes very complicated things and he edits them down to just 3 or 4 words quite often and just gets across the idea. One of the most important things that Rashi did is his commentary on the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses. And in fact, people say that the correct way to learn Torah is fingers. One finger from the Hebrew text, the other following Rashi's commentary. And in fact, in discussions with the Christian colleagues or Bible scholars, I realize how deeply ingrained it is in Jewish study of the text to always be following along with a commentator. And there are several to choose from, obviously, but Rashi is clearly the king of these commentators. One of the major elements of his intellectual art was his awareness that a major desideratum was to bring the oral Torah, that is the Midrash, some of the esoterica of what would later be called the Kabbalah, and bring that into the text itself through the commentary. So when you're learning the text of the Torah with Rashi's commentary, you see sometimes, really strange, difficult passages. Rashi will say, don't worry, the oral Torah addresses the questions that you're probably having, and you'll bring in these brilliant insights from the oral Torah. And so it really makes the study of the Torah of Rashi a complete, comprehensive study of the Torah as a whole. One of the interesting engines of Rashi research today is the perennial question, what's bothering Rashi? Like, why did Rashi choose to tell us this? And you figure out the question that Rashi must have had that drove him to give us the answer. And it's tremendously satisfying. So Rashi is one of many. He is just definitely the king of the era, but he is one of the most important commentators to provide insight into the ancient texts and make them accessible for his generation and
It's
the
good.
millennium. He is as fresh today as he was in the 11th century. The
Good.
second major group,
I love good.
which are less significant today in terms of people following in their footsteps. There are many people who are like writing commentaries on commentaries. Of course, there are super commentaries on Rashi to this day, but are the counters. In Hebrew, they're called the Monei HaMitzvot, the counters of the commandments. So based on a passage in the Talmud, a very well-known passage in which there's a description of 613 commandments in the Torah, the Rishonim began to say, okay, well, let's make a list. Let's go through the Torah and let us actually provide a list of all 613. Of course, what happens is when you get multiple rabbis working on one problem, frequently you get multiple solutions, right? 2 Jews, 3 opinions, and in fact, they all have to come up with the number 613, because that's the number that the Talmud says is there, but then they disagree as to, no, you're counting one mitzvah, don't count that mitzvah at all. And the other one says, no, you're counting 2 things as 2 separate mitzvot, they're really only 1 mitzvah. Or you throw these mitzvot, what about these, right? So the counters essentially try to place some kind of order on the commandments that appear in the Torah, and that it's hugely consequential because it will especially lead to the next category. But to give you an example of one of the Rishonim that is my favorite counter for sure, this is an anonymous counter, often identified with one Aharon of Barcelona, Spain. Quite possible, although there's significant questions that perhaps it was something else altogether. So it's an anonymous book called the Book of Chinuch, or the Book of Education. And it is the greatest bar mitzvah present ever. Where this particular particular guy wants to give a bar mitzvah present to his son. So he essentially says, here, I'm going to list out all 613 commandments. I'm going to list them in the sequence in which they appear in the Torah. So when you go to synagogue every week and hear the Torah read, you'll be able to review all of the mitzvot that occur in that week's parsha. And that's brilliant. That's great. Really helpful just in itself, isn't it? But what he does after that is so much more amazing. First of all,
This motherfucker might be one of the most important motherfuckers we've ever seen.
The English translation
Let us see
is
some.
wisely today is a 3-volume set. And then he tells you a little bit about how the mitzvah is performed.
Nice.
And then he tells you a
You ever
little
get
bit about
spam,
this
son?
is amazing and not so common as you would think. He tells us why we have this commandment. And that's like so valuable because many of the other authorities from the Talmud on really don't think about that. Or if they do think about it, they don't write a lot about it. There's this sort of religious approach to the text saying, here is the commandment, and it is incumbent upon us to observe it. Kasher tzivanu Hashem Elokai, as the Lord God commanded us, right? He didn't tell us to think about it. He told us to do it. I'm generalizing. There are a lot of people who say, no, we have an obligation to think about it too. At any rate, the Chinuch provides the why to a lot of these commandments, to all of them actually. We don't necessarily, not all of the Rishonim agree with his response.
You think you get to 1900 by
the best bar mitzvah present ever. We know that it was a bar mitzvah present, and we know a little bit about him and his son because he speaks to his son directly in the text. It's really very sweet and engaging. We know, for example, that they were Levites because he says, "My son, pay attention to this mitzvah because you're a Levi. You're going to have to keep this particular mitzvah." Brilliant and highly enjoyable. And then finally, most significantly, because it flows directly from the counters, are the codifiers. And this is hugely because essentially these are the people. One of the most important on our list here is Rabbi Yaakov ben Asher, known as the Rosh, or the head, who go through these commandments and they say, okay, thank you, for example, anonymous author of the Chinuch, for laying them out how they appear in the text. But if we're actually going to work with these in a functional way and organize a society around them, we've got to have them organized by topics. We've got to have all the laws of keeping kosher in one place, all the laws of keeping Shabbat in the other place, all the laws of, civil, criminal law place, and things like that. Codifiers begin to say, all right, organize this here, this is the mitzvah here, this is the mitzvah here, and remember that there's significant debate about what exactly is the mitzvah and how does it apply and under what circumstances is one exempt from it. All of these things are really important. So the codifiers who create, for example, the Rosh created a very important commentary called the Arba Turim, the 4 columns or the 4 pillars, which correspond to 4 different aspects of human life. They end up becoming these source of tremendous dispute and commentaries on the codes. But nevertheless, they are hugely important. The most important of them for contemporary usage is undoubtedly the Shulchan Aruch. We'll speak about him better later on this class as well. So these are the 3 main areas that give the Rishonim their distinctive sort of functions. They're really involved in these things, and with the limited exception of counters, all the Achronim afterwards are kind of following in their footsteps. Now, at the same time, what's really fascinating to me as well is that the Rishonim are not all uniform at all. They are highly individualized and idiosyncratic. The Rashba and the Litva and the Rambam, totally different people, different approaches, different personalities, and sometimes they pose questions and provide answers which are shockingly modern, and you say, like, what is going on here? Where did this idea come from? And how come I don't see it in the traditional codes and so on? So among those kind of outliers are brilliant figures like Rabbi Abraham Tibbet Ezra, who was not only a commentator of note, he was also a tremendous poet in Arabic and Hebrew, and a scientist. There is a crater on the moon named after him. He is the subject, by the way, of some poetry in the English language as well. Here he is holding up some astrolabe in his left hand and the compass in his right, which alludes to his kind of early scientific search and curiosity. He lived a very poor, difficult life, traveled out of his poverty. He would, again, this is before printing, so he would literally write out his manuscripts, and then because he was so poor, he would sell his manuscripts, his only copies sometimes, and then have to rewrite them entirely from memory to sell them again. The things he wrote about his poverty are plainly biting. But it also gives you a sense of, wow, this is like so unlike Rothschild, so unlike others. You see also Gersonides, also a Rishon who is not widely studied today, but brilliant, very cutting against the grain kind of commentaries on all kinds of issues which are extremely relevant today. And when you study some of these Rishon and you say, this is like alternate history, like what would have happened to Jewish civilization if we decided that the halacha, the law, followed Gersonides and not, let's say, the Rothschild? Very, very different kind of possibilities. It's fascinating for our purposes. We're going to come back to both Gersonides and Ibn Ezra, I think, when we talk about the scientific revolution and Jews involved in it. But this gives you just a sense of the idea that there are many outliers among the Rishonim. It's hardly a monolithic, singularly orthodox way of looking at the world. The Rishonim had a tremendous scope and spectrum of activity and interest. So, okay, I said I got a little bit too excited there and I spoke too long about some of these things. So let's look at Maimonides specifically. And he is really special because, among other things, he is the greatest of the outliers. I mean, he is so amazing unto himself as a scholar, as someone who is active in all of these areas and many more, but at the same time, he was the most vilified during his lifetime, and especially shortly after his lifetime, so much so that Jews actually were responsible for burning Maimonides' books, if you can believe that. Get to that story.
He's in the kitchen.
Was a heavy drinker. Tagadi was very rigid about the law of the Mongols and all, but he thought he seemed to favor such as a more reasonable, good warrior, but reasonable person. They called out Tutsi when my son speak. Tagadi, the second one, believed the Mongol law was supposed to be.
Next one, Junior.
And he said, this is when
here's a sort of modernized, detailed version of the iconic image of Maimonides that we have today. We have no idea if he looked anything like this, but it's sort of like when you see that picture, say, oh, Maimonides. That is his signature up on top, though, which was taken from the Chinese archives. His dates are 1138 to 1204. He was born in Cordoba, Spain. Spoke about it a little bit in the beginning of the Golden Age, but he had to flee Spain as a youth because of the persecution of the North African Muslim tribes that came into the Iberian Peninsula and started demanding a much greater adherence to Muslim orthodoxy, and wanted to put a stop to the excessive fraternization that they felt was going on between Jews and Muslims and Christians. So his family had been in Spain for generations. In his biography, he lists, I think, 10 generations of dayanim, of judges, of rabbis that preceded him. The family had to flee Spain. And over the course of teenage years, they made their way across the coast of North Africa, from one place to another, along the way from Spain to Egypt, where he ultimately he received a significant secular education. He was especially trained in Tunis, where he learned to be a doctor. We mentioned before, this is kind of like the profession of a Jewish intellectual of the medieval It's portable trade, it's respected, it's a well remunerated trade, so therefore, Jews often chose this as their profession. Although he dedicated himself during these years of his youth exclusively to study. The mainstay of their family economically was his brother David, his older brother David, who was a merchant. Unfortunately, when he died in a shipwreck and lost all of their wealth as well, Maimonides had to go to work, and so he turned to trade as a physician, and he had to abandon his full-time study of Torah in order to do so to support the rest of his family. He is, in many ways, paradigmatic and at the same time exceptional. Paradigmatic in the sense that, as we discussed in the Golden Age of Spain, he is one of these really unusual people who is world famous for his secular activities, specifically as a medical doctor, and at the same time, he exerts some phenomenal light on all of Jewish intellectual history for the next 1,000 years. He is so incredibly powerful in both areas simultaneously. That's what makes him sort of like the ideal of the Spanish Golden Age. And that's why I think so many schools are named after him, because you want to tell your parent body that if you send your kid to our school, he's going to be like Maimonides, a great scholar of Torah and a great winner in the secular field and so on. I think that's what kind of the image that we're trying to get across with that. Because, as I mentioned, when we talked about the Rishonim, his opinion in halakha is frequently ignored by later commentators. I should say ignored. I should say it is overruled. You'll say, okay, Maimonides thinks this, but two other major figures, the Rif and the Rosh, they disagree with Maimonides, so we're going to go with majority rule, and Maimonides will lose out. He does things that, he approves of things that the rabbis later would disagree with. And so, although he has an impact on Jewish history and Jewish thought, many of his ideas were outright rejected. Just to give you one interesting example, he felt very strongly, based on his long-standing experience in his family, that a person should not receive a check for serving as a rabbi. I know I'm going to get in trouble after saying this. Rabbis, if you're watching this, Sephardic congregations sometimes continue this practice. It's more exceptional in the Ashkenazic thing. And there are lots of ways to justify it. Like, for example, if a rabbi does not receive a paycheck, or also teachers, who may teach Torah, you should not get paid to teach Torah. Wow, that would essentially sink the business model of so many Jews. That would be terrible. But there are lots of halakhic exceptions. The most important one being that if a rabbi does not have another source of wealth or income, then he would have to leave off being a rabbi in order to be, a plumber or an accountant or something like that. So there is kind of like permission given to pay your rabbis and your teachers so that they are able to rabbi and to teach. But that's kind of an unpopular opinion that Maimonides pulls out of the Talmud and really emphasizes. By the way, I should mention that he is known popularly among Jews as Rambam, or the Rambam, which is an acronym of his name, Rabbi Moses ben Maimon. The Greek term Maimonides means son of Maimon, that would be his father. Okay, so he's paradigmatic for being kind of that Spanish Golden Age ideal, even though the bulk of his career was not in and he's exceptional because he's frequently disagreed with, very undersized in his own life and beyond. So he's very unusual with that. Now, what did he write in that? This is a beautiful manuscript, illuminating manuscript that I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Let's break it down to several categories. First of all, In his youth, he composed a very important commentary on the Mishnah, which has a lot of the qualities that we see in Rashi's work. So, made him really much appreciated by his audience, and it is standard printing. Even to this day, the standard printing in the Mishnah includes the commentary of the Rambam.
No one does that.
A little bit more different about the Rambam is he's very extensive, for example, medical writings in Arabic. He was like the go-to doctor of the age. He performed medical services for the royal house of Egypt. He describes in some of his writings how he gets up early in the morning, he has to commute from Fustat to Cairo, where he treats all of the kids and all the wives and the harem and so on. He works there all day, then he comes on by donkey to commute back to Fustat. There's a whole lineup of people who ask him all kinds of lots of questions. He has to spend hours and hours answering the questions. He wrote extensively in his area of medical fascinating writings, which are preserved. They are accessible today. And he writes on things like depression and anxiety, sleep disorders, family intimacy, all kinds of issues regarding the use of herbs and various medicinal products and so on. Extremely important medical writing still studied to this day. He also wrote extensive letters. We have quite a bit of his correspondence to far-flung Jewish communities. Since he was unofficially considered the leader of all the Jews of Egypt and surrounding regions, they would frequently write to him for guidance and support. And some of these letters, in which he's addressing a specific problem, I'm thinking in particular of one of the letters that he writes to a conversation who feels that he's being maltreated by the community in which he lives. And one of these writes such a passionate, strong defense of the convert's position that it shows his personality and shows how he stood up for the lonely, he stood up for the less fortunate, and so on. And another passage that occurs to me in the Mishnah Torah, very important passage in which he says that it's very important that before every holiday, a person spend some in charitable fashion, because if you don't take care of the widows and the orphans in your society, before you take care of your lavish meal for your family and friends,
the best
celebrating the holiday, you're celebrating your stomach. Really powerful, incisive kind of direction. So this gives you a sense of
why not?
global leadership. But what got him to a lot of trouble were two other groups of writings, and these are the ones that are most widely studied today. The first are his philosophical writings, of which the most famous is undoubtedly the Moral translated as the Guide.
This is quality content.
That is essentially Arabic written.
Oh, fortunately not.
And it was written for a particular student who was kind of like a type. He was a student who was struggling with the apparent challenges posed by contemporary Islamic philosophy and Judaism, and having a lot of high-level intellectual doubts, and wondering, these Arabs have some great philosophical ideas. These are essentially the great Arabic tradition that flows from Aristotle, the Greeks, and he's wondering, they systematize so many things, and they seem so logical, and Judaism doesn't make that much sense. So the Guide for the Perplexed, it addresses this student's concerns, and essentially within the context of Arabic philosophy, and in this regard, it's fascinating and brilliant work that essentially defends Judaism from the intellectual challenges of this faith. But that was a book written primarily for the elite, for people who were well-learned, people who had a broad intellectual capacity. We're not generally looking for a living, but we're,
Well, thanks for all the information, dog. I'm glad that it did something. Psych, bitch.
And the Mishnah Torah is this massive work. I'll show you a picture of the standard critical edition used today. This is the edition I have in my own library, the Franco edition. This is a phenomenal restatement of essentially all Judaism in about 20 odd volumes. And what he does is he says, listen, Judaism is located, right? You've got the Torah, you've got the Talmud, you've got the Mishnah, you've got all these commentators and stuff like that. And you want to know how to be a Jew? So I'm going to help you out here. I am going to write out the entire Torah in a code-like format. So this is a code, it's a guide to living. And you'll be able to follow every single line of it. It's written in really basic Hebrew, like middle school Hebrew. You know, a talented 14-year-old can easily make his way through the Mishnah Torah. The vocabulary is not complex, and it's written in a very straightforward, easy, accessible fashion. Which betrays, again, its sophistication, because when you really get into the weeds of why do you say it this way and not that way, when the Talmud clearly says it this way, why do you change the order of things, you see really what's going on in Maimonides' mind. Much like we saw in Rothschild. But this is an unusual code that goes way beyond the much more modest codes that would eventually eclipse it. For example, Maimonides' code, the Mishnah Torah, deals with all times. Meaning, most of the later codes, like the Shulchan Aruch, they said, okay, there are a lot of laws in the Torah about how to offer sacrifices.
When they do the official
one, we don't have the temple today, so
that's when it gets banned.
So okay, skip that whole part.
That was a neat story.
What are you talking about? It's in the
I'm
Torah.
come right
We're
back,
going to go through it. Similarly, it's only in the Mishnah Torah that we have the laws of the Messianic era.
He's done it 8
Recognize
times.
the Messiah.
Oh, there he is.
What will it be like in the Messianic era? How are we supposed to conduct ourselves?
Guess what, baby?
In the Messianic era, right?
Can't stop, won't stop, Rockefeller.
Hey, I think we'll figure that out when we get there. But my mom just said, no, it's in the Torah. I'm going to explain. He also explains some amazing things that others might think really is not legislatable, like how to have an opinion. What kind of opinion should
I wish these motherfuckers would understand. Can't stop, won't stop, Rockefeller.
One of my favorite areas that I'm very attached to is that he wrote
Can't,
the pen.
won't stop.
It's sort of a booklet, but I guess I can't do that.
Why?
I have a personal project where
you don't do anything.
Don't
you know how much fucking work this shit is?
Every year.
Look at this move, dog. Look at this move.
I wrote up a little.
Look at this move.
And I put it on the internet.
You don't do anything. Fuck you, man. I make it rain ketchup, cunt. Ketchup and pussy juice.
And now we are
Why? Why not?
We're in the 8th edition. I'm waiting to work on the 9th edition. And I always release it on the anniversary of my father's passing. But he writes.
I wonder if they know who I am.
How do I take charge of your own behavior and how to change your behavior? These are amazing books, but he got into tremendous trouble. For example, and there are several waves of controversy surrounding his work. Some that occurred in his lifetime, died in 1204, and several that went on for another couple hundred years. These conflicts especially erupted.
That could be the name of an album.
Hard and Hot. Translators produced a Hebrew translation of his Judeo-Arabic Guide for the Perplexed, and it's circulated in Northern Europe, where the Jews there had no access to the Arabic text. This hue and cry against Maimonides. What were the charges? One of the charges was he was overly reliant on Greek wisdom.
Why not?
He has a huge respect for Aristotle, and his Nicomachean ethics had a massive impact on certain sections of Maimonides' thought, especially the law of opinions that I mentioned earlier. He disagrees with Aristotle in some key areas, but otherwise he openly calls them philosophes, their philosopher. And his synthesis of Greek thought and Jewish thought is brilliant. But a lot of the Northern European rabbis said, this is great, this is not kosher. You can't build a Jewish philosophy with such heavy reliance on non-Jews like Aristotle. Another major charge was that the Mishnah Torah doesn't have any footnotes. So what is going on here at the text? And here we see how Maimonides tells us that the way that we've always been studying the law is you look at this opinion, you look at that opinion, you argue about them, you figure it out, you come to a conclusion. And here, Maimonides just told us the conclusion without offering us the background debate. And so, it's dangerous. We don't know how he arrived at his decision. Secondly, and related to the first rule, a lot of people accused him of arrogance. Because as he says in the introduction to the
600 years or less.
essentially,
Just look at the child of a.
you have this big book
Look
that
at
I
the
just
child
wrote.
of Israel. It looks like that
takes care of
motherfucker.
everything you need.
Spammed everybody
Obviously,
on
you should be
kick.
studying Torah, but the truth is, if you want to know how to be a Jew, the whole thing is laid out right. And many authors felt, many rabbis felt, this is a type of arrogance. I've spoken in other lectures a little bit running out of time, but there's also economic factors involved here because he essentially challenges the business model of rabbinic expertise in a very serious way. Turns out to not be that way because an even greater industry was created of commentary on Maimonides. But sadly, Jews denounced the works of Maimonides to the Dominics, who gladly seized these books, which were charged with heresy, and burned them in Paris in 1232. So it was a huge tragedy that the Jews were, that some Jews in Northern Europe were so incensed with Maimonides that they preferred to see his books consigned to the flames than to have them studied. 10 years later, there would be another repetition. And the Talmud itself is in exactly the same spot. There are other ramifications. Spanish rabbis continued discussing this for quite some time, and the way they sort of compromised about these was they agreed to a Europe-wide ban on the study of philosophy for anyone younger than 25 years of age. That was supposed to say essentially that Maimonides has a lot of useful things to say, and he is kind of dangerous, so we want students to achieve a certain level of maturity before they look at something like the Godhood of sex and so on. So that's basically how he remains controversial, but ultimately his overpowering legacy and makes him one of the most towering figures of the Rishonim and of future generations to look for.
Out of pure greed and self-interest. But it's not to me the idea of saving, it's the idea of focusing on that as something important for the society. He didn't say tax-free for any other category of people, that's what I call just for those. And then he's highlighting the health of the people, the education of the people, and the spirit of the people, the spiritual. That's very important. That's a profound approach to life. And so these are policies.
Before we discuss the experience of Jews in Ashkenaz, I'd like to take a little bit of a broader approach for a moment to speak about the structure of the Jewish community. What I'm going to describe is something that pertains really to much of the 2,000 years of diaspora history that we've been looking at. There's certainly wide variation between the various communities that we'll be looking at, but by and large, the structure that I'm going to describe to you now held for most of Jewish communities as far as I can tell, both Ashkenazic and Sephardic, really right from the beginnings of the diaspora, right up until the 18th century, as we'll discuss today. And so while there are differences in terminology, to be sure, and sometimes differences in the relative level of authority invested in particular structures within the community, nevertheless, speaking in broad strokes, this is a major element of the survival of the Jewish people over the 2,000 years in diaspora. And it's rather remarkable that, in my humble opinion, they've managed to figure a way to survive after it was largely destroyed in the last couple of centuries. But let's try to understand it writ large and understand there will be specific differences when we go to particular towns and particular communities. The name for this community varies again from Sephardic and Ashkenazic lands, but one of the most common terms is the word Tehillah, which means literally congregation, in the sense of to congregate. The Hebrew word kahal, which is also used sometimes to describe the Tehillah, is really a reference to the bringing together of people. And so this is one of the terms that is used particularly in Ashkenazic lands to describe the community. Now I think at its foundation, one of the most important elements of the Tefillah is the fact that it was based on a system of taxation. That everything takes money to run, and the Tefillah developed early on a form of taxation of Jews living in a particular municipality, and then was able to generate those funds more or less efficiently into a rather remarkable self-government. We're going to be talking today primarily about what we would call it, say, municipal self-government that would be located to a specific town, in some cases a village or a city even. When you get to the modern period, you begin to see cities supporting more than one Kehillah, separating a single Kehillah associated with a city into several Kehillah was something that was fraught with controversy, and we'll speak about that when we get to the 19th century in particular. But right now, we're really speaking about how the Jews would organize themselves within a fairly small geographic area associated with one particular town. Okay, let's look at the org chart of the village. We should begin with the institution known as the Tuvei Hadir, which literally means the good people of the city. By good people, that basically means people who are, that's probably the most important criterion to be in this key group, which is essentially kind of like a board of directors of the organization, like a board of directors of the synagogue. And by the way, the contemporary structure of synagogues today is based very heavily on the design of the Kehillah as well. So the Tuvei would typically wealthy people, almost always they're universally male. They would tend to be property owners and so on. Occasionally there would be like a nomination of someone who was a well-known scholar, but that was clearly the exceptions to the rule. The Tuvei had this unusual kind of responsibility of, on the one hand, they received the honor of being in this august group and recognition for their leadership efforts and so on, but at the same time, they were also responsible for coming up with shortfalls. The taxation system did not generate enough funds from the impoverished people of the city. So it was a responsibility of leadership that good people took on in order to support the community, and the honor that was bestowed on them was really a recognition of the time and energy and finances that they would also devote to keep the city. They would typically take from their group one member who would be the Parnas, and by the way, both of these institutions were done to the Tuvei typically for a multi-year contract, which was not remunerated. This was an unpaid position, but there would be these regular elections, and not everyone could necessarily stand for election. But we're talking about small groups of people, right? When you get to the later period, when you might have several thousand people in a community, it's a little bit more complicated. But small Kehillot, which were the bulk of the medieval period, we're talking about 500,000, 2,000 people at most, so it's not a huge organization. The Parnas, or literally the president, you can see there might be even a relationship between the Hebrew and the English word, was essentially the chief executive officer of the Kehillah. Nominated from the Tuvei Hadir, the Parnas, typically male, would be given the responsibility of exercising oversight of the functioning of the entire Kehillah. The Tuvei would also be responsible for the appointment of the rabbi, and the rabbi would assemble the Beit Din. Now, this is a really significant point. Although there were times when the Tuvei had very little say in who appointed the rabbi. For example, you'll see this when we get to the 18th century in Poland in particular. But generally speaking, the communities would be responsible to appoint a rabbi and to pay his salary. This meant that there was kind of an unusual relationship where the rabbi was technically the leader of the community on at least a theological level, because the rabbi, who was always a he, of course, had a sense of the nature of Jewish law and how the community should be directed according to it. But in reality, he was supported by the Tuvei Hadir, and he had a he had a responsibility to adhere to their wishes as well. There were times when the Tuvei or the Parnas came into contact with the rabbi, and this is like in contemporary synagogues when the president of the synagogue wants one thing and the rabbi wants another thing. It can be a real showdown, but nevertheless, the rabbi had tremendous symbolic and often real authority based in the dictates of the Talmud. The rabbi would, of course, be responsible for adjudicating disputes, which would involve the assembling of a Beit Din, a court, of typically 3 rabbis who would be involved in discussion. We should realize that the title rabbi does not necessarily mean that person has control of the entire community. The title rabbi could be used in many different contexts, including teaching in schools and for more than one synagogue in a community, things like that. At any rate, both the Parnas and the rabbi used a group of people called the Gabbayim to enforce their will. So the term Gabbai literally means collector, and we see that, for example, in Pirkei Avot, where it's used in that sense much more clearly. Today, a synagogue Gabbai is kind of like a synagogue functionary who just decides which person gets various honors in which sequence on a Saturday morning. But in the Kehillah, the Gabbai was a feared individual who was essentially not exactly the policeman, but the summons deliverer of the year or of the Beit Din. If you had most commonly an individual who refused to pay the assessed taxes, and this was based essentially on the decision of the Tuvei year or the Parnas exclusively, then the Gabbayim would be there to make sure that they collected, the cow or the gold coins or whatever it is that was collected. Or if an individual, for example, refused to appear for a summons before the Beit Din, then the Gabbayim would be there to muscle him over there. And we'll talk about this perhaps in a later class, but we should understand that the Gabbayim actually had the authority to use corporal punishment with the direction, of course, of the Beit Din. And in some rare occasions, there's even some discussion of capital punishment. Not much for our discussion right now, but we should understand that the Gabbayim are truly significant fixtures in the operation of the Kehillah. Now, in terms of the day-to-day experience of the Kehillah, most of the people involved in the Kehillah, Jewish members of the Kehillah, would experience this solely through the yearly taxation that would be assessed by the Tuvei year, and they would have to pay what they could for it. There's typically a lot of impoverishment in the Kehillah, and those taxes are not used for self-aggrandizement, for the unpaid Tuvei year and so on. The money then flows into the actual services provided by the Kehillah. And this is extremely important. This is certainly the largest chunk of the Kehillah operation was conducted in the forms of Chevrot, or committees. And unlike most of these other boxes that I put on the screen so far, the Chevrot lot has female participation as well. The Chevrot essentially provided the services that are remarkable by comparison to later times and to other aspects of a given location, where the Jews, a very small population, nevertheless organize themselves very effectively to take care of all of the needs that we can identify in the community. Let's look at some of the typical Chevrot that we find. There is, of course, the king of the Chevrot is the Chevra Kadisha, or the Holy Chevra. By the way, I would translate Chevra here as, let's say, committee, but it really means colleagues, friends, which is Chaver in modern Hebrew. So the Chevra Kadisha was the holy association, the holy group of friends. There would be one group for men and one group for women. And dealt with the very important issue of how to provide for a proper burial. The Chevra Kadisha tended to wield an outsized power, not only because of the rather dire consequences of their potential refusal to provide a Jewish burial for an individual, but also because it tended to be comprised of the most well-respected individuals of a given community. It tended to be populated by people who were older, people who were well regarded. We should understand that when we do thought, the traditional Jewish thought, the person who is passed on and deceased is aware of the things happening around him or her during the process of preparation for burial, and therefore, if there are people who are like ne'er-do-wells or who are disrespectful of the course, this is considered a grave affront to the deceased, and therefore they tended to choose people who would approach the difficult task with the appropriate solemnity and respect for the dead. In fact, one of the last things that they do after they complete the preparations for the dead is the members of the Kabbalah apologize in case they have done anything by accident that was untoward or perceived as disrespectful by the deceased. Anyway, the Kabbalah had a lot of power and was typically the premier of all the various communities. But there are chevras that are associated with education. Very important. The Chevra Shas, which typically was dealing with adult education, was one thing, but they would often organize themselves for children's education, which was typically paid for by tuition on a familiar basis. But there was a tremendous emphasis on trying to give a much higher level of literacy to both boys and girls, at least at their very primary ages. I'll speak about this in more specific detail a little bit later on. Also, Bika Cholim, which means really visiting or examining those who are ill, and this was associated with providing for health care. Tomchei Shabbos was a committee, I should say is. These are committees which are still functioning in many Jewish communities today, of course. Essentially a food bank to make sure that people had wherewithal to celebrate Shabbat with the appropriate amount of food. Yahozo Dalim, which was those who aid the poor, or associated with housing for the indigent and feeding them and so on. Nasat Kala, a very important committee that was tasked with providing for young families who do not have necessarily the wherewithal to start their life as a married couple. Linat Tzedek for travelers, which is essentially hospitality. Chevra Tehillim, which was one of the most well-known chevras that would deal with the various pious things in the community, where they would typically bring them together to recite psalms on behalf of those who are ill and so on. I mean, we could literally go on and on all day talking about the different committees that were set up ad hoc in individual communities. But this is just a sampling of some of the many associations that we set up by men and especially by women in order to meet the needs of the community in their regular life. It's really rather impressive, I think, when we look at the overall structure of the community that was mirrored over and over again in so many different municipalities. And when we look a little bit further down the road at the Polish Commonwealth, we see actually a high point in Jewish self-government when all of the individual communities joined together in literally a state within a state, so that we could actually have kind of like a government to pass legislation that affected all people simultaneously. We'll have to talk about how that worked out later on, but nevertheless, it's a really impressive achievement, I think, in Jewish self-government, and it says a lot about what allowed the Jews to survive through the modern era. Speaking about the modern era, we should understand, like, wow, this is so great, why isn't it happening anymore? Well, we have to understand that the pre-modern Jewish communal structure is very much predicated on a level of coercion. That is, the Tuvei have the right to assess your taxes, and this is above and beyond the community as a whole has to pay to the non-Jewish state authorities. By the way, this was typically organized in a corporate fashion. In very rare cases did you have individual people actually having to pay individual taxes to the non-Jewish state. Taxes were typically assessed on the Jews as a whole, and the Jewish community had to translate that into taxes upon individuals. So there's kind of a natural flow from that to taxes to support the Jewish community as well. But there's that one coercive element that comes in the form of taxes. And the other major coercive element is that what we might call religious or non-religious freedom. If you stepped out of line from community norms, you face the wrath of the Beit Din, of the rabbi of the city, of the Tiva'ir, who might feel that your behavior was not going to represent the community well to the non-Jews in the neighborhood, and so on. These are really important things that help corral Jews within kind of like a set of boundaries for behavior. These would be challenged throughout the entire period that we're looking at, but most especially when we get to the modern era. In this regard, the attacks on the Jewish communal structure are one of the most important elements of what makes modernity for Jews. We're not there yet in terms of our Jewish History Lab series. It's going to be a few months where we really talk about it, but just to glance ahead to understand where we are now, by contrast, this all fell apart in the 18th century, partially because of Jewish erosion of the system, that you can see the roots of it, especially from the 15th and 16th century onward, that it really collapses in the wake of the French Revolution, in which French authorities said, wait a second, we can't tolerate a dual system of government within our new republic. I mean, like, it sounds like these rabbis, they sound like police forces. How do you have a French police force and then a separate Jewish French police force? And what are you doing, collecting money from people, even against their will? That sounds a lot like what the state should be doing, not individual organizations. You want to have voluntary contributions, that's fine, but you want to actually assess taxes? No way. So the French Revolution essentially gave everything to Jews, gave rights to Jews as individuals, but nothing to Jews as communities. And that meant that the Kira structure, which had the benefit of Jews from assimilating outright for much of the medieval period, came crashing to a halt. Now, Napoleon restored some elements of that. Here you see a rather remarkable image of Napoleon from 1806, restoring the dignity of the fallen Jewish woman, holding on to the Ten Commandments there. In Napoleon's right hand, he's holding up the law, right? You can see kind of like the messianic overtones of his self-image with Judea in the background, and the menorah, the temple ground, things like that. So there's this idea of somehow restoring Jewish dignity despite modernity. There's another amazing image. This is something which Jews who were in favor of emancipation Napoleon gave to him. On the left, of course, is Napoleon, emperor and king, it says, and on the right, celebrating the re-established Sanhedrin, the Jewish court, which is not at all like the Sanhedrin of ancient years, when we'll talk about this in a few months. But here is Napoleon on the left, who is literally handing the Ten Commandments to a obsequious and defeated Moses, who's got his left hand kind of like over his heart, saying, "Oh, thank you, great emperor," and reaching out with great deference to Napoleon. I mean, wow, it's like even hard to look at this thing, but nevertheless, that's the conception of what happened with emancipation, that Napoleon actually allowed Jews to celebrate their religion. When in reality, getting rid of the Kehillah structure meant that you remove the coercive elements of the Kehillah, which also meant that there was going to be a huge lack of authority of the rabbis, of the Jewish elders, and so on. So much more to say about this, but it's really moderate. And we're focused on pre-moderate in the next few weeks at least. Now, let us not think that this was, set in stone, inviolable, and that no Jews had any say. Complaining about the Kehillah was a very common thing we see in all kinds of archival sources. And there were avenues of appeal. I mean, if you didn't like what the Tiva'ir taxed you, you could go to the Beit Din and lodge a protest, and there would be some adjudication of it. yes, it's true that the rabbi is essentially paid by those taxes that you are now protesting, but on the other hand, the rabbi has the great authority of the Torah behind him, and so those values of money versus Torah have to somehow sort themselves out. And there were also ways in which even people who did not have the wherewithal to easily initiate these kinds of legal challenges could nevertheless make their voices heard, especially women. There were various disruptive behaviors that people could engage in, women in particular. One of my favorites is disrupting the Sabbath services, where if a woman felt that she was maltreated by the system, she could, it was definitely highly discouraged, but she could simply walk into the section on a Saturday morning and stand right there in front of the Aron, in front of the Holy Ark, and refuse to allow the Torah to be read until her case was heard, or until at least a promise was made that her case would be heard. This was like, not unheard of, but definitely a very radical way to challenge the system. The voices of women could be heard, albeit in extremis, but nevertheless, we do have examples of this disruptive behavior that allow the voices of less powerful people to be heard, even despite the very strong authority of the Tubeir and the Beit. Okay, that's it for a very quick look at the structure of the Jewish community before the modern era and some sense of its power base. Let's go on to talk about the First Crusade and its impact on Jewish communities in the world. Thank you very much for watching.
My wife, she's the one who gave me a life. The truth is very odd. People don't believe something. I failed English in college. I barely got in college. Nobody in my family, growing up with my grandparents was the countryside, they had third grade education. My father had seventh grade.
What were the Crusades? We have to understand the idea of the Crusade, which is, of course, in today's parlance, we use the word crusade like some kind of grand venture to improve something. Like you can have a crusade for the environment, or you can have a crusade for literacy and stuff. The term, of course, comes from the word cross, it's related to the word crux, and because the crusaders themselves were traveling under the sign of the cross on the way to Jerusalem. The history is basically like this. In the year 1095, Israel was under the control of the Muslims, and there was a significant conflict between the Muslim Empire and the Byzantine Empire in Constantinople. And the Byzantine Empire, of course, was Christian. And although there was a significant split between the Western Christians, who became Roman Catholics, and the Byzantine Christians, the leader of the Byzantine Christians in Constantinople, now called Istanbul, reached out to the Pope in Rome, shown here Urban II, and said, "Can you help us out? We are finding that we cannot make our way to the holy sites in Jerusalem on our pilgrimages." And so Urban II, when he was in France, he called together a council, and in 1095 he proclaimed a grand Europe-wide crusade, a gathering of military forces to march all the way to Jerusalem and to take it from the infidel, the non-believer, meaning the Muslim in this case. It was an audacious goal. We're talking about highly fractionated communities. Christians were already arguing with each other. There was a grand ecumenical motive behind it, because here were the Orthodox Christians calling out to the Catholic Christians. They were going to cooperate in this grand adventure. There are also lots of economic and political advantages to doing this. They actually had at the time a glut of young knights at a particular run in the feudal ladder that needed to have some kind of activity to occupy them. I'm not kidding you, there's a lot of this going on. But at any rate, the enterprise caught fire. People loved the idea, And sure enough, they organized themselves all across Europe, and they made their way in a series of crusades. So it's not just one, finally down to Jerusalem, where they attacked it and conquered it in 1099, establishing for a very brief period of time, and with some interruption, a crusader presence in Israel. As you can see from this map here, not the Crusades succeeded, and in fact, much of the first crusade, which is especially important for us, was actually brought to its knees not by Muslim defenders, but by Christians who refused to allow the Crusaders to pass through their territory, and quite frequently along the way, the Crusaders traveled past Jewish settlements. So as you see, all of the Stars of David here represent larger Jewish communities, and the path in particular is important to us. At the top right there, you see that it goes through northwestern Europe, which is where much of the stories described here today happen. So that's the idea of the Crusades. They finally get moving in early 1096, and by 1099, they conquer and take over Jerusalem. What this means for the Jews is that there were a huge number of massacres, particularly in the Rhineland. And scholars of the Crusades often overlook this because they tend to think of the Crusaders in terms of the high-level, well-outfitted professional soldiers from the soldiering class who undertook this massive journey, Richard the Lionheart type people. But in reality, there were several stages or waves of Crusaders that had different levels of to that class, in fact, when you get to the lowest level of Crusaders, you have basically hoodlums and ne'er-do-wells, and just decided to join on to this cause. Some of them were, kind of stoked by the rhetoric of people like Peter the Hermit, shown here, who was directing people that goose, given goose, or in one case a donkey, was actually infused with the Holy Spirit, and Peter the Hermit went around sort of like stoking people's excitement and energy, saying we have to follow the Crusaders all the way to Jerusalem, meaning you've got like real official soldiers who have armor, and they have a horse, and they have a squire, and then you have just people who are like, yeah, count me in, I'm there, and they have no provisions, and they have no money, and how are they going to cross Europe without actually having any of these things to their name? Here's another image of Peter the Hermit on the left, who was kind of directing the Crusaders to their goal in Jerusalem. That's on the right is from the 13th century piece of art. Another image of Peter the Hermit directing the Crusaders as they head off. But in reality, Peter the Hermit was not directing the Crusaders. He was typically following behind them by inspiring the masses to engage in various activities. Now, in terms of the Jews, many of these sort of lower level Crusaders, followers of Peter the Hermit and others, they said, wait a second, why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to defeat the non-believer in the Muslims? We have non-believers living right here in the Rhineland Valley. Why do we have to go all the way over there when we can attack the Jews and we can fulfill the religious mandate of the Crusades by attacking our local infidels? Three communities in particular were devastated, amongst about a dozen. Speyer, Worms, and Mainz, known as the three Shum, quite often have little tri-towns, three towns that have close associations and they're geographically proximate. They tend to have an acronym like Shum. These particular towns were the epicenter of these massacres by these sort of ragtag bands associated with the Crusades. why this becomes so important in Jewish history is largely because of the nature of the Jewish response. We're not talking about, devastation on the scale of the 19th, certainly not the 20th century. We're speaking about somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 to 8,000 people killed, which is a terrible tragedy, no question, but it's a relatively small number when you think about 50,000 in the 17th century, 6 million just in the middle of the 20th century. But we nevertheless had a very powerful impact on a fairly young community of Ashkenaz that we'll discuss in a moment and in the next lecture. So the Crusades, let's give them a little bit more detail. And these, by the way, the peak season was right around this time of year. The worst attacks were days before and after the holiday of Shavuot in 1096. There are actually a lot of very powerful pieces of the liturgy that specifically remember that and are associated with the Shabbat, the national day. So the Crusaders, again, not the official soldier Crusaders, but these ragtag bands were in the neighborhood of Cologne in April of 1096, and the Jews of that community were quite afraid that there would be violence. So they attempted to respond to it in advance by being proactive and providing contributions. In the case of the hermit, who was there at the time, they offered to condition his followers. The Jewish community of Cologne said, "Oh, look at all you hungry, tired crusaders, let us take care of catering while you make your way down to Jerusalem." And here the hermits accepted on their behalf. Another one of the more official crusaders, Geoffrey de Boyon, he accepted a contribution of 500 gold pieces to maintain his troops as well. So contributions, quote unquote, as a kind of a bribe to hopefully avert disaster. It was actually temporarily successful, also because the Jewish community of Cologne also appealed to the emperor, who clearly gave instructions to local officials that there was to be no violence directed against the Jews. As we shall see, the emperor, who was positively disposed towards the Jewish community, was not able to control the violence, irrespective of the nature of medieval society as a whole. So that's what happened essentially in Cologne. But neighboring Jewish communities were worried because these crusaders are making their way along to their and they're worried about these little, isolated acts of violence that they associate with this mob. In the next town, in Speyer, the Jews were much more worried because by the time the crusaders got there, they were more. And by the way, let me reiterate that official historians of the Crusades tend not to regard the followers of the also crusaded mob as crusaders themselves. And indeed, they're quite distinct. This is like mob violence that's following the larger zeitgeist and the larger movement in society. But in Speyer, the Jews attempted to barricade themselves in the synagogue, hoping that they could, just simply ride out the violence. The mob actually went into Speyer, and they found 11 Jews who were not able to make it to the synagogue, and they were killed. And it was at this point that we have something that is especially unique about the Crusades that has, I think, profound impact for the rest of Ashkenazi history. The Crusaders, even this mob, had kind of like a filmy covering of religious justification for their behavior, saying that the Jews were liable to attack because they were fundamentally unbelievers. If, however, they were to convert and accept baptism, that would make them believers, and then they would save themselves. And so the Crusaders frequently offered the Jews the choice of baptism or death. We talked a little bit about the difficulty in Christian theology, especially medieval Catholic theology, about forced baptism. In general, the church frowned on forced baptism because, after all, it's supposed to be something that is done with intent. And if you're fearful for your life, it's hard to say that you have correct intent. But once baptism was performed, the church was also loath to declare it null and void. We also spoke a few weeks ago about the Rothschild case, where even as late as 1858, we still have this kind of horrible situation. At any rate, in Speyer, you have the first example, and by the way, we have a number of very solid first-hand accounts that survive the Crusades. There's about half a dozen significant narratives from both the Jewish and the non-Jewish perspective on how these events unfolded. So we actually have a lot of good material to base this history on. I will refer you to the works of Robert, who's written extensively on this. It was inspired the first known case of a woman given the choice of baptism or death, decided to choose death, martyrdom, or as it's called in Hebrew, Kiddush Hashem, the sanctification of the name. And this is a phenomenon that would be associated indelibly with the Crusades and much larger. When they got to Worms, which is again one of those trial towns, the Jews sought refuge with the bishop. And this is something we see over and over again in the Crusades. The church was not the enemy at all here. The church was, in fact, against the violence, and although they definitely approved of the larger goal of the Crusades, attacking the local Jews was not something that the church officially sanctioned at all. It was more of a mass movement that came from strengthers like Peter the Great, Peter the Hermit. So the Jews sought refuge in the bishop's compound, and in fact, the Crusaders broke into the bishop's palace themselves and massacred the Jews in his home. Quite a large number, about 800 Jews died this way. And Worms had a terrible, terrible situation where the Jews over and over again, many of them, we do have numbers of Jews who chose baptism, we'll get to them in a second, but you have this terrible, awful incidents of Jews trapped in a room and fearful of having the synagogue set alight and dying in the flames, or fearful of having to break in and the Jews not being able to withstand the temptation and deciding to convert on pain of death, where many of these Jewish families and communities simply decided to kill each other in acts of mass suicide. Very powerful, poignant descriptions of mothers killing their own children and fathers killing their daughters-in-law, and just horrible things to read that literally formed part of the liturgy for Jews for centuries afterwards in memory of this event, which was called, incidentally, Ze'elat Tatnu, the decree of 1096. In Mainz, the bishop attempted to help, but he did not have the wherewithal to do so, and you had an incredible number there of massacres. Perhaps the most powerful examples of massacres and suicides were in Mainz. The rough estimate of the number of deaths is about 5,000, and you include the surrounding communities, which might go up a little bit more. Another one of these figures who was kind of like Peter the Hermit is Count Amico. He went on, it was his troops who were later destroyed by the Hungarians. And one last detail that's quite significant. After this horrible summer of 1096, the emperor actually officially allowed any baptized Jews to simply ignore their forced baptism and return to the Jewish community. There was a papal conflict at this time, and the so-called anti-Pope Clement III was very upset with the emperor, but at this point the church did not have the authority to challenge him, especially not a disputed pope, and so therefore the Jews were allowed to return to their faith by secular law. Also interesting to note is that the Jewish community had to deal with this question of, are these baptized Jews allowed to come back to Judaism? Rashi and others, of course, answered in the affirmative that they were welcome back, but it was a subject of debate, and there's just a new monograph that came out recently, I believe, by Professor Hannaford, and I'm looking forward to reading that and knowing a little bit more about the story. But at any rate, it was like this massive wave of violence that swept over the Rhineland in association with the Crusades, and it had a very distinct impact on the Jews. Before we spend a little more time looking at the impact on Ashkenaz, let's just follow the Crusaders down to Jerusalem, where they finally put siege to the holy city in the summer, in June of 1099. The Jewish community actually defended Jerusalem side by side with the dominant Muslim population, but after a brutal siege, the walls were breached and the Jews in Jerusalem were massacred. Many were actually sold into slavery and redeemed when the slave ships brought them off of Italy, and the Jewish community there was able to take them out of slavery. Absolutely horrific massacre. Now, obviously, there's huge geopolitical implications to the Crusades, because this was a major point in the cleaving of Europe between the Christian North and the Muslim South. The separation politically and culturally and intellectually of Christians and Muslims continues right up until the present day. In fact, one of the, I'm told, one of the slang derogatory terms for Americans in Iraq is Crusader. That the Muslims definitely have the Crusades as a very important part of their historical memory, and it's not a complimentary one to the West.
You will never see this man again. He was right. That was the moment that Genghis Khan's mother and father met. That's the beginning of his story in this kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate every detail of it. Will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it.
Okay, so what happened in Ashkenaz after this brief but powerful punctuation of violence that erupted in 1096? There are a couple of really important cultural, socioeconomic, and religious responses that you see over the next century or so. And I think they kind of charted a vector for Ashkenazic Jews to follow that we still see the impact of them today. First is a movement called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasid, of course, is used with regard to Hasidim of the 18th century and onward, like the Chabad Hasidim, Vishnitz, and Satmar, and so on. These are not the same Hasidim. They use the same term, but it's a separate movement. The Ashkenaz are, the word Hasid means pious one. The Hasidei Ashkenaz were a movement that gained strength in the 50 years following the Crusades, primarily in Mainz. One of the most important literary figures is Yehuda Hasid. Has a multi-generational family commitment to this particular movement, and he wrote the book called Sefer Hasid. What is fascinating about this brief-lived movement in Jewish intellectual history is that, unlike anything since we saw in the Dead Sea Scrolls community, maybe some elements we'll see later when we get to Tzfat and the Kabbalists there, but they emphasize themes of self-denial, lots of fasting, literal rolling in snow to repent for things, an elevation of the concept of martyrdom. Not surprising when you're talking about a community that's only a few decades away from this explosion of violence in the end of the 11th century. But the movement simply did not catch on after a couple hundred years, and it sort of died out naturally believe, with the big exception of this particular book, Sefer Hasidim, which is an amazing book. It's kind of complicated, probably put together from different pieces, maybe not all by Yehuda Chassid, but I will mention one passage that you may be familiar with. It is widely reprinted. I have a modern printing in my own hand today. Yehuda Chassid left a fairly extensive will, an ethical will for his descendants that lists all kinds of very special practices that they are to engage in. One of my favorite ones, which you've probably heard of, is Rabbi Yehuda Chassid says famously to his son that none of them should marry a woman as their mother. Right? And this is something that, for whatever reason, is so widespread in the Jewish world that, if a man meets a young woman and his mother's name is Hannah and her name is Hannah, so she will add a name like Hannah Sarah. She'll change her name, so it's not exactly the same as his mother. Same thing with women marrying men who have the same name as their father. And one of the ironic things is that there's no source for this idea anywhere in the Torah. Nowhere in the Talmud, nowhere in Midrash. It's like the only source for this is in his particular will from the 12th century. And the famous Kotzker Rebbe, a Hasidic rabbi in the 19th century with an incredibly assertive wit, he once said that if Yehuda Chassid had known how strictly people would adhere to the instructions in his will, he would have included the 10 Commandments in there too. So Hasidic Ashkenaz picks up this strong element of self-mortification and all kinds of strange practices, like, for example, after a person dies, putting in their will that they want their coffin dragged along the ground, not carried to the cemetery to atone for their sins, and strange measures of fasting to atone for sins, calculating the value of a sin in terms of literally caloric value, and then paying for it with calories to have an unpopular diet. But this is all told, it was really influential for about 150 years, but it kind of flourishes right after Crusades. Another thing we should recall is that the major violence was 1096, but the incidence of violence would continue for various reasons over the next few hundred years. We're going to explore shortly medieval anti-Semitism, which is not something that we've talked about extensively before, and it was getting pretty nasty. It was shortly after the Crusades that you had the first charge of ritual murder, this bizarre idea that Jews need to reenact the crucifixion of Jesus by, God forbid, killing a small child, because in England in 1144, and then added to that, you have this strange concept that the Jews somehow need to consume human blood, a total absurdity and a lie. But nevertheless, these kinds of things simply keep developing and developing. And I believe that the Crusades mark a turning point in Ashkenazic culture in which Jews begin to become much more insular. They begin to regard the outside world as far more toxic, as they regard the possibility of reasonable cultural exchange with non-Jews as less and less of a possibility. And they start to fold their culture inwards, looking at each other much less than looking to the outside world. Hopefully, over the next 2 weeks, we'll have the opportunity to explore this thesis and see if it makes sense, especially when contrast with the Sephardic experience, in which they did not have this kind of sharp break until you get to the expulsion of 1492, half a millennium later. I think one of the ways in which we see this, and you'll forgive me because this is kind of a new idea for me, and I've not fleshed it out totally, but you see it somewhat in the generational shift between the era of Rashi. Rashi was a very old man when the Crusades occurred, very near the end of his life, and his grandchildren and the larger school that developed around them known as Tosafot. Rashi is typically printed on the inside binding of every Talmudic page, and his grandchildren and their school's commentary on the outside of the Talmudic page. And one of the big differences is that Rashi is a stylist, tends to be much more straightforward, holding your hand, explaining things one word at a time, one concept at a time, and he seems to be much more open to the simple translation of the text. Rothschild, on the other hand, you see there is a much more inward perspective as the entire world of reality revolves around the text in various places in the Talmud. Whereas Rashi says, what does it say on this page? I'm going to explain to you this, here this means this, here this means this, and so on. Soso says, hey, how can what it says here be true when 500 pages later in the Talmud we see something that implies the opposite? And tying together these big analytical links throughout the entire document sort of creates like an internal web of meaning that is entirely self-dependent on the text. Does not necessarily reach for scientific evidence or geographic evidence or anything like that, but the arguments are all kind of like internal and self-reinforcing. And I would like to argue that the European Tosafot represent a very example, an intellectual example of that turn inward that you see in Ashkenazi culture. That would ultimately have kind of like an explosion when they finally do release themselves to the outside world in the 18th and 19th century. That brings me to the end of my presentation. I want to thank you very much for your attention. And for those of you who need to leave, of course, Zoom class dismissed. And for those of you who want to hang around for questions, I'm really happy to talk a little further.
He's still trapped under there. The people are looking for him. They come out up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water.
Yo, how are you, Jeff?
But it's dark and this protects him a little bit.
What's up, pimp? Oh, you're not, Jeff.
We're going to start with a discussion of Jews in the medieval
Hey, how you doing,
and it's going to be a little bit more broadly focused than some of the other talks, especially the more biographical.
I like your guy with the hat.
That we've done before. And they're going to really
Tell him I
focus
said
in on
hello.
a couple of aspects of
Peace.
the Jews in the medieval economy.
What's up, dog?
Specifically commerce
Don't you
and
talk?
finance. So these three short
Dog.
talks will give you a sense, however, about the nature of the Jewish economy in the medieval period, particularly around the High Middle Ages
Dog.
in particular. So let's start by
If you weren't aware,
about agriculture, which is
I'm about to take a
not one of
mean
the
ass
areas in
nap.
which Jews were especially active during the medieval period.
I mean,
Historically speaking,
a nap
Jews
for
have, of
gener-
course,
for
been
the-
farmers.
for generations.
Not only in
Look
the
at this
biblical
move.
period when this was the
And look at this
main,
athleticism. Did you see that?
economical, as we
Look at this
discussed
move.
way
Look
back
at this
in the
athleticism.
Jewish History Lab series.
Look at this
But
move.
also in the modern period when you come to
Did you
modern
see that?
Israel. And
Look at this move.
as a matter
Look at
of
this
why
athleticism.
the Jews specifically moving
Look at this move.
attempted to return to this was motivated, of course, by
I like to call it the inside out, bitch.
agriculture for this population in the Middle East, but also
Can you
because
read
it
me
was
a-
a century ideas.
Read me a
Much
story.
of the,
Yo,
thought
dog, talk to me about your art.
century, both on the
I want to hear about your art.
spectrum and the left of these areas were developing kind of like that was not specifically to
You want to learn about
there
Genghis
was this
Khan?
idea towards socialism. There was this
What have I
idea
learned
that,
about him?
you know, deriving economic profit from the fecundity of land was somehow healthier,
And the ability to have your
more, you know, honest, as it were, than commerce. Because commerce, after all, deals
influence
with
travel
buying things
freely.
cheaply
And you
and
shouldn't
then
kidnap
artificially
women.
selling them for a higher price.
Whoa.
That's how commerce works. And for much of the
And he
medieval
killed 10%
period
of
as
the
well,
world's
there's
population.
kind of dispute for commerce. It was always considered some part of behavior or true behavior. And Jews and Christians, and to my mind, I believe Muslims, all had a certain amount of hesitancy over the nature of commercial and sought to regulate it. Is the idea, for example, so-called just price.
Do you see how athletic I am?
That an object may be inflated in value in order to cover the costs of the seller.
Yo, Pam, finally you talk. What's up, son?
Well, by the way, it's something like a 35% markup.
What's good?
Or less normal, but there's so many avoid.
How's your day going?
So, at any rate, so on the left, you have this idea that Jews.
Kick it in. Let's take it in. How'd you find out about me?
Their history was somehow, like healthy or even immoral.
From where?
And on the right wing of the spectrum,
oh, tight. Okay, very cool. We watch history lectures and listen to Genghis Khan. Feel free to enjoy.
Of a people was formed by their connection with the land. That somehow by digging their fingers into the soil of their native land for generation upon generation, somehow this created a unique character of the Italians with their things and the Northern European areas.
3.5 years, dog.
What it meant to be a person was develop the culture that you.
Yeah, I'm basically the sexiest person on earth.
Having generations of genetic attachment to the land.
Do you like Diana Ross?
Did not have this attachment to the land, and so therefore they were somehow.
What's your opinion on the Supremes?
Like not human in the same way as other humans. So very big difference.
What's your opinion on the Supremes?
Back to the land. And you see this not only in Israel, we also see it in all kinds of colonial.
You don't know who the Supremes are?
The Americas, in the Russian Empire, and so on.
No, everybody should know who the Supremes are.
And they largely succeeded. Israel's agricultural.
No, they're not Jesuits. They're a band from Detroit.
It contradicts a large trend in Jewish history, which is primarily towards other types of commerce, as we shall see. Agriculture posed a lot of risks without necessarily all the benefits that Jews would associate with a profitable.
Yeah, dog, and Diana Ross is hot as fuck.
Jews are frequently expelled from a given region. France expelled the Jews, I think it was 4 times in the 14th
She's 81 and fuckable.
Century. It was every other generation you could be expelled from your land. If you had invested all of your income, all of your wealth in land, then of course you're gone. It's hard to run.
What's your favorite Supreme song?
Where Jews were forbidden to own land, but those were actually more of the exception than the rule. It was simply not
Well, dog, they have a CD. It's called Supremes Number Ones. Listen to it, and then tell me what your favorite Supreme song is.
Political environment changes, and your
The correct answer is all of them.
Furthermore, it's a really hard job. I once spent a summer weeding,
What are they singing
and
about?
it was
Love.
horrible. Your bed's over in the sun, and
Tenement
they're
slums.
picking carrots apart from each other, so they all grow with the best.
Love.
I mean,
Stopping. They talk about stopping a lot.
Doing that by hand, really, really hard work.
Basically, like, love.
Lots of reasons why Jews.
Yeah, I know who Randall Carson is. He wasn't in the Supremes.
And a lot of reasons why other forms of popular culture. Now, the last, perhaps the most important thing.
Do you like him?
Started with this idea, really, is the fact that the Jews were not, especially in medieval Europe, slotted in the right spot in the.
Do you like Randall Carlson?
I'm going to explain what that basically means, but essentially Jews were not expected to be.
Do you like crinkle cut French fries? Do you like crinkle cut French fries?
With their role in society. And when I say role, I can do so for the medieval period because
yeah, I like curly fries more, but I can't get them in 5-pound increments.
People occupied roles in society, not so much by their individual identities, as we would, let's say, for example, in Western Europe or America.
I do.
By their class, and in the case of Jews, by their religion. They occupied a different box, very
I'm telling you,
caste-like,
I'm the
almost like
tippy top of the pyramid.
Not really as extreme, but in that same family, where they weren't supposed to be doing any farming. That wasn't.
No, I'm
let
Rabbi
me explain a
Rothschild,
little bit
baby.
about what this corporate structure of medieval society was, and then it'll be much easier to understand the Jews' role in that economy. Okay, so here's a basic schematic of
Meyer Amschel Rothschild. I mean, she was attributed to it.
Okay, he's the chief officer of the country. And
But-
you have below him the nobility that are
But they had
with, running
even we had
sections of the country geographically. And then
his
below
father,
that, this map is not to scale.
Moshe Common Bauer.
Amount of peasants. So the three basic corporations in the society. There are more basic. And the idea is
Yeah, I mean, we were building pyramids way back in the day.
Protection to peasants. Right? This is kind of one of the working theories as to how feudalism developed. It's very hopeful theory, but the idea is
Benny Carson? Is he related to Johnny Carson? Did you know I used to be Johnny Carson's bartender's accountant?
Sort of rose to the top, and they took on the responsibility of providing.
Who's Benny?
Those
Oh,
classes.
you don't know who Johnny Carson is?
And in return for that, because after all, they could not be farming. And
Have you ever heard of the Tonight Show?
So the peasants, and to a certain degree, the nobles,
Dog.
provided
Have you ever
taxes.
heard of the Tonight Show?
The money flows upward and the protection goes downward. So it sounds a little bit like a protection.
Yeah, because it
racket.
sucks now.
It might not be
But
that
with
far
Johnny
off.
Carson, it was the biggest fucking thing in late
But
night.
nevertheless, that's the sort of working idea of how feudalism is supposed to work. The
No,
vassals,
when Johnny
the
Carson was on, it was the best.
classes, not precisely the right word, but close, owed fealty to higher classes who in return had to protect them. That was kind of like the compact that held it all together. This was
Who's
parallel
Benny
to a
Carson?
certain degree in the church. You had the Pope, and we're specifically now thinking.
No one knows who Benny Carson is. Everybody knows who Johnny Carson is.
Broadly, generally true for the Eastern world as well.
Do you sling dick like it's going out of style? Fuck yeah, I know what adrenochrome is. I got it pumping through me right now.
Priesthood, but you also have monks and nuns and so on, and they also they occupy slightly different roles. And below them, the big
I mean, if I ever like am flossing really hard or get a cut, or my lips are chapped, I guess.
The Pope and the clergy provide those essential religious services.
Fuck yeah.
Education,
Essentially, the adrenaline in your blood, also known as epinephrine,
to achieve their common. In return,
is signaled by your fight or flight mechanism.
Provide tithes, provide a type of taxation that keeps the entire system working. Now, you might ask, when you look at these two structures, you might ask, is ultimately.
And what? What do you want?
That's something they worried about as well, because in some periods, it's clear that the king was in charge of the region.
But the best kind comes generally out of prepubescent Eastern European boys with brown hair.
There were times when the interests of the king took precedence, which was typically good for the Jews, and there were times when the interests of the pope took precedence.
Is that like a movie?
Typically, but not uniformly bad for the Jews.
Wait, what did you say?
Essentially how the corporate medieval structure of society was.
Yeah, what about it? Is it a movie or a game or something?
What blocks do they occupy? They're certainly not nobles. Peasants are overwhelmingly involved in agriculture.
What's a monster can? From Monsters Inc.? Oh, yeah, definitely. Bob, absolutely. 666, baby, that's my number.
Which was later called Servi Chamarai, servants.
That's why it's my number.
The Jews ultimately ended up becoming specifically subservient only to the king.
Do you know why it's an important number?
here's a really beautiful piece
Yeah.
that
All right, tell me
probably
everything
does
you know
not
about it.
depict to Jews, although they're engaged in the classical Jewish occupation. The reason why they're probably not Jews is because the woman here.
All right, I got time. Go, baby.
Christian book that shows a Madonna with child there. There's also
Also come up with
interesting sort of piece in the mirror the artist probably recognized.
No, I get it. So just tell me about it. Give me your verbal synopsis of my favorite number and a very important number in numerology. Go.
Look at those boxes I showed you earlier in the corporate structure. Who actually is making the money here? Who exactly is working literally in homes? The peasants certainly not. They're working with goods. They're producing agricultural output. The nobility is not out there mining the rock.
Yo, Doug, why do you think 666 is important?
Who is actually producing and circulating coin in this environment? In order to collect taxes, for much of medieval European history, the nobility and the king had to
I think it's the most beautiful number perhaps in the world, but I like them all.
Which meant
It's a triangular number. Do you know what that means?
hides of foxes and things like that, or corvée, which is essentially taxes in time, where the peasants would be required to spend a certain number of time, certain number of days per week or per month, farming the king's large landholdings or the noble's landholdings, or the most valuable
That's
type,
not a triangular number.
hardest to come by, cash. The peasants typically did not hold much cash. All of their transactions
They go
were affected
1,
barter,
3,
and when they paid their taxes, they paid
6,
it typically
10,
either in kind, their agricultural output, or in
etc.
the sweat of their brows by actually working for the king. So the Jews occupy this fascinating position as servi camerae regis, as servants of the royal chamber. You could also translate that as
Fuck yeah, man. I'm like the biggest fucking advocate for alien disclosure on this fucking planet.
Their economic activity does involve actual cash money.
Do you?
They collect a lot of it, very valuable.
Yeah, I mean, everything's subjective, so it's just like what your opinion is. I think that there are good aliens. I think there are bad aliens. I think there are aliens that don't give a shit. I think there are aliens of low life form. Depends on how you define an alien, but yeah, I think there are good aliens. I think there are bad aliens. I think there are neutral aliens.
I should also point out, as I think I did earlier, but let's emphasize it once again, that just like we saw when we talked about Jewish communal
I think there are some hot aliens.
the king didn't deal with Jews
The
as
what?
individuals at all, nor did he deal with Christians as individuals either. He dealt with them as an entire
Enlighten me, baby.
meaning if you were a Jew that lived in, let's say, Regensburg, you were part of the collective that was required to pay a certain amount of money to taxes to the king every year. And that amount of money was collected by your community leaders in the community, and they would forwardly collect them out to the king directly. You yourself were basically unknown to the kings. There were exceptional individuals.
Right.
We'll talk about them very much later. They're still called court Jews. But otherwise, it was done entirely on a communal fashion. And the Jews had this ambiguous position.
Okay, we're not in the age of Aquarius.
Because they produced so much of this cash, they were very valuable to the king. But on the other hand, in order to keep doing their job, which the king liked very much, they were protected.
Aren't we in the modern?
And so the nobles and the peasants would undertake to rape harm Jews in any way, because that meant that they were interfering with.
Got like 1,000 of them, dog.
So that's the risk and benefit associated.
Oh,
with
no,
this
right
kind of
now I'm
activity
busy.
of being.
I'm talking with you.
Camarades actually turned out to.
How do you spell it? Ugar? UGAR?
Now, it also meant, however, that as we saw in the earlier diagram of the two arrows,
Ooga.
the king and the
Oh, like the
basically
dog
each other,
of the Georgia Bulldogs.
the church-state power was often fought over who controlled the Jews. Sometimes, if the church was especially doctrinaire and wished to
Cool, man.
impose certain
What's your favorite? What's your favorite Seinfeld episode?
On some doctrinal point.
What's your favorite Seinfeld episode?
He would lose that revenue. On the other hand, there were times when the king could become heavily indebted to the Jews, and
I like them all.
More expedient to simply cancel his debts by expelling them, and the church might be powerless to protect the Jews who were, after all, given a particular slot.
I believe God is energy.
Theological history by people like St. Augustine saying that the Jews have to serve as a witness. So the Jews were kind of like buffeted by powerful forces, much more powerful than they, largely because of their business. So at this point,
Doug, I think energy is both good and evil, and to what some people consider to be good is evil, and what some people believe is evil is good. It's all subjective. It's just like your opinion, man.
You gonna hell?
I personally do not.
What do you think is the purpose of it?
Okay, so
That's a great question.
We've already discussed how the Jews are not especially so attracted to
Perhaps to
not
procreate.
such a great profession for Jews. But one of the areas where Jews chose to excel and have a very, very long history is in commerce. We've also looked in
Have more children. You're talking about an individual. I would probably say to gain knowledge of the good.
And international commercial agents of the 9th century, it's described by Muslim historiography. This particular
Meaning to be a philosopher king and slang dick like it's going out of style.
But it airs a little bit on the side of expansion, but the blue leaves are the ones that are associated with the Rabinites, and the pink ones are the ones that connect to it. So it gives you a sense of how the Rabinites were probably based in southern France on the Rhone River, nevertheless had an amazing trade network.
It calcifies.
The risks and
What is?
Of commerce. Well, the risks are pretty obvious, right? You're traveling, you're going to dangerous places.
Cool, dog.
People don't necessarily know you there. You've got to get your goods over land or over sea, all kinds of things.
Loud and clear.
But the benefits are huge. The profit margin can be massive, especially if you pick up some lightweight goods like silks or spices, very popular in the West, and you bring them over.
Did you ever see that Seinfeld where Jerry's like, no matter what happens to me, everything kind of evens out in the end?
So a relatively
kind of like that.
Smaller amount of effort, some risk. As we saw earlier, for example, the Maimonides family was impoverished when the elder brother of Moses Maimonides was at sea with his worldly goods, and the ship sank. Causing Maimonides to have to take up a position as a physician.
Oh, tight.
Very well at, also as eventually these commercial sellers had a tremendous amount.
Where did he go?
To profit if they did it well. And also, it's a collective act where, it's not so much that you personally have to sweat across the Mediterranean to get the goods and bring them back.
Oh, okay. So then we killed him, or had the Romans kill him, and he was just like chilling for 3 days. Where did he go then?
The dangers of travel and transport are huge, but as the economy begins to develop and these trade networks, we can actually see how they expand over time. They're seen to be profitable by everyone involved.
Allegedly.
So they are generally very protected, especially in Islamic areas where
that's that story.
Everything is under Muslim rule rather than a patchwork of different rulers of warring regions. And the
72,
Jews have
baby.
a leg up in this. The Jews, of course, were not the only international travelers, and the Jews were not all the only international commercial agents. But they did have a decided
Probably about how many bitches I can fuck in a day without going raw.
This diaspora advantage includes a few things. First of all, the Jews have a common language. So when they are traveling to far-flung regions, you can have a Jew from England communicating with a Jew from Central Asia because they've got a common language in Hebrew. That's an incredibly important thing. Now, they might not be deeply fluent in Hebrew, but they certainly know enough to engage in the basic communication and negotiation for price and goods and so on. Secondly, also extremely important, they have a unified system, and maybe even more importantly than the system, the norms, expectations, how commerce is done. Now, if you can imagine even today walking, if you've ever gone, for example, to the Arab Shuk, long before as dangerous as it is now, but if you went into the Arab Shuk and you didn't know the kind of culture of negotiation of how you're not supposed to pay the first price they mention, and you're only supposed to negotiate in good faith if you really will buy it, all kinds of things like that. You might not necessarily know those rules. Well, because the Jews are all steeped in the same Talmudic tradition, with the same laws and the same avenues of appeal, if they feel that they're not being treated appropriately from a financial
That was a
endeavor,
really good
then
story.
you have a
I
whole
like
system,
it.
a whole
I like
structure
talking with that guy
allows
about
it to take place.
fucking
If you
numbers.
can imagine a Christian traveling deep in Muslim territory, let's say in
Look at
what
this
would be
athleticism.
contemporary Iraq, he would feel extremely out of place,
Motherfucker
especially after
doesn't
the
even know who
Crusades.
the
Oh my
Supremes
gosh,
are.
be extremely unwelcome. He did not have the built-in support system there that would be able to take him in and be able to provide food and lodgings for him at a reasonable price, and protection from being robbed and so on, to allow him to do business. The Jews had these things because of the diaspora itself. Ironically, the diaspora, which was a punishment inflicted upon the Jews, if you want from a theological perspective, or if you want just from a political, historical perspective, the Jews were forced into this scattered exile across all of the known lands of the earth. It actually was able to work to their benefit when they established these far-flung I can tell you just from my personal experience, there was,
This guy's gonna love
I
me.
grew up in, I'm going to show you a picture later, but I grew up in a far-flung, very remote part of northern Canada. And
Cool.
every year there was a charity collector for the base Yaakov of Montreal, right, a girls' school in Montreal, who would hitchhike all the way up from Toronto. We're talking about hundreds and hundreds of miles. We're literally the only thing beyond the street that I lived on was the Arctic Circle or Pole, and he would hitchhike all the way up there for the handful of Jews that lived within a 50-mile radius. And when he got up there, he would, my parents would kick me out of my bedroom, and he would get my bedroom. I would sleep in the sofa in the living room, and that's just the way it was, because that was Jewish connection. So the same thing is pertaining in medieval Europe, where Jews are able to travel with much more reliance on hospitality extended to guests and so on. And this was a massive advantage for them. This is, I'm guessing, why the Jews developed this unusual habit of playing Jewish geography with one another. I don't know if non-Jews do this, but when Jews meet each other, especially in a setting where they don't expect to meet other Jews, or anything like that, almost always the first thing they start doing is they start playing a game where they ask, okay, where are you from? Oh, you're from Manitoba. I know some Jews in Manitoba. Do you know the... And they start to immediately try to develop a web of connections that makes them feel plugged into the worldwide tribal. This Jewish geography game, I wouldn't be surprised if it had its cultural roots deep in the medieval commercial enterprise, where Jews traveling would try to develop a richer network of connections. Now, what did they sell? This is a little bit more controversial. You can see from this particular image, which depicts a negotiation between a Jewish slave trader and a king over the price of the slaves that are held in manacles. From the 5th through the 7th century, the most popular items Jews were selling were luxury items in the East, like perfumes, glassware, still very expensive, silks, and the spices we already talked about, the silk was the spices from the East. And these things would be brought towards the West, the Jews were especially associated with that trade. Now, the wise way to conduct trade, of course, is to have ships sold both ways. So if you're traveling out the east, you have goods from the west to sell to the east, and then you can bring things back from the west. You never have your ships empty as they leave port. The 5th to 7th century, 7th century is significant because that's the beginning of the Muslim expansion, right? The fourth decade of the 7th century when Islam really started taking off, and by the middle of the 8th century, it's got all of North Africa, Spain, and so on, and quite a bit of the Eastern Mediterranean as well. So after the Islamic expansion, the Jews took a much larger role in the expanded trade across that major cultural political barrier between Christian Europe and Islamic North Africa and the Mediterranean. They're bringing from the west to the east a lot of things that are produced in Europe, like swords, actually. There's a lot of superior steel or iron coming out of Europe. Furs, right? Very big thing that's not easily available. Further to the east, so they're bringing the luxury goods that we described earlier to the west, and they're bringing a lot of these raw goods as well to the east. Here's where in the year 854, a church council banned the trade in Christian slaves. And this is something that we've seen all the way back from the Synod of Elvira in the 4th century and so on, that Christianity may have a problem with slavery in general, but it really has a problem with Jews owning slaves. So there's a lot of bans frequently in medieval history that emphasize the fact that Jews are not allowed to own slaves, and Jews are certainly not allowed to trade in slaves. So when there is a ban on trade in Christian slaves, not only by Jews but by non-Jews as well, so now the Jews become much more important in the slave trade because the slaves are largely traded in Iberian markets under Muslim rule. That is not the south part of the Spanish, Portuguese peninsula, in places like Granada and so on. So the actual proportion of the Jews involved in the slave trade is very small, right? Only a small number of Jews were engaged in international commerce, and only a small section of the overall commerce was in slaves, but Jews were
That's against you, right?
Christians.
Maybe. You think spamming your chat is against the US, but creating 10,000 fucking accounts isn't? Baby.
By Christians and by Muslims.
Look at this athleticism, folks.
On a per capita basis,
Look at this.
Just like
Folks,
in other goods,
I am perhaps the sexiest person in the history of the world, slaying a dick like it's going out of style, baby. Look at this athleticism. Look at this burp, like burp. See what's trending, dog. If I were trending on Prime Video, I wouldn't want to watch it at this point. Bitch, are you done? This shit sucks. Worst stream ever. Look at this athleticism. Participants with a video maker in the Look at this athleticism.
Would not allow the trade of other Christians. When Eastern Europe, which was the main source of slaves at this time. In fact, there are some theoreticians that say that the word Slav is related to esclav or slave. It's also possible in non-Slavic languages it refers to a very different kind of word like glory, like you say Slava Bohu, glory be to God. But be that as it may, as Eastern Europe is increasingly Christianized towards the later part of the Middle Ages, then of course that becomes an area that is off limits to slave traders as well, and much of it will shift even further towards Africa, where there are still larger portions of non-Christians available for sale. Adding to this, besides the slave trade, there was a significant expansion of trade routes in Northern Europe. The population in general in Northern France and Germany has been expanding since around the year 1000. There are a lot of theories as to why this happened. It is a noted phenomenon. It appears that the agricultural output increased significantly over this time. So to have a climactic reason for it, it could be that there was, just a general warming of the northern part of Europe at this point, or something to make it much more arable. But at any rate, as the north opens up, more trade routes to northern Europe open up, and Jewish populations there increase. It's kind of like a cycle of the general expand trade means the expansion of Jewish migration to Europe, and the increase in the population as there is more income and so on. But that's essentially what is happening throughout this period in terms of trade. But once the slave trade becomes much more difficult to maintain, particularly in Northern Europe, and as there are increasing levels of anti-Semitic restriction on Jewish trade, which we're going to talk about a little bit more next week in particular, so Jewish trade begins to largely decrease from the huge international scale and become much smaller and become much more focused on retail and on local sales. And I reflect on this personally as well. I already told you one personal story about the charity collector that went all the way up from Montreal to my hometown. But in many ways, this is really my own family story. It was my father, Allah Shalom, and he rest in peace, standing in front of the family store in 1957, way up in northern Ontario. His father is the Alex, and the Alex is the son. My father is the son there. He ended up migrating from northern Russia, and he came to Canada thinking he was going to become a farmer. He was terrible at farming, like you see the pattern we talked about last video. And he ended up going into dry goods sales and connecting with lots of middlemen that they call jobbers down in Toronto. So he was able to connect with a largely Jewish environment commerce, bringing mainly work clothes and things like that up to this dry goods store that was the economic mainstay of the Yiddish family for almost a century. So it's really, in my own person, I feel the connection with this particular period in Jewish history. Okay, so that's a discussion of the goods involved in Jewish commerce. Now we get to perhaps the most difficult aspect of it, which is specifically the involvement of Jews in money lending.
He said, kill me without shedding my blood.
Okay, let's go on to the last part, which is the most difficult part of this section, talking about money lending. Money lending and the medieval churches. Shylock, of course, is the image. Shylock is the merchant of Venice, and Shakespeare's famous play here, appropriately indicated with a red hat, which was the hat that Jews were required to wear in Venice at the time of the setting of this particular play. So the idea of money lending is heavily discouraged by the church, specifically one Christian to another, and charging interest. If you look at Deuteronomy chapter 23, verses 20-21, it says very clearly, do not lend on interest to your brother, interest of food or money or anything on which interest can be charged. You may charge interest to a foreigner, but not to your brother. Now, there's a lot more to say about this in terms of Jewish thought, but basically, the way the rabbis understood this for centuries is that fellow Jews are brothers, and non-Jews are not brothers. They are in the category of foreigners. Again, there are some interesting exceptions where there were some Jewish thinkers who argued that that Christians were brothers as well because they believed in the same God as the Jews. Disagreed, but for the most part, this is the way it was understood, that a Jew was allowed to charge interest to a non-Jew. Now, given that Jews basically lived in a kind of binary society where there was only Christians and Jews, there were very, very few minorities from any other religious denomination. So the only people who would be able to technically lend money on interest to Christians, if Christians aren't doing to each other, is the Jews. So they had kind of like a monopoly on the entire possibility of money lending. The church tried to deal with this in some ways. A 4th century thinker, Ambrose, argued that it's a very beautiful thing for Christians to lend money and not charge interest to each other, kind of like a Gemach kind of free loan society. But it was hard to encourage this because after all, there's no profit. You have to be independently wealthy and willing to risk your money to lend money without charging interest. So it just was not happening. And so money lending, especially as the economy became warm, it became much more necessary to have the institution of credit flowing in society. This is especially true if you have an agricultural society where you have farmers who are cash poor. They're not actually bringing in coin. But they've got to buy seed, wait a long time until they can harvest. So sometimes credit is the only way to bridge that period where they will not have anything to pay for their goods services for. Ultimately, however, the church decreed in the 12th century the so-called Decretum Gratiani, also known as the Law of Gratian. Here's another, on the left, by the way, you see an illuminated manuscript that illustrates one of the many laws discussed in the Decretum Gratiani. Actually has to do with who may marry whom in terms of blood relations. But the law of Gratian said, full stop, Christians, you can't charge each other interest. Which means, effectively, Jews are the only source of credit in medieval Europe. And so Jews started engaging in money lending. Again, when we think about all the things we talked about in the last 2 segments, about the risks of agriculture, the risks of commerce, money lending has a lot to speak about. Guild membership was a hotly contested element, and frequently when Jews would establish themselves in particular municipalities, they had to negotiate the rights that they would have when they moved there. And some cities really negotiated in advance a law in non tolerantes judaeus, like Jews were not allowed to settle there. More likely because the nobility tended to have a vested interest in having Jewish people live there, they would negotiate that, okay, fine, Jews can move here, but no shoemakers, okay? Jews cannot sell shoes. Or Jews can sell shoes, but only when they're ready-made. They can't actually make them. So guilds and various types of trade unions, primitive trade unions, often restricted the tasks that Jews could be involved in. Now, we definitely did have Christians who were nevertheless interested in the kind of profit that Jews were involved in. So the Jews had a monopoly, but it was only de jure, meaning according to the law, the written law. De facto, they did have to compete with Christians, and ultimately the church would find a way around it, specifically the Franciscans, and that would be the end of the Jewish monopoly, although not necessarily the end of Jewish money lending for reasons we'll see in just a few minutes. So what's going on with usury, which is kind of like a nasty word for money lending? The benefits are fantastic. It involves a high rate of profit. The rate of interest charged was anywhere from 30% to 200%. We're talking about loan shark rates. it was very, very expensive to borrow money. And so that meant that people who could afford to lend the money could make a massive amount of profit. It was an urban profession, and Jews, as we have seen over and over again in the diaspora, they have gravitated to urban settings. So this is, something that makes a lot of sense. If you're living just like you can have banker's hours, you can simply say when you're going to open, 10 to 3, and then you just let the customers come to you. I mean, it's a fantastic possibility. It is portable. It's the kind of thing where if you're dealing in cash, especially when you have lots of contacts through commercial ventures, you can deposit money for safekeeping, you can exchange letters of credit and so on, and it requires fairly minimal effort. Moreover, the Jews were actually quite well prepared for this because they were literate, they were numerate, they had this relationship with the king, right? The Servi Kamarai Regis, where if they're making money through money lending, that means a really great flow of currency to the king directly. Later on, when we get to 18th century Poland, the king would realize if it's so easy for the Jews to make money, then we want a bigger part of it, and ultimately they would take apart the very structure they held together, but that's hundreds of years later period of time. Now, the risks, however, are also commensurate. The biggest risk, of course, is resentment, because we all have credit cards, and nobody likes getting a credit card bill. And when you look at the statement and you see, okay, I bought this, and what? Interest charge? Wow, you feel really bad about it, especially if you can't pay off the balance down to zero every month. You see that interest charge, and every month you say, wow, I'm paying so many dollars for nothing. The stuff I bought a long time ago and already gone. So there's a great deal of resentment. This can come from the peasants when they may borrow small sums, but they carry an oppressive debt load. And when peasants get too upset, then what happens is pogroms. You have popular uprisings, often against the will of the king, who is happy to see the Jews engage in usury and then bring in more funds back to them. But if it's too much, then the king, he can't control peasants anymore. The clergy are often resentful of this because it represents like a legal fictional go-around, loophole to the law of gratia, because the law of gratia clearly allows Jews to charge interest, but who wants this kind of thing happening in society, even though it is economically necessary. And the nobility and even the king, however, can show resentment, because it was not at all that uncommon for nobles and even kings to end up borrowing large sums of money from the Jewish populations. And then when things don't go their way, like trying to finance a border war or an expansion of some sort, then it becomes much more expedient to simply expel the Jews and cancel their debts. We see this happening frequently in medieval Europe. England, for example, expelled their Jews in 1290 over basically this issue, where it was simply easier to simply say, okay, do over. And as we saw in France, as we will see in France, the Jews will then be invited back a generation later, because when they expel the Jews, then they have no more source of credit. They need credit to keep their economy growing. So then they invite the Jews back. They end up borrowing a lot of money. It becomes too much. They expel the Jews, and they enter into this cycle again. So this is the kind of danger that is associated with money lending in this period. So the relative wealth and power that are accumulated through money lending can be quite ephemeral because of the large-scale resentment that can be built up in the population. Later on, when we get to Eastern Europe, in the next semester of the classes, some of the elements of this become even greater when alcohol is involved. Because in Eastern Europe, Jews frequently had monopoly on the production of alcohol, something called propaganda, and so people could drink on a tab and then end up having, a huge bill plus an interest charge on top of that. Many of the books you'll see in the 17th and 18th century in Eastern Europe have this at the root: the exploitative practices of some of the Jewish communities that are heavily resented by their customers when they have to actually pay the bill for what they purchase. It's a very difficult period. Now, how did this all come to end? Largely, the Italians wake up and say they've got to get involved in this. So in Italy, in the middle of the 15th century, you have this institution developed by the Franciscan order of monks called the Monte di Pieta, which means the mountains of piety. And essentially what they do is they create their own loan societies, which operate a lot like modern credit unions or banks. In fact, this is where credit unions and banks begin to get their ideas and started. They charge interest, but it's small interest, between 4 and 15%, which is much more manageable. And the purpose of this interest is largely to cover the overhead of hiring staff to manage the funds and so on. And they lend to Christians at a very low rate of interest, but it is approved by the church. First, temporarily, and then towards the end of the 15th century, formally approved by the church, because the overhead costs are not interest for a profit-bearing idea. They're really there to just keep the system flowing. Now, the demand for credit far outstrips the supply that the Monte di Pieta are able to service, but it still means that the Jewish monopoly has been pierced. But there is no, now that the church has officially shown this type of thinking, there is no reason why one would still have to go. But the fact that the demand is still so high, far more than the amount of cash in the Monte Pieta are able to maintain, it meant that Jewish money lending still continued up until really the modern era. But it tended to be on a much smaller scale. Like instead of lending to nobles, you're more likely to lend to local peasants so they could buy skins and things like that. And there were a few exceptional individuals, these so-called court Jews, who really rise to power shortly after the 15th century. But for the most part, Jewish money lending was a much smaller affair at this point and much more local. If you were a typical Christian, say in the Italian peninsula, chances are you would be more likely to do business with a Jew who is much more local and have much less strenuous demands for collateral. But you did have the option, especially if you were borrowing larger sums, like the Monte Pieta, which made more sense for you. So this is essentially how the monopoly was eliminated by the Italian banks. Still, when we kind of reflect on the overall economic picture of the Jews in the medieval period, we can understand how, in particular, money lending was highly resented and would feed a growing anti-Semitic surge that is going to be the topic of next week's lecture. That anti-Semitic surge would ultimately overwhelm much of Western Europe, forcing the Jews to move further to the east. And it is to that subject that we will turn next week. For now, I want to thank you very much for participating, and I hope you have an excellent week.
And they also disapproved of something, so they were trying to put their own notes in the margin to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often marrying their stepson. It just did not match with Confucian ethics. So there's several things.
The great philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre once wrote that if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. And that speaks to this idea that somehow anti-Semitism can proceed even without Jews. Let's have a look, though, at the historical evolution of this bizarre idea, and we're going to specifically look at the medieval period, and then in the next two lectures, we look at the two major charges that developed in the medieval period, the blood libel and the desecration of the host. So, first of all, let's just take one moment to talk about terminology. I'm going to use the term anti-Semitism, and strictly speaking, that is an anachronism. The term anti-Semitism was invented in the late 19th century by an anti-Semite named Wilhelm Marx, and he was seeking a replacement for a common term at the time known as Judenhass or Judenfeind, meaning hatred of Jews. It was kind of like a rude term. It was like using the N-word in contemporary American English. And so he developed an ideology which he said that basically he's not against Jews per se, he is against something called Semitism. Semitism meaning some kind of bizarre philosophy, organization, movement of the Jews that he is anti. We'll see a little bit today, but we'll see much more when we get to the modern period what exactly that Semitism was. It was based on the development of linguistic theory that grouped the Jews' Middle Eastern languages in like to a Semitic family, but otherwise it's completely nonsensical. It used to be spelled in English, at any rate, with a hyphen, so that, and often with a capital S, meaning that there is such a thing as Semitism, that one can be anti. This, of course, is ridiculous. There is no Semitism, and it just fuels more anti-Semitism to use that particular spelling. So many scholarly presses over the last 20, 30 years have been shifting to a single term without a hyphen or without a capital S, indicating that anti-Semitism is a phenomenon unto itself, completely unrelated to the fictitious Semitism. You'll still see in some, spell checkers on your word processors, or some older printers will use the older spelling, but there is a reason why we're using the term anti-Semitism without the capital S. That said, the kind of antipathy to Jews that Wilhelm Marx' late 19th century hatred involved is very different from the antipathy that we see in earlier centuries. And so it is somewhat incorrect and accurate to use his term and to try and push it backwards in time. I will do it anyways. Going to speak about anti-Semitism, even though more strictly speaking, four distinct stages of this bias against Jews that historians have identified, and the use of the term anti-Semitism is really not correct when you're trying to put it like that. But let's quickly look at those four levels, because I want to put them on the medieval period focus for today. The first of the four broad stages is what's called ancient xenophobia. Xenophobia, of course, simply means fear of the stranger, fear of that which is different. And much of the Greco-Roman period can be placed within that kind of rubric, because the Romans, many of the writers had some risky things to say about Jews. They seem to be kind of like cultural misunderstandings or a lack of charity towards a different set of practices or beliefs and things like that. They certainly didn't acquire the kind of bizarre manic quality that we'll be looking at through lectures in particular. It's more like a, if you will, a norm hatred, just like, the South Koreans might dislike the Chinese, or the Inuit might dislike the Apache. It's kind of the condition that we frequently develop fear or even dislike of those who look from us or behave differently and so on. So kind of like, it's not nice, but it's normal. We get to the early Christian period, so we're talking now about the first century and onward. You have a specifically theological antipathy to Jews that we discussed a little bit in the lecture on the Versus Judaeus, which arises specifically out early church emerges and defines itself against the background of Judaism. There are some writers who will disparage the mother religion in order to create more distance, more contrast between Judaism and Christianity. So also not very nice, but also within the realm of understanding, because as religious movements split apart and morph into something new, they will opt back with a little bit of anger at their predecessor. Those of you who participate in synagogue forums will know that when you have a so-called breakaway minyan, right? You have a large synagogue and then a small group of people are disgruntled with the rabbi or with the Kiddush policy or whatever. They break off to form another synagogue. Certainly a very normal kind of satellite thing to do. And sometimes they'll look back at the old synagogue and say, oh, that was so terrible. They wouldn't let us have Kiddush club, things like that. So that's a different type of antipathy to Jews that's really rooted within the theological conflict between these two groups. The third period is what we're going to talk about today, medieval Jew hatred. And I use this term hatred on purpose because, wow, it is so awful and nasty and so totally different from what we see in the earlier two stages. Modern anti-Semitism, which is where we get that term today. Again, I'm going to kick down the road the can of discussing anti-Semitism until we talk about the modern period, but in reality involves two basic ideas. The introduction of race thinking, the idea that the Jews constitute a separate race rather than a different religious group. That's really a modern phenomenon. And secondly, the idea of the conspiracy theory, the idea that the Jewish race are somehow all involved in this diabolical plot to overturn the war. There are elements of this in the medieval period, but they are really quite minor. And note that modern anti-Semitism, unlike early Christian anti-Judaism and unlike medieval Jew hatred, does not need any religious mooring to hold it in place. It doesn't need to have any kind of belief system that is connected with Christianity or any other religion. It can be totally secular. And this is a great example of how anti-Semitism can survive massive cultural challenges, such as, for example, the decline in religion that occurs from the 18th century onward. Religion doesn't do so well, but anti-Semitism survives. So those are the four main periods, and we're going to focus on the medieval period. So what are the basic characteristics of medieval Jew hatred? So the first and most obvious element of medieval Jew hatred is ascriptions of Jewish misanthropy. I mean, this phrase just popped in my head because it is so clear. Misanthropy, of course, means hatred of people, like hatred of other beings, right? Pathos is man, just like misogyny is hatred of women, specifically misogyny, it's like hating people in general. And unlike what we saw in the period of xenophobia, and unlike what we saw in the period of early Christian anti-Judaism, there's this idea in medieval Jew hatred that Jews somehow hate other non-Jews so badly that they would do terrible things to them, like, God forbid, kidnap and kill their children and drink their blood. I mean, wow, that's like an asteroid of hate that suddenly lands in this puddle of, discomfort. It is such a huge and bizarre kind of argument. And the ritual murder, the idea that the Jews need to somehow, reenact the passion of Jesus by choosing a child in particular to suffer that. Where did that come from? That's really demonic, and it's really misanthropic. It's also really connected to the devil, so the term demonic is significant here, because in the medieval period, the belief in the role of Satan in the functioning of the world becomes much more significant. Think Dante and others like that, and think this particular image which shows Jews burning in a cauldron there, hell. The idea that if the Christians are somehow God's people, then the Jews must be, to balance it out, the devil's people. They must be somehow the mirror image. And if the Christians are associated with Jesus, the Savior of the world, the Jews must be somehow associated with the Antichrist, the destroyer of the world. And there's a large body of thought about the so-called red Jews who are somehow waiting somewhere east of the Caucasus Mountains, living inside a mountain or in some hidden area, just waiting for the Antichrist to be born and then to lead them out and to overrun all of Europe. I mean, really bizarre things that you see nowhere in earlier forms of anti-Semitic thought. Another major characteristic is that the connection to religious antipathy is often secondary. What I mean by this is that most of their charges, as we'll see shortly, definitely have a connection to religion, but it is often tenuous and epiphenomenal to the need to ascribe that misanthropy to the Jews. The idea that, we need an excuse to hate the Jews, so let's find some kind of bizarre story to attach to them, and we'll justify it using religion kind of like a veneer to hold to it. And where you see that in some really interesting sort of ironic places is that the higher levels of the church were often quite opposed to popular movements of Jew hatred, like the dual murder charges. And they're saying, we're really glad you're all fired up about Jesus and everything, and we want you to think about the passion, but the Jews are not killing Christian children to reenact it. The church finds itself in an uncomfortable position quite often, defending the Jews from violence because the mob has been kind of ripped up by this surging belief that the Jews somehow engage in these terrible activities. And it seems very clear that when you contrast it with the previous form of dominant anti-Jewish thought, logical arguments are irrelevant. In the time of theological anti-Judaism, Jews and Christians could have exchanges, could have debates, could even talk about religious differences with a modicum of, you see that, for example, in the Latin translation of the Bible, that, Jewish scholars of the Bible were consulted widely in order to try and figure out what the words mean to translate into Latin. That's so far away from what's happening in the medieval period. The theology is used to support the hatred. And the third element, which I would like to get into, but I'm going to push it off a little bit till we talk about Spain in a couple of weeks, you see anti-Talmudism appear. Basically, the Talmud is, up until the 13th century, really a closed text for Christianity. And when it is kind of discussed as the root of Jewish misanthropy, then it receives a lot more negative attention. You see forced disputations, burnings of the Talmud, and things like that. And we tend to coalesce around this really important 13th century in particular. So these are some of the main elements that you see with medieval Jew hatred that are distinct really from previous forms. But anti-Talmudism in particular does kind of bleed over into the modern period, into anti-Semitism, specifically the notion that somehow the Talmud is what teaches Jews about this supposed conspiracy and so on. Now, there are many, many other factors that feed into the growth of these noxious ideologies. One of the elements is the change in the sensibility that begins to be evident, especially in the 13th century. The church gains significant amount of power at this time. And you recall when we talked about the communal center, when we talked about the communal structure of the Jewish people and the medieval economy last week, the kings often protected the Jews because of their value as generators of cash income, and the church had ideological reasons to try to hold them down. With the ascendance of the church in the 13th century in particular, and the waning of temporal power under the kings, that represents a weaker point for Jews. Second, we also see the negative consequences of Jewish economic activity that we spoke about a lot last week. Jewish money lending, hugely important for the medieval economy, but also something that can be deeply resented, both by the small-line customers of Jews who might be borrowing money just to get through a harvest season, and also for the more powerful nobility who might be borrowing money to wage a war or something like that. So it's not unreal to imagine that a lot of the antipathy to Jews is born out of this resentment over the exploitative practices of Jewish moneylenders. That's not to say in any way that legal behavior somehow allows for violence. It does speak to the inegalities of the economy, and it's something that people should certainly be aware of, even for our own times. But nevertheless, it's hard to imagine that this is in part emotional makeup of those who would hate you. Finally, one other element which I find very fascinating, and maybe we'll have time to discuss in a little more detail at the end of tonight's talk, but the technological advances of information technology in particular, the development of woodcut technology, the printing press, the circulation of secular propaganda, which begins to increase after the year 1000. What I mean by secular is that it's not specifically church-sponsored. Recall that for medieval people, art was something incredibly precious. We live in an image-saturated time where we're constantly bombarded with images, and not only that, with video, but in the medieval period, people would look at something that we would be very primitive in terms of art, and they would wonder on it. And even wealthy people who could own art would not just display it, they would keep it inside cabinets, and only for important things would they open it up and allow people to gaze on a literature piece of art. So the cheap distribution of woodcut prints really has a significant element, I would argue, on social media spread of these ideas.
The valley where I live, all the wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. It's very cold coming down from the mountain. And every day, when there's a break, they go down, they do not get in the water, never. But they take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves.
I feel constrained to say this to everybody, even though it should be absolutely obvious, the charges of ritual murder and the related blood libel are entirely false. There is no basis to the idea that the organizers, for whatever bizarre reason, actually kidnapped children and have used and murdered them and then consumed their blood. This is an entire fabrication of the twisted medieval mind, and sadly it has been an enduring myth that has continued up until the present day all around the world. And despite being disproved so many times, it nevertheless has that kind of staying power that gives it an unusual lease on life. It represents a dramatic escalation in the violent tenor of anti-Semitic rhetoric, and it remains so to this very day. Here's a map that shows you how the blood libel spread throughout Europe. Let me clarify for a second. The term ritual murder emerges out of the very first one of these charges, which occurred in 1944 in Norwich, England. And in that particular story, in which a young child was found murdered and Jews were blamed for it, there was no suggestion of the consumption of blood. There was rather the idea that the reason he was murdered was because the Jews wanted to reenact the Passion of Jesus. They wanted to go through the crucifixion once again. Later, other elements were added to these stories, and most specifically and most powerfully, the idea that part of that ritual murder was that the Jews needed to drain the blood from this child, which then they would use for nefarious purposes. So they're often lumped together, ritual murder and the blood libel or the blood accusation. Here you can see in this very useful map, which comes from Encyclopedia Judaica, the number indicates the century. So Norwich there has the first in 1144. Lines underneath the digit indicate that multiple charges were laid in that century. So there were in London there was one in the 12th and two in the 13th century. And then from England, it's exported to the continent. And in particular, in Germany and North Italy, you see a lot of it happening over the 13th, 14th, 15th century. And then it moves even further east out through Poland in particular, the Czech lands, Hungary, and all the way out into Russia and Ukraine. And as you can see, the round numbers indicate 19th and 20th century blood libels that continue to even our own time. Here is an illustration actually in a church. It's some kind of wall painting in Norfolk, England, that shows the young William who is being tortured by Jews. You notice that he has a halo around his head indicating that he's acquired holiness. And in fact, many of the children who are associated with these blood libel and ritual murders were venerated. The relics were preserved and were the site of quite a bit of religious image and so on, and as we shall see, sometimes even beatified. And you can see the Jew wearing the red hat on the right is piercing the side of the child, which is an obvious echo of Jesus' wounds as well. What is definitely not correct in this representation is that when William Norfolk's body, he was 12 years old, was found murdered and strangled, specific reference is that he was found wearing a jacket and shoes. And some scholars who have studied this very first ritual murder accusation suggest that the specific reference to the jacket and shoes suggests that he was not wearing pants, that he was in fact sexually assaulted and then strangled thereafter. To the degree to which we are able to reconstruct what happened, it appears that this unfortunate young child was accosted by a pedophile who abused him and then murdered him. And then after the body was found, a hue and cry rose up of legitimate righteous anger for this horrible crime against this child. And people were looking for a scapegoat, and the Jews, who had only been in Norwich for about 9 years when this occurred, they were the most likely people to be blamed. And so what followed was actually a defense of the Jews by the secular authorities, but the story would not die down, and later public violence, and as we shall see, happens frequently in the context of these. Now, this is really the beginning of the ritual murder blood libel charge in 1144, but there are ironically some ancient parallels. The historian Josephus rebuts an argument by an early anti-Semite named Appian, who suggested that Jews kidnap and murder a Greek child, right, as in a Hellenistic period, a Greek child as part of their religion, and kill him and so on. But there seems to be no connection between what Appian had to say back then and what happens 1,000 years later. We also see, ironically, that early Christians were accused of killing children for religious purposes. So Tertullian, one of the church fathers in the 2nd century, complains about the way in which the Christians are being abused with this slander. And this is, of course, before Christianity becomes a state religion or has any power to speak of. So it's a bizarre kind of thing. There are even examples of this in other cultures, but nothing with the kind of enduring imaginary power that the ritual murder and blood libel charges have been for Jews. William of Norwich is where we start in the story. Now, what are the basic elements? As I've already mentioned, there's typically a child involved who is unfortunately murdered, and then a story regarding the cause of his death involving the Jews circulates in society. This is a famous woodcut depicting the martyrdom of a young boy named Simon in the city of Trent. And as you can see, I've actually omitted the bottom part, which has kind of like the text that explains what's going on in the images, but all of the Jews here are clearly marked with the ruel, with the round symbol that was used to identify them as Jews. Very useful thing in our history. The left has the Judenhood, the Jewish horned hat that was also used to depict Jews. Of course, at the center of the image is the young Simon, being tortured by the Jews, and his blood is being retrieved in that pan at the bottom that represents the blood line. Common elements. They usually happen around Easter or Passover time for several reasons. The most obvious being that Easter is, of course, the time of the Christian religious calendar.
There she is.
Crucifixion, death, and resurrection of Jesus.
How was your day?
So the idea that this is so important for Christians.
Lovely, thank you.
Really important for
All right.
And,
Get ready for an invitation in about less than a minute.
Remember also that Easter typically falls around the same time as Passover. Actually, up until the 4th century, it was exactly the same time. But the Jews are engaged in all kinds of unusual behavior during Passover, right? Because it has this massive house cleaning time where you have to get rid of all leavened products. You have to bake fresh, ritual foods, the matzah in particular. And so the Jews are running around doing these strange things, and Christians may wonder, why are they so wrapped up about this? And in particular, the requirement that every Jew have 4 cups of wine on Passover. So the idea that they have to have this red wine in particular, was something that piqued the Christian imagination in the medieval world. So much so, the commentator on the Code of Jewish Law, Rabbi Moshe Isserles, the Ramah, writes that if you live in a place where blood libels are frequent, you do not have to drink red wine on Passover. Drink white wine, so that there will be less suspicion that there's something in the wine that is related to blood, which is, of course, as I mentioned at the beginning, completely absurd. Jews are actually forbidden to consume any blood, and one of the big processes in making meat kosher is that it has to be properly salted and drained so that there is no blood consumed. So it's just another one of the fantastic elements of this particular show. Fantastic in the sense of fantasy rather than the sense of great. The imitation of passion, as I mentioned, as you can see here, Simon is, of course, in a cruciform position. The use of blood. Now, what was the blood for? So when you look over the centuries as this libel developed, there are all kinds of fanciful things associated with it. There was a widespread belief that Jews had an unusual stench, the Photo Judaeus, and that the only way to remove it was to consume or even bathe in Christian blood. Another argument was Jewish women and men menstruated, and they needed to replace their iron loss by drinking Christian blood.
What a beautiful,
it was
beautiful spare.
Aphrodisiac, and in fact, remarkable references.
That's what I needed. That's what I'm talking about.
This aphrodisiac or fertility drug from Jews saying, don't tell anyone. Can you please have some of this Christian blood? Which, I can only what it would be like to be approached with. And various and sundry other purposes associated with the blood, whatever the imagine could tolerate. Circumcision of the young child is also very common, as you see also in this example with Simon of Trent, because of course Christians would not be circumcised, but since this is supposed to be an imitation of the flesh, and Jesus was of course circumcised,
I need a good
actually
one.
his circumcision date was celebrated on the Christian calendar for the 180 period, which was like 8 days after Christmas. So the young child would be circumcised as well, and that was part of the gory litany of the description that
Mr. Aquarius takes the lead.
There's often an apostate informer involved.
With confidence.
Somehow there is a Jew who to Christianity, who
Get it.
often will reveal the
Ooh.
secrets of what's going on in the Jewish community, even though they are complete fabrications. And this is that contributes.
Uh-oh,
to
Miss Aquarius, you may get me.
Hostility
I need to get
that
this
the
split.
Jewish liturgy bears.
And I didn't.
Because you can have
Good win.
a Jewish community just
Nice comeback.
minding their own business, and some
You win, I win. Word, girl. That's 100%. That was an excellent comeback.
My former community are plotting to murder a child, to kidnap a child. They don't even need to have the actual body of the child itself to say that a crime is committed in order to rise up these horrible passions and to wreak havoc on the community. So these are kind of some of the major elements that you often see. As I said earlier, the church reaction was mixed. In general, the higher levels of the church, including the popes, frequently intervened at Jewish requests to quell the popular sentiment associated with ritual murders and blood libels. That they issued bulls, they issued declarations.
What a strike! High five.
It's not true. Jews do not drink blood. They don't kill Christian children. They don't do these things.
Tried.
On the other hand, the community laity as a whole, and much of the lower clergy that were frequently illiterate themselves, couldn't even read the verse if it was handed to them, these had a momentum of their own, and so frequently the popular surge of anger and the subsequent desire to venerate these child victims who were probably murdered by local sex offenders whose identity
what a
for
spare.
centuries.
Get it.
The church has to try and placate the need of the community to mark the passing of these children who died in such horrible ways. So it's an unusual moment for the church, as we shall see. In the case of Simon of Trent, this is another representation of him that we see in this woodcut. He was beatified, but not canonized, which I don't know exactly what the difference is in Catholic theology, but he reached a certain level of Christian veneration, but he did not reach the top level. He did not reach sainthood. So even though there are
not good.
hundreds of
not good at all.
that are somehow associated with Simon of Trent.
Oh, Miss Aquarius. I might be done.
He was only removed from the official
martyrology
of the Roman Catholic Church in
Miss Aquarius.
1965.
Big time score here. She puts up back-to-back big scores.
So it's very hard for the church to kind of
get it.
Massive cruise ship. It's very hard to
all right.
change
she leaves a little bit of window for me.
Now, regarding the persistence of this very noxious myth, we've already seen how it has spread all across Europe and from west to east.
Nice job, Miss Aquarius.
Dramatic 20th
2
century.
for 2. I win, you win. You win, I win. Good job. Undefeated in friendship, undefeated in bowling.
She got lost in the forest. And she found her way out. But the
100%
in the 1920s actually
absolutely not. Great games. Good job.
Saying, did you guys kidnap this child for ritual murder purposes? Right?
I see that. Well, it's important.
New York,
great job.
United States of America.
And I look forward to playing you tomorrow, God willing.
Stay in power with the modern imagination. Fortunately, the child found her way out of the forest, and the whole thing blew over, and the rabbi registered his deep dissatisfaction with the police department that they would even think that they should go to the rabbi and say, "Where's the child you kidnapped?" Anyway, one of the more famous blood
Audie, how you been, girl?
1911, the Rothschild.
I was just thinking about you. How are you doing? What'd you say? Okay. Do you want to play a game? All right. I'm going to send you. Yeah, you do? All right. I'll send you an invite.
Russian government prosecuted one Mendel Bayless. This is a drawing from the trial. for the murder of a young child. And after 2 years of an internationally watched trial, because this is the 20th century, and all other governments in the Western world had clearly distanced themselves from these medieval beliefs. They watched with incredulity that this modern empire would actually prosecute this guy for such a ridiculous charge. In the end, after 2 years of deliberation and an argument, they were not able to convince a jury of Ukrainian peasants that Bayless was guilty of the crime, and he was released. More significantly, however, the Nazis, of course,
no, you don't.
made great use
It's
of
Aquarius
the
X
ritual
on the
murder
guy
charge.
because
This is
I
their
hit the wrong one. You are Gale Settle. Okay, now you have an invitation.
Big red letters here in this 1934 edition. The Jewish murder plan against non-Jews, and so on. And you can see the picture here with all these children hung upside down, and these demonic-looking Jews catching the bulls, catching the blood in the pan, very much like on the Trent. So the Nazis definitely were very reliant on the blood. And finally, most disturbingly, this is a painting by a very talented Italian realist painter named Gianni Gasparo, who literally in 2020, this 21st century, painted this modern impression of murder of Simon of Trent, who we've seen a couple of times so far, with his anti-Semitic and this is in our very own time. Absolutely astounding that we are still here. It's incredible, but there it is. The host desecration is a little bit of a twist on the ritual murder blood libel charge. It develops roughly the same period of time, but especially towards the 13th century for reasons that we will discuss right now. The false charge of host desecration, I have to say false because I know once I put this recording on the internet, people will say, oh, there you go, it happened. It is, again, totally false. Jews were charged with this, but Jews did not do these things that they are charged with. It is one of these bizarre creations of the medieval mind that unfortunately had extremely untoward circumstances. So what exactly is going on here? In Catholic ritual, and I certainly can't claim to be an expert of this, in the ritual known as communion, believing Catholics under certain circumstances are invited to partake in eating a small wafer in the Eastern Church. It's like a cube of bread that represents, on a level which is considered higher than symbolic, the actual body of Jesus. The wafer, which is called the host, represents Jesus in a very important way, particularly after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which confirmed this idea known as transubstantiation, that somehow the wafer inheres the body of Jesus in a mysterious way, which is beyond the scope of our discussion. But what's important for us is, in the Christian mind, in the Catholic mind of the 13th century and onwards in particular, the idea is that eating this wafer represents a holy act because the wafer itself is the body of Jesus. So the logic of the host desecration charge is that if Jews are misanthropic and want to, reenact the Passion, then certainly they would want to kidnap the actual body of Christ, which is inherent in this host wafer. And so this expansive charge of host wafer desecration spreads across Europe. I'm going to show you one kind of like cartoon broadsheet that shows the whole story of a typical host desecration that is fairly accurate. This is actually from Passau in the 15th century. And the elements behind it are very similar one to the other. There's typically, in this case, a Christian accomplice. You'll recall with blood libel, there's often a Jewish reformer involved. So now we have a Christian who is a traitor, and you can see him here on the left. He's gone into the church and repetitiously scoops the wafers, which are like those round things on the table there, into his bag as he looks over his shoulder to see if anyone's watching him. So he steals the host from the church, and in the right panel, he goes to the Jews who are so marked by the ruel. You can see that they're clearly identified by the artists as Jews, who offer him money in exchange for these wafers. Then the Jews take the wafers back to their synagogue in a box, and they torture them in the synagogue. You see there, they've got like kind of like the shulchan, the ritual table upon which the Torah is read in the typical synagogue. And the artist is clearly Christian, or at least Hebrew illiterate, because the Ten Commandments in the background there, it's clearly not Hebrew, that's just gibberish, but meant to sort of evoke a vaguely Hebraic look. While they stab the host with knives, the host miraculously bleeds, supporting the notion that it is somehow, actually the body of Jesus. Then there is a knock at the door when the authorities say, "Hey, what's going on in there?" And so the Jews scoop up the wafers and they try to get rid of the evidence on the right panel by throwing the wafers into the furnace. Inside the flame, a miraculous image of a child appears, and doves fly out of the smoke where they are caught by waiting. It's like all of these stories of miraculous events associated with the wafer really buttress belief in transubstantiation, and that represents another variable with regards to the church's ambiguity towards these stories. The Jews are discovered. The authorities come in. They cut heads off the Jews. They set them on fire, and they take away the Christian accomplice to be tortured as well. And then the synagogue is rededicated as a church. So these last couple of panels, unfortunately, have a lot more historical basis and historicity than the previous panel, but that's essentially the typical story of a host desecration as it is charged in the population. Of course, the Jews have negative motivation to do any of these things. They want to stay far away from the host for the fear that this kind of violence would erupt. Now, in terms of the relationship of the church to the host desecrations, you can see here this map also taken from the Encyclopedia Judaica, which depicts the spread of the host desecration charge. It's interesting because, on the one hand, in many Catholic areas, the host desecration story really lends a kind of backward, strange support to the whole doctrine of transubstantiation, which was met with some skepticism in Europe. France and especially Italy, however, seem to have largely escaped post-desecration stories, and many scholars point to the specific intervention of the popes who tried to put a lid on these kind of violent eruptions that could easily spin out of control. These kind of popular upsurges of religious fervor that turned into violence that had really no connection to Catholic doctrine. The idea of transubstantiation, yes. The idea that the Jews need to then, torture the host, definitely not. So the absence from Italy is especially notable, but as you can see, it spreads quite a bit through East Central Europe. One of the things that might actually contribute to its spread is this phenomenon, which has actually been reproduced in maps today, that there's actually a kind of a mold called Ectococcus prodigiosus that can grow on the specific types of wafers that are commonly used in parts of Europe, and it looks a little bit like blood, right? Like dried blood on the wafers. And so imagine that they're putting these wafers in often sealed boxes, very humid, and then this mold, if it's there, it makes all of the wafers develop a reddish kind of like growth on it. And then when the priest opens it up and sees that that they're red like blood, then this can actually contribute to the idea that maybe they were somehow attacked by the Jews. In some cases, these wafers were actually venerated nations of the holiness of the wafers. You can see in this particular image, for example. The host desecration myth has a tremendous hold on the medieval mind, but unlike the blood libel, it does not survive into the 18th and 19th century anything like the same degree of popularity. I would argue it has a lot to do with the general decline in religious fervor in general in the modern period. That it takes a lot more incredulity to believe the story than to believe the ritual murder and the blood libel charge, and that could have something to do with the failure of this to continue. Nevertheless, it still has a strong impact, and in many cases, the blood libel, the host desecration charges that we see actually result in massacres of Jews and of expulsions. And what's especially fascinating is that the ritual murder and blood libel charges were also absurd, but in those cases there was a body, there was a child who was, God forbid, the victim of a crime. In the case of the host desecration, what crime was committed? I mean, it's entirely imaginary, and nevertheless, it still, speaks to the nature of humanity, that people will believe these most bizarre things and commit tremendous atrocities against their neighbors for the slightest of causes. Now, moving to the 20th century, I just want to give you a kind of a chilling example when the host desecration myth does make it to the 20th century. This is a banknote that was issued in the 1920s. I believe it was 1922 in Germany. At that time, Germany was suffering from incredible hyperinflation as a result of the crises following World War I, the economic crises. And so they issued local municipal currency, which was called at the time Rothschild, or necessity currency. And if you can imagine, let's say God forbid, the American dollar failed and lost its value, so New York City might issue its own currency so that it would, hopefully keep inflation at a reasonable level, and Los Angeles would have a different currency, and so on. So that's what Rothschild was intended for. We actually have lots and lots of examples of this in the early 1920s. Frequently, they have anti-Semitic artwork on their currency. Can you imagine sending your child out to get a gallon of milk, and you say, "Here, kid," and there's an anti-Semitic caricature right there on the image. So this particular note, which was issued in actually a series of notes, shows a 15th century host desecration 500 years later in the 20th century. Here you see on the left, there's the Christian accomplice. In this case, he appears to be some kind of monk who is selling the host, which is glowing, to the Jews there with very ugly physiognomy. And then in another example, here are the Jews gathered around their Passover table. And on one side, they're eating the Seder. On the other side, they are torturing the host, right? Causing it to bleed. And then, of course, the element that is inevitable when you have these host desecrations, the Jews are then burned alive in this grotesque and horrible manner. Just shows you the horrific nature of this anti-Semitism and how painful it is to see that it even appears in the 20th century. Okay, so that wraps up this very difficult series of short lectures. And next week we're going to go back to more social history, specifically with the history of Jewish women. Jewish women in the medieval period. We're going to be painting in fairly broad strokes. Going to kind of limit our discussion primarily to the High Middle Ages, let's say about the year 1000 to about the year 1300. And but I am going to think about both the Islamic sphere of influence as well as the Christian sphere of influence, because as we shall see, some rather distinct differences exist between those two areas when it comes to the history of women in particular. One of the most challenging aspects of this important area of Jewish history, which is vastly understudied, is the lack of explicit women's voices from the medieval period. And in fact, they're not so numerous in the ancient or the modern period either until you get to the contemporary period, where we're trying to figure out history by looking at things sideways, by trying to use our peripheral vision based on what little bits of data we have. So let's just take a second to have an overview of what are the major sources of information that we can use to understand medieval Jewish history for women in this period. So first of all, the literature. As you will recall when we were discussing the centers and earlier, one of the major areas of Jewish legal activity is the so-called She'elot u'tshuvot literature, literally questions and answers, where there will be some legal question, often a real brain teaser, a difficult one, and it will be set to writing typically and sent to a great rabbi to answer. In some cases, it will be delivered orally, but the rabbi will later compose and answer. So it's really teshuvot literature, because the answer is the part that is mainly preserved in the historical record. Sometimes the question is reduced to just a couple of lines at the very beginning, the teshuvah. So there are a couple of, what is this teshuvah literature all about? This responsive literature all about? Anything dealing with the scope of human experience that have implications in Jewish law. A person wants to know, is this kind of chicken kosher? Can I do this on the Sabbath? And much more complicated monetary and personal status issues come to the rabbis. The rabbis record an answer, and that later becomes cited by later rabbis as they try to determine the halacha, the decision on a case. So there's a couple of difficulties with using responsive literature to understand women's history. The first is, of course, it's not written by women at all. This is an entirely male area of activity. There are precious few, just sort of like echoes of what women might have actually thought about the process that is being discussed by rabbis that affects them in a very, significant way. So it's entirely from a male perspective, what to do about this or that particular situation. We're going to discuss a few common types of situations. They deal with things like personal status, legitimate Jewish law, the legitimacy of a marriage, the dissolution of marriage, and the appropriate distribution of resources from marriage, assets from the marriage, all discussed by rabbis. So one problem is it's entirely male in its focus, in its genesis. The second is that it's entirely rabbinic in its focus, right? It's not just that we're having like a perspective of what all men think about these particular problems. We're talking about a particular class of men whose interests are sometimes deeply wrapped up in the questions that will be asked. For example, in the 12th century in particular, rabbis got much more involved in matchmaking than ever before. Matchmaking is fairly lucrative because when you set up a match, the custom is that if the match is successful, the parents of the bride and groom give the matchmaker a reward, which can be, in contemporary terms, thousands of dollars. So when the rabbis got involved, suddenly their personal interests were financially linked to the answers that they might have to give. Maybe we'll get to that again a little bit later. So first problem is it's male. Second problem is it's rabbinic, and both of those are kind of like telescope views into society. And the third problem is that responsa literature basically only deals with problems. It only deals with there's an unusual situation that provokes a crisis, not be easily resolved by a local population or even a local rabbi. And so we learn about exceptional cases from the responsa literature, about something special or especially untoward occurring. How do you react to this? It's kind of like, trying to determine, life and wellness guide by only looking at people with illnesses, right? Avoid that. What do you do to try to promote your health? That kind of thing. So the responsa literature is intrinsically distorted for those reasons, but nevertheless, even with those limitations, we do get a sense quite often of what must have been the prevailing norm against which this particular situation took place. For example, in the case of a husband who takes a second wife without his wife's permission, you may see in the responsa literature, you may see a passage like the woman immediately wrote to the husband saying that she demands the penalty that has been customary in her land for the last 100 years. So all of a sudden we know, there is some kind of customary demand that may be placed on a husband who illegally takes a second wife, this kind of thing. But that's one of the major sources for our understanding of women is essentially the backdrop of the responsa literature. We also have another major source of information, which is still overwhelmingly male in authorship. But we do hear women's voices kind of peeking through the veil more and more. And this is the massive trove of Geniza documents. You'll recall the Geniza is this huge collection of medieval scraps of really, refuse, not just paper, also papyrus, also parchment, things like that, but things that Jews didn't want to throw away in the neighborhood of Cairo, and for some 100 years they're piling these up in the attic of this particular synagogue. And when they were discovered in the 19th century, they suddenly gave us a massive and really rich view of how Jews live, primarily in Egypt and in the Mediterranean basin, the eastern part of the Mediterranean. It tends to be sort of lopsided towards the Islamic environment. Doesn't tell us a lot about the much smaller populations in Northern Europe, the Ashkenazim, but nevertheless, it does give us a much more rich variety of sources other than responsa literature, which is also reproduced in the Geniza documents. We have a lot of documents that may have been dictated by women to scribes. I happen to see in Judith Baskin's very important collection of essays on Jewish women historical perspective that was published about 20 odd years ago, a little bit later than that, earlier than that even, where she says to date no woman's voice has ever been clearly identified in any Geniza document. I'm not sure that's still true today, but nevertheless, it's certainly true that the vast majority of those documents are absolutely male in authorship. Still, the Geniza documents tell us more about failed business arrangements, tell us more about contracts that were normal and then just, tossed in the Geniza when they were no longer necessary, and personal correspondence and all kinds of functional and dysfunctional family information. So that's a really important source as well. Then we have an unusual source, martyrologies. This is much more important for the Ashkenazic lands, where it became, especially after the Crusades, a kind of a literary genre for authors to commemorate the martyrs of various massacres. And quite often, the martyrologies give us information not only on specific individuals, very tragic stories of how they died. Sometimes very heroically, women also playing a very large role in their refusal to give in to the will of crusaders, for example. But also sometimes you can get some demographic data, like you can make some pretty good guesses at typical family size. You can get some sense of how naming patterns and whether people name their children after Hebrew sources or after non-Jewish sources. All kinds of interesting things that you can derive from the martyrologies as well. The ethical literature, which there's a lot of religious literature in this category, but famous Unter Pares, one of the most important of which is clearly the very important 12th source, which we discussed also in the context of the Crusades, the Sefer Hasidim, which is a remarkable document that includes a lot of fascinating discussion, exhortations for ethical behavior primarily, but also that were circulating and things like that. And there's a lot of discussion of women in the women are part and parcel of many of the and other passages widely studied in this era, and seeing how they were written or sometimes how they're not written. Also, some insight into how women were viewed and their role in society in the medieval period. We will talk a little bit later about Rashi, who is especially fascinating, not only for what he said about women, which we'll get to, God willing, but by what he did not say about women. It is fascinating to note that in his commentary on the Bible, very widely read, one of the major functions of Rashi is he connects the text of the written Torah, the actual 5 books of Moses, to the much larger oral Torah, the Midrash in particular, the Talmud, and so on. And he will frequently cite Midrashim that for the women, but he tends to not cite and not include in his commentary Midrashim that may have read as derogatory to women in any way. So his editing tells us a little bit about his personality, which is confirmed in many ways by some of the things that he actively wrote rather than his editing there. He was, of course, famously the daughter of 3, perhaps 4 daughters who married very well. His sons-in-law were all scholars and so on. And, more about that later. So we don't have like autobiographies of women from the medieval period. Until we get to the 17th century, with the remarkable Gukul of Ammon, we really don't have, a definitive and substantive account of a woman's life by a woman. But we have all of these other kind of ancillary peripheral things that give us some sense of how we can construct the woman's experience of the world in the medieval period. So let's think for just a second of legal status. And much of this is informed by the earlier Talmudic tradition, where you do have texts that form the basis of Jewish law, of halakha, from the ancient period. But we do see from time to time sort of like adaptations of these texts, the Mishnah and the Talmud in particular, for specific reasons or particular places and times, and those areas of tension between contemporary practice or desire and the halakha, seeing how those are resolved is often quite fascinating. I think one of the most important areas which is relevant to our study of Jewish women is the writings of Rabbi Gershom, who was a very important Ashkenazic rabbi known as Meor HaGola, the light of the exile. And his years are roughly 960 to 1040. There is quite a bit of scholarly dispute over how widely accepted his bans were, or the takanot, so to speak, decrees of Rabbeinu Gershom, and how quickly they were adopted. But that area of discussion of what was his level of authority it becomes moot because by the time you get to the 13th and 14th century, it's widely understood in Ashkenazic lands as being the law of the land. Everybody behaves according to the laws of Rabbi Gershon. Less so in Islamic culture. But what exactly did he have to say, and why was it so important for women? Among the many takanot that he enacted was a ban on polygamy. Polygamy, of course, is the very common biblical practice of men marrying more than one woman, singular. Men marrying more than one woman. You look at the patriarchs, Abraham with Sarah and Hagar, and of course Yaakov marrying two wives, two handmaidens, one. And this was widespread practice, particularly in Muslim lands, right up until the 11th century and beyond, in fact. In Christian lands, however, there is a decided tendency to restrict Jews' behavior to monogamy. And Jews seem to have sort of self-censored their behavior in that regard as well. So one of the scholarly debates is, was Rabbeinu Gershon initiating a big change or rather kind of confirming a change that had already taken place? One of the areas where we see this play out in real time is in Spain in the 11th and especially the 12th century, where even the areas that are now Christian, as per the Reconquista, there are some hesitancies to accept the ban on polygamy that Rabbeinu Gershon and Hagola had put in place. Nevertheless, there's no question that the Ashkenazic lands in Europe under Christian culture are steadily moving in the direction of exclusive monogamy, whereas in the Muslim lands in the southern Mediterranean, the Geniza documents indicate very commonly that there is no such strong movement towards monogamy, and polygamy is still very, very common. There are lots of economic attachments to polygamy, such as the need to set up two separate households. It can only really be effected with a man of means, and the occasion for polygamy becomes rather restricted to a specific class of individuals, and we're going to discuss them in the next few moments. Rabbeinu Gershon also put in place, incidentally, a lot of other bans, which are not as widely appreciated, but I think quite fascinating. One that I really should say, really important before I talk about the minor ones. Besides the ban on polygamy, he strengthened a lot of the protections for women in divorce law. As, for example, he instituted a ban on divorcing a woman. She had to ultimately consent to the marriage, to the divorce, just as she had consented to the marriage. And part of the reason for this scholars dispute, but have to do with some of the contingencies of long distance travel, and I'm going to push that off to the next slide as well. But in terms of his minor bans, or I think they're very important, but nevertheless not as just a ban on reading other people's correspondence. So if you get a letter that's not addressed to you, and you open it up and read, actually, ignoring the ban of Rabbeinu Gershon, and it's a very, very serious. We use the term ban, but really it's kind of like an excommunication, a person who would be in violation of the ban with such social ostracism and other consequences as a result. It's a really interesting phenomenon. The ban of Rabbeinu Gershon is widely cited nowadays with regard to electronic communications, like to what degree are texts and tweets and emails private? Is the metadata, the information on the outside of the envelope, private? Can it be used in an employment dispute? Fascinating stuff. Okay, so we see there's a big shift here happening in the legal status of women, specifically with regard to marriage, that in the Ashkenazic lands, more of a trend towards the Christian norm of monogamy, and in the Muslim lands, less of a phenomenon, and also some greater stringencies put in place to protect women in marriage. Let's return to that. I would like to also point out, though, that in this context, women are, overall legal status of women in traditional Jewish society is not identical to that of men. There are some areas, limited, where women have priority and preferential privilege, like, for example, when it comes to impoverishment. If a woman and her brother are both impoverished, it is incumbent upon the brother, the male, to go knocking on doors to find charity rather than his sister. This is because the Talmud recognizes the greater level of embarrassment that a woman would feel to beg than a man would. That's the traditional justification for it. But in most other areas of life, it is reasonable to say that men have a preferential advantage for a whole host of justifications. That's beyond our discussion right now. One of those areas that is related to all the others is, of course, education. It seems it's remarkable that Jewish men in the medieval period had a high level of literacy. Were expected to at least be able to manage basic competency in synagogue, which meant they had to be able to at least sound out the letters in the prayer book, and they should have, a rudimentary understanding of what it is they are reading. The levels of literacy that we have today in the 21st century are, of course, far higher than anything imagined in the medieval period, but it's fair to say that men had pretty much universal literacy in at least one language. It may not be Hebrew, it may have been Yiddish or Judeo-Arabic, but they would be able to actually write and read in at least one language, and chances are they had at least some fluency in Hebrew. Hebrew was generally no longer used as the basic language of communication. Jews overwhelmingly use the vernacular, just like I'm speaking to you in almost American English today. But they would have at least literacy in that language. Hebrew was reserved really for the language of prayer and the language of scholarship. So much more educated people could communicate in Hebrew much more easily. And Arabic is much more closely related to Hebrew than any of the Germanic languages, including Yiddish. So Jews in the Islamic areas have a little bit of an advantage in that regard. Now, what about women? Once again, we have very limited data to give us a sense of how literate women would have been. But if I can speak in realities, it seems clear that the advantage that men had, Jewish men, over non-Jews in literacy was roughly replicated by the advantage that Jewish women had over non-Jewish women in literacy, perhaps to the same or even a greater degree. That's not to say that women were as literate as men were, that Jewish women were as literate as Jewish men were, but that on the whole, Jewish women would have had a much higher level of literacy than the surrounding non-Jewish population. Much less so in Hebrew, much more likely to have literacy in the vernacular. But let us recall that these vernaculars didn't even have widely known alphabets at the time. That Yiddish is essentially basically a German dialect with lots of borrowed terms from Hebrew, Aramaic, Slavic languages, French, and so on, but in Hebrew characters, because Hebrew characters are the ones that Jews know. And so even Jewish women would have had a chance of knowing Judeo-Arabic because they would have been speaking Arabic and writing it in Hebrew characters with lots of borrowed Hebrew terms and things like that. So had at least stronger literacy than their stronger surrounding population. Probably had a level of nuance as well. And piecing together the little of data that we have and speak broad generalizations, appears that women have a very early rudimentary level of education that was truncated even before news was truncated, barely because of economic pressures. That men were expected, once they reached the age at which they could do any kind of work, the vast majority of them, their formal education stopped. So that might be, they might have been 11, 12 years old, and then they're essentially doing work or something like that. And for women, that age might have been 9 or 8. So they have something, but not nearly as much. They're part of the reason for this, besides the sociological and anthropological differences in the experience of women's lives in general, is a Talmudic perspective, a very fascinating discussion that it seems to me is in Tractate Sota. Yeah, absolutely, it's in Tractate Sota, where there is a discussion about how much education should a woman receive. And there's a dispute basically between two rabbis. The one rabbi argues, and maybe I'll take a minute just to explain this to you. It's a little bit complicated, but basically, if you're familiar with the book of Numbers, in I think it's chapter 5, there's a discussion of the punishment that befalls a woman suspected of adultery. She's brought to the temple, formally accused. Again, her adulterous past is not confirmed. She's suspected. Her husband, who jealously brings her to the temple. And she has kind of like a challenge at the temple. If she maintains her innocence, then she drinks this special potion, which consists of some special water drawn from a particular source, and it has a bit of the name of God from a parchment ground up into it. And she does potion, the Mei Sota, and if she is innocent, then she gets all kinds of additional protections and blessings and so on, and her husband is censured for putting her through this. And on the other hand, if she is guilty, then she dies a horrible death. Now, the Talmud says that horrible death part doesn't happen right then and there. It happens after all of her merits are used up. They're expunged, as it were. So let's say, for example, she volunteered at the Sisterhood bake sale, so she would get an extra 6 months before the horrible death caught up with her. And the more good deeds that she did, the longer she would stretch out her lifespan. So one of the rabbis in the Talmud, getting back to the track, says, so there you go. So we should therefore teach our daughters Torah because that will extend their lives if they're ever accused by their husbands falsely of adulterous behavior. Another rabbi says, are you crazy? You are teaching young women, kind of like an end run around the whole system. You're teaching them Torah in order to allow them to be suspected of adulterous behavior. Why are they getting in that situation at all? And the bulk of the rabbinic opinion for much of the Middle Ages lean towards the second opinion, which looked with disfavor on formal education of women in Torah. That obviously had to meet certain boundaries, and the rabbi said, no, they definitely have to learn. Women definitely have to learn, what they need to comport themselves as appropriate Jewish women. They need to know the laws of keeping kosher, for example, to maintain the family kitchen, many other areas like this. But pure theoretical Torah, particularly the bulk of rabbinic opinion shied away from it based on the second opinion of the Talmud. In the modern era, when we get to the late 19th, actually the middle of the 20th century, there are some interesting rabbinic opinions that go back and revisit that question, but obviously that's not for us today. Within this context, however, it's not like the Talmud says absolutely full stop, a woman may not learn Torah. It is one opinion among many that suggests that it's not. But what that means is you have throughout medieval history and into the modern era numerous exceptional women who, primarily because of their birth, they tend to be associated with scholarly families. I mentioned the daughters of Rashi, for example, who are privileged primarily because of the intellectual, spiritual nature of the family in which they are raised, to nevertheless achieve much greater levels of literacy and of familiarity with the tradition. We will even see, as we get a little bit later into the period, actually the early modern period, where there are women who are Roshei Yeshiva, who actually set up Talmud schools for men and teach Talmud sometimes behind the mechitza, behind the ritual barrier that separates men and women. Really amazing women that defy the norm that is more common for medieval society. But these are exceptional women. The vast majority we don't know a lot of, and it appears that they're generally lower than men are. That's not a surprising kind of thing, given overall environment. It would be fair to say that women are probably their non-Jewish peers. So that gives you a quick overview of some of the important elements of the Jewish experience. I'd like to look a little more closely at their role in the family and explore those issues like how bigamy affects Rabbi Gershom's and so on, and East-West gives, and especially the horse law. One of the most unusual aspects of the medieval Jewish experience, in many ways was replicated right up until like the 18th century, was in Ashkenazic lands a really young age of marriage. According to the Talmud, a woman may not be married against her will, and that means she has to reach the age of majority, which is basically 12 years old. But and that is in itself a ridiculously young age by 21st century standards, but not at all in the medieval period. It is associated, of course, with puberty and the possibility of starting a family and so on. But there is a pronounced tendency that we seem to see in Ashkenazic lands in particular to marry girls off even younger than them. Sometimes married to men who are not older than they. Islamic lands sometimes quite a bit older than they. There's a lot of interesting scholarship on why this may have been the case. Part of the reason seems to be competition. Let us not forget that Ashkenazic lands in the High Middle Ages still had really small populations. We're talking about communities that might have had 40 families, 50 families, sometimes even less in some of the larger communities. And so seeking an appropriate marriage partner, and by appropriate, I'm talking about class and wealth and family background in general, it can be a very challenging thing. And so the competition for spouses was so intense that the age of marriage tended to drop. And by the way, it tended to drop from the limited evidence we have, it tended to drop in the higher classes more than in the lower classes. This could be because the higher classes were more focused on the idea of finding a match of their same social class, with a desire to try and contain resources within the family. So rather than marrying a wealthy boy to a poor girl and then essentially dissipating the family wealth, marrying a wealthy boy to a wealthy girl meant that they, can consolidate their wealth, keep it within the family. Whereas less wealthy families might have actually needed the work product of the young man, the young woman, a little bit longer than they could to take them off at a younger age. It's also important to note how that actual marriage ceremony in Judaism technically consists of two distinct phases, what we might call betrothal or engagement, which, as the Talmud puts it, is fully binding on both parties and is completely marriage, with the exception that they do not live together. And then somewhere you would have the actual marriage ceremony celebrated under the camp and so on. In Talmudic times, there was a gap between those two ceremonies, which was usually attributed to things like the necessity of pulling together the dowry, which is a very expensive endeavor to provide a young woman with a dowry to be able to essentially set up her home was a potentially crippling economic event for a family. On the husband's side was not at all the same thing. It was a much more moderate affair to give the so-called bride price, so it was not equivalent terms. So the Talmud says that these two events were traditionally separated by time to allow families to accumulate the assets to be able to support the young couple. But there are other reasons as well that are adduced by historians. Fear of mortality, for example. Mortality is very high, child mortality very high in the Middle Ages, and concern that, if we don't get them married off, what's going to be later. So a desire to use the Yiddish term chaparine, to carpe diem, take advantage of the moment. But I also want to mention that ultimately, over the course of the Middle Ages and into the early modern period, those two events, the betrothal and the actual marriage, were collapsed, and they are now customarily celebrated one immediately after the other on the same day, because given that the betrothal constitutes actual marriage itself, even though they're not able to live together, the society was aware of so many tragic situations where you have these young individuals and they're separated from their intended and they meet someone else, and all kinds of things can happen that really are disastrous for the marriage. So it became much more practice to put these two acts together. Once they were married, and especially once they started menstruating, they would begin a very important area of Jewish law, known as the laws of family tree. This is essentially a euphemism for which a woman would immerse in a ritual bath called a mikvah. We've talked about this in the past, how this is one of the most important elements of a Jewish community is the establishment of a formal ritual bath. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a building, but the water cannot be drawn normally from a well or something like that. A river could be used under certain circumstances, or the ocean, or rainwater can be collected in a cistern, things like that, spring water, but it can't simply be like a bathtub sort of thing. So the presence of mikvaot is very much associated with these early communities. Not to go into this in great detail, but this is a very ancient practice in which the husband and wife would separate from each other during the period of menstruation and a certain amount of time afterwards as well. And then once that is concluded, then the woman would go to the mikvah, ritually immerse, and then regular relations would resume as well. Very important element in Jewish family life as a whole, and but more than we can say in this context. Now, to return to a topic we looked at a little while ago on polygamy. As I mentioned earlier, the incidence of women the incidence of men marrying more than one wife began to fade in Christian lands for a whole host of reasons. Perhaps one of the most important, however, is the prevailing custom of the non-Jewish society. It is a truism that the way in which the surrounding society behaves is ultimately the way in which the Jewish population living there will also behave. The Yiddish expression is something like "es christelt sich, es jiddelt sich," which is hard to translate exactly. Something like "as one Christianizes, when they essentially the same thing." In Muslim countries, this was not the norm. Men could marry up to 4 wives, and so it was not at all uncommon for men to engage in polygamy. The ban of Rabbi Gershon, which had been primarily directed at Ashkenazic Europe and into newly Christian Spain. This is a phenomenon that is known in the biblical period and in the medieval period, but again, begins to fade. The institution of concubinage, or the Hebrew term is apish. And basically, this is a kind of common law marriage in which a man and a agree to live together as husband and wife, but lacks all of protections of marriage, including a really important document called ketubah, which is essentially a marriage contract that the husband delivers to the wife, promising a level of support during marriage, including upkeep and standard of living and things like that, and more importantly, promising a financial compensation in the event that the marriage is dissolved. In other words, if you choose to divorce her, then he will have to pay a very significant penalty as well. The concubines were not protected by this document, which leads one to wonder why a woman would enter into such a relationship. But again, beyond the scope of what we're talking about. What we did have, however, which is kind of fascinating, is incidences, particularly for the first couple of hundred years of the High Middle Ages, where you had lots of men traveling from Ashkenazic lands into Muslim lands, and sometimes taking second wives. And this would be bigamy vis-a-vis the ban of Rabbi Gershon. But, sometimes they would say, well, I'm living in Sephardic lands while I do my business. And so I'm not bound by the ban of Rabbi Gershon. Maimonides in particular took a very dim view of this practice and indicated that, travelers who want to get married have to definitively prove that they are not already married somewhere else, to avoid anyone trying to get around this sort of loophole. And a significant amount of the responsa literature that deals with these questions gives us a sense of how men who are engaged in essentially being traveling salesmen would behave, and their wives who would take them to court saying, hey, you agreed literally in writing not to take a second wife, and here you go doing it in Tunisia or something like that, and I want my traditional compensation for your breach of contract. So that's a good example, I think, of how response literature will give us kind of like a sad, unfortunate incident. What we don't really get, though, is like how common was this? How typical was this? Are we only looking at a very limited amount of bad behavior, or is this just typical of a much more common type of activity? At any rate, these are the kind of things that animate much of the literature and give us some sense of the relative privileges of men and women in society. Where it's especially relevant is in Spain, because the southern half of Spain, very heavy Islamic influence, and even as it's increasingly Christianized, you have a Jewish population there who are not necessarily content to go along with Christian requirements for monogamy and prefer to maintain multi-marriages. By the way, while we're at it, I was doing some research and I saw this amazing Jewish wedding ring. Apparently, they would actually like own these for communities or for families, and they would be used for the seminary for the ceremony itself. I think this is 14th century. What a phenomenal piece of art this is. It's at the Met. Here you can see the underside of it, and it has like these two hands clasped. Really gorgeous work from that period. Now, connected to that, of course, after marriage is, God willing, motherhood. And I don't want to go too in depth into the history of motherhood and childhood in particular because I don't know enough about it. It's a really fascinating area of research that I've just kind of scratched the surface of, and I don't know enough to talk about it. But perhaps we could talk for a second about the issue of second marriages, because one of the things that we see quite a bit of responsive literature is the disputes between half siblings over inheritance that frequently refer to this kind of like bigamous second marriages that occur as a result of husbands traveling afar. We'll have to come back to that, by the way, when we talk about divorce law. Related to this is, what if a woman does not have a child and then her husband passes away? So this is a major distinction between the Ashkenazic world and the Sephardic world, primarily in the Muslim influence. According to the biblical precedent, if a man dies before his wife is able to conceive a child, then his brother is required to marry her. When you read the context of this ritual, which is called Yibum in Hebrew or levirate marriage in English, it's very clear from the context that the surviving brother is just basically doing the right thing. Given the environment where, in the biblical period, women rarely existed on their own unless they were in some kind of unfortunate situation. They typically lived within the shadow of their father or their husband or their adult sons. They were never kind of like abandoned to their own devices. So unless they were like a widow, that kind of thing. So Yibum was considered just the right thing to do. It's clear from the context there that if the surviving brother refuses to marry his sister-in-law, the wife of his brother, then he has failed to live up to his responsibility and is deserving of communal disapproval. Nevertheless, the Talmud recognizes, as the Bible does, that times that a brother may not want to marry his sister-in-law, and so there's kind of like a default secondary ritual called chalitza, which refers to the removal of the shoe. Kind of an interesting ritual in which, if he says, "I really don't want to marry my sister-in-law," then she removes the shoe from his foot, and there's like again communal uploading and things like that. So here's the thing: Yibum is clearly favored as the ideal case, but the Talmud already in the Babylonian period is going back and forth over how appropriate this is for every situation. When you get to the Ashkenazic world, it seems very clear that the rabbis want to actually give preference pizza over Yibum. That is, the default case is to refuse these second marriages. They should not take place. This is not the case, and Jews living in Muslim environments frequently have husbands, their sister-in-law after their brothers pass away. But in Ashkenazic lands, the default becomes chalitza. It's interesting to note that she, among Rashi, by the way, as discussed recently, be really pro-woman for his time. A lot of fascinating things that indicate he's separate from a lot of the other thinkers of his generation. He even valorized the opinion with regards to wants to marry her daughter, something which is debated in the Talmud and for the most part dismissed in those social circles. But Rashi, thinking in the heavily based environment of northern, saying, wait a second, the wife made a lot of problem marrying her husband, and he finds Talmudic precedent to give her the privilege of refusing Yibum instead. A lot of fascinating things to say here. I really want to save some time for perhaps the most important element of the period, which is divorce. Divorce is an issue that continues to reverberate in Jewish society today, primarily because the biblical precedent for divorce gives the husband far more power than the wife does. As I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Gershon put in place a ban on divorcing a woman against her will, which definitely improved the relative power differential of men and women, but there's still a very significant gap between their levels of authority in how to dissolve a marriage. Basically, it goes like this. The husband has the right to initiate a divorce, which then goes through procedures like Rabbi Gershon's demand that a woman consent as well. A woman, technically speaking, cannot force her husband to divorce, however. She can appeal to the court, and the court has a variety of judicial tools at its disposal to try to coax and convince and even coerce the husband into giving the divorce document, which is known as a get. Hence the sign here you see, get refusal is abuse. But it's not an unlimited authority. It's not like the rabbis can simply say, well, this is clearly not working and we don't care what the husband thinks, we grant you a divorce. They don't have a clear-cut authority to do so, and this represents a very difficult problem because the woman who cannot get remarried is called literally a chained woman or an abuna in Hebrew. This problem, of course, persists to the present day, and in fact, it's much worse in the 21st century. In the medieval period, the primary cause for an abuna is not a husband refusing to give the get, which, there's definitely a disincentive to doing so because he would have to pay her the monetary fee outlined in the Ketubah to do so. Typically, what would happen in the medieval period is a traveling husband would go missing, and perhaps he was killed on the road by bandits, or maybe he decided to just simply leave France behind and adopt a new identity in Egypt or something like that. These cases are described in the response literature, and this left the woman in a very difficult situation because she cannot prove that she is a widow, allowing her to remarry, and she cannot prove that she is a divorcee because her husband has disappeared. In the modern era, we have this problem where men will use the granting of a get as leverage to, coerce something out of the wife, like child custody or payment of debts or distribution of assets differently. It's a terrible situation, really. And there's modern approaches to it, solutions to it that have varying levels of effectiveness, but not for our discussion at this point. At any rate, this is a noted problem, though, even in the medieval period, even though it's smaller than we see it today, it is something which exercises the minds of the rabbis engaged in responsive literature to quite a large degree, and we still are not done with the particular information. I'd like to speak more about this, but it takes us further afield from history and more into, rabbinic legal thought than I'm comfortable discussing. So let's just conclude, though, by thinking a little bit about women and their contribution to the family economy. There's no question that women in the world work. They work incredibly hard, both at domestic tasks and at revenue-bearing duties. We should recall that some of the most basic tasks that we take for granted today took an incredible amount of time in the medieval period. In fact, right up until the industrial age, women's work, basically domestic tasks, was overwhelming. Here's a photograph of some medieval women who are spinning thread. You can see they have the sort of like a third arm to the raw material, like flax or wool, and it's kind of stuck on a stick and then into the cummerbund that they wear. It stays, and then with two hands, which are now free, they can slowly like peel apart threads, and the spindle, which is at the down towards the ground. And young women and older women, would all be involved in this for hours and hours every day just to make thread. And then they've got to take that thread and they've got to make cloth. And out of the cloth, they've got to make clothing. And that's why so many people only had
shout out to Mac.
Forever.
What a nice person.
A huge amount of women's
they know what's up.
You didn't have mass-produced goods like you have today. So even if they're working at, what is typically called women's work, the domestic activities of making clothing, preparing food, washing clothing, things like that, that's a huge amount of time and value added to the household to provide these basic necessities. That said, let us not forget what we discussed a little while ago, that the women, Jewish women, are much more literate in the surrounding society. They're certainly much more urban and most likely numerate as well. And so we frequently find women engaged in business activities. We especially see this in the Geniza, where women are involved in all kinds of business. And sometimes, with tremendous success, like, for example, the remarkable Wusha the broker, who's described in the Geniza archives, and as after her marriage is dissolved, she keeps her business running and defies communal standards to insist on having, her way. She is repudiated by the synagogue for some unrelated activities, but she nevertheless, supports the synagogue with massive donations on Yom Kippur and things like that. Some fascinating women who are really significant businesswomen described in the Geniza. We also have significant evidence that they're involved in the same economic activities that men are, like we discussed when we looked at finance and trade and so on. Sometimes they suffer from similar kinds of depredations as well, like in this terrifying image from the 14th century, described in the caption as people ransacking a Jewish woman's house. Very unusually graphic depiction. They're stealing the very clothes off their line and breaking into their cabinets and things like this. Jewish women were assisting their husbands in many aspects of trade and commerce, selling and buying, and also engaged in money lending and other financial activities as well. So women are definitely a very important component to the medieval family economics. And with that, I'd want to conclude this brief discussion of women in the medieval period. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you very much for watching.
It's the first time I said that shit.
We have spent a fair amount of time in the southern half of the peninsula looking at the Arab Jewish or the Muslim Jewish period of coexistence, the famous La Convivencia, right? And now we're going to look at the northern half and at the later part of the Middle Ages, specifically the 12th to the 15th century, which will unfortunately culminate in the Inquisition and the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. This is going to be kind of like the theme of medieval Jewish history for this course. It's not an uncommon place to sort of draw a line and and indicate that before this event of 1492, things were one way, and then after 1492, they were rather different. You can say the same thing in the 20th century about the Holocaust and state of Israel. Things were certainly different before those two events, so closely related in time, and then after those two events. So that's why we're going to construct of the next semester on the post-expulsion era. So here's a map that will give you a sense of what we're talking about. This is the Reconquista, the reconquest. You recall that the Muslims come up from North Africa and they take over the peninsula primarily in the southern region, and they make it pretty much to the very top of the peninsula. But then it doesn't take long before the northern area starts to recede back into Christian lands, and slowly the Christians are able to penetrate downward, and eventually they will ultimately expel the Jews and the Muslims from the entire peninsula. But we're going to focus on the regions of Leon, Castilla, Aragon, Navarre over the course of the next hour. Now, what really interesting phenomena that are going on at this time? First, this is the era of the greatest of the Spanish court Jews. This is an institution which you'll see examples of it throughout Europe, but Spain in many ways has some of the greatest examples. Court Jews, it's hard to really translate that appropriately. It's related to the idea of being in the king's court, like a courtier. Sometimes you see that word. It's something like a lobbyist or sometimes a government official, typically associated with some kind of fiscal activity. They often don't have any specific role in the court, but they're very much part of the ruling circle, advising kings, very frequently underwriting the king's activities, and exercising a tremendous amount of power. Quite often, these courtiers are also the titular heads of the Jewish community, so chosen because they are so close to the levers of power and are able to protect the community appropriately in that way. But quite often they are heavily resented by the larger non-Jewish population, and sometimes they suffer terrible falls from grace because they're intimately associated with the king that they serve. We see this, for example, with great Don Isaac Abarbanel, or Abravanel, who of course was exiled from Portugal, and then later he was exiled from Castile, from Spain as a whole, and spent the last few years wandering around.
What up, girl?
And it's really amazing that he accomplished so much literary material when he was in exile from these places. But he's a good example of a Spanish court Jew. And the Spanish Jewish communities in Catholic northern Spain actually had phenomenal levels of authority, partially because of the tremendous strength of their courtiers. Where in Castile and in Aragon, the Jewish leadership was very much involved in an institute called tax farming, which we have discussed briefly in the classes, but let us just quickly recall what we're talking about here. Tax farming is typical medieval institution where the king is every individual donor or certainly not as his kingdom. So what does he deals with entire communities as a whole, typically whole classes of people in particular regions, and he hires out sort of middlemen to take care of the actual collection of taxes. These are called tax farmers because if the king assesses, for example, that from one region he can acquire, let's say, 100 gold coins, then he will appoint a middleman who is typically a Jew, who will go out there and using a network of employees, typically also Jewish, they will be in charge of doing the actual collection of the taxes, the assessing of the properties, the assessing of the agricultural output, the placing of tolls on bridges and various small taxes with the authority of the king. And the tax farmer will collect maybe 1,200 gold coins. The 1,000 will be remitted to the king, and the 200 will be the profit for engaging in tax farming. So an extremely important venture that the king values very highly, and the kings, as we shall see, tended to protect the Jewish population primarily because they were very valuable kind of way to derive funds from the population. One historian has put it as kind of like the Jews are like a sponge that the king puts on a stick and dips into the ocean of the peasantry and then draws it out and is able to squeeze liquid out of the sponge. And so the Jews were often placed in that position. Naturally, Jews are involved in all kinds of other activities in Spain. They are landowners. Again, there's this widespread misconception that Jews were not allowed to own land. That is something that is true in some places and times, but typically not true. Jews were able to own land. It was just not necessarily a wise thing for Jews to own land, because if there was an expulsion, then you lost all of your wealth. Jews were also involved in various trades and various crafts. Silversmithing and goldsmithing was very common. They often faced competition from local guilds, however, particularly in Northern Europe, and they often were not able to join monopolies in given towns. So things like axe farming and money lending tended to be the economic backbone of these Jewish communities, but not at all the exclusive source of income. But when you combine their role as powerful courtiers and as being extremely important in the collection of taxes, they actually become fairly secure, apparently, for that time and place. This meant that it was remarkable the degree to which the Jewish communities in northern Spain had autonomy over their affairs. This is something that we about Jewish communal structure, but maybe I should emphasize it a little bit more here, that typically when Jews arrived in a particular place, they were granted a charter by the ruling authorities. Sometimes this is called Magdeburg rights after a town in Europe. But the essential idea is the king or the nobleman in some cases would grant to the Jews of a given location, all right, coming in here, your community has the right, things like build a wall around your community, if necessarily in other trades, and this charter ended as a guaranteed rights for the community, and it was basically observed until it was finally broken, typically when action or revolutions or things like that. So the level of autonomy that the Jews had in northern Spain from the 1200s till the 1400s is really incredible. Jews, for example, were of course allowed to hold their own courts by Talmudic law, the Beit Din. This was not unexceptional. But in many of these Spanish communities, if there was a dispute between a Jew and a Christian, the Christian had to submit to the Jewish court, which is rather unusual. And in some exceptional cases, they granted the Jews right to administer corporal punishment, which was an effective technique of controlling populations, but also, in some rare cases, been imposed capital punishment. It's an incredible thing. The circumstances under which a community would, legally through the Beit Din impose capital punishment, very, very rare and exceptional and controversial. But nevertheless, this gives you a sense of the very high degree of autonomy that the Jews had in Catholic Spain from 1200 till about 1400. It was really it's not a golden era in the same way that the southern part of the peninsula was regarded as a golden era. You don't have quite the same kind of like cultural synthesis that you see between Arabic and Hebraic culture, but nevertheless, it was a period of tremendous power for the Jewish community and general wealth. This is especially true during the reign of James I of Aragon, shown here, who was a remarkably strong protector of the Jews, even when some of the elements of their economic might began to wane. And I'm going to explain how that happened shortly. But we'll return to James I in just a moment. We're on a disputation, which is right now. So Uh, one of the great power struggles that tends to be revealed throughout much of the Middle Ages is the power struggle between the temporal powers, meaning the king, and the religious powers, the church, and specifically the Catholic. There, as we discussed when we looked on Jewish structure, like who really should be in charge? And philosophically, you would think maybe the religious spiritual authority should be in charge, but on the other hand, there's a lot of nasty business involved in governing. There's a lot of patronage and nepotism, for example, is a word actually that comes from the medieval church. It means nephew, because you would promote and hope to promote his nephew, quote unquote, even though it was actually his son. And so this is like a term that we borrowed for contemporary parlance to speak about, administrative corruption. But the king really had the actual power, had the soldiers and so on. So the king and the church often had kind of like a seesaw relationship where when the power of the king went down, the churches went up and vice versa. And so as we see with James I of Aragon, there was a moment where he had to accede to demands of the clergy who were very upset about the power that had been given to Jews in Spain. And so he agreed to allow a disputation to take place in Barcelona in the year 1263. Disputations would garner a tremendous amount of interest in the 13th and 14th century.
People talking just the other
intellectual
day.
pageants where Jews
And they
were
said
forced
that you were
to
gonna put me
participate in
on the
debates
shelf.
over central tenets of
Let me
Judaism
tell
and
you, I
in
got
fact
some
Christianity.
news for you.
Now, it was
Then you
impossible for
soon
Jews
find
to
out
win
the
these kinds of
truth.
debates. They were really more
Then you
like
have to
show
eat
trials
your
that were
lunch all
intended to
by
demonstrate
yourself.
the validity of Christianity and
Yeah,
to
I'm
encourage, sometimes coerce
all
Jews
ready
into it.
gone.
The Christian side was typically
And I
headed up by a Jewish convert to
feel
Christianity
strong.
who had like inside knowledge
I
of what
will
the Jews believed and had
sing
greater
this victory
textual skills,
song.
Hebrew, possibly Aramaic, and so on.
Whoa,
So the
whoa,
Barcelona disputation
na,
was
na,
in that
whoa,
character. It was
whoa,
one of the earlier
whoa.
disputations. On the Christian
Letter
side
that you
was
wrote
a,
me
I believe his
made
name
me
is Albert de
stop and
Cristiani, if I
wonder
remember
why.
correctly, a convert to
Then you had to feel like
Christianity,
you
but
had to
not
set
an
things
especially,
right.
well-regarded
Just
intellectual.
remember
In fact,
this,
he
my
kind
girl.
of
When
bungled
you look
much of the
up in
Christian
the
side of
sky,
this debate.
you can
And on
see
the
the
other side,
stars and still not
James
see
I
the light.
allowed the Jewish
That's
community
right.
to appoint their leader, who was, a figure of tremendous consequence, the incredible Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, also known as Nachmanides, right? Like Maimonides is known Moses, the son of Maimon. So this is Moses, son of Nachman, hence Nachmanides, who was actually a thinker of tremendous depth, who had published a lot of work that is still studied avidly to this day. And although he was, older, he was in his 60s at the time that he was approached for this particular task, he agreed to do it. He was on good terms with James I of Aragon. He agreed to do it on the condition that he be allowed to speak freely. This was an exception that was not granted in other disputations, but James the first, who had some kind of genuine intellectual curiosity about how this would work, granted him the right to speak freely, indicating that he would be, free to say whatever he wanted in this disputation. And so it was convened, as I mentioned, in the year 1263, over a period of some days, and we have actually, remarkably, the Christian and the Jewish versions of the debate in print. The Christian side recorded their assessment of the transcript, and the Jewish side, by none other than Nachmanides himself, recorded the proceedings. They don't always gel together. The end result is, of course, that the Christian side won, as would be expected, and this was a public spectacle which had, the king and queen and all kinds of important figures watching this debate. But Nachmanides really, he very light work of his opponent. the Christian side the Catholic side was actually on its back foot right from the beginning because Nachmanides argued that the Jesus that the Christian side was referring to was not the same Jesus as recorded in the Christian New Testament. And so therefore, defend all of the most pointed arguments that the Christianity could bring in the discussion. This rather brilliant thing that made much of the rest of the argument.
The things that we say,
there is, by the way,
coming apart
Islamic
as the
ization of this
sea.
issue that you see from that was
We
made
talk
working with
it
transcripts.
over,
Analysis often is really
but
quite
the
phenomenal.
words came
But
out
nevertheless,
to
at the end of this debate, even though Nachmanides officially lost, the church was very upset with how well he performed, and so James the Paragon rewarded Nachmanides with 300 gold coins, and then said to him, I believe
beautiful
you
faces without empty places. Don't look at the way
so,
that they
his
live.
waning years, Nachmanides made a very
Taking
arduous
our
trip
time,
all the way to
don't
Israel,
you talking
where
wine?
he found a tiny
Give us a
surviving
little
Jewish
to
community there,
give.
but he was able in his last years to rebuild it in
Oh,
many ways.
hearts
Maybe
is
this
like
will
a cold dog now,
but this gives you a
but the
sense of, on the one
words
hand,
in
some of the
my
strengths of the Jewish
heart.
community in Catholic Spain, and also its structural weaknesses.
Give
Just
me
also
the
mention two other
best
things
in
before we
my
move
heart.
on to the story of the conversion, and that is
Oh,
the influence of
sweet
Spanish
darling,
Jews,
got
particularly
the
from
best
the
of
northern
mine.
region,
You
was
got
quite
the
profound
best of
throughout Europe
mine.
and the Mediterranean
Oh,
basin.
oh,
Two areas in particular,
oh,
special
sweet
significance.
darling,
The
you got
first
the
is
best
the
of mine.
widespread
You
study
got
of
the
the
best of
Kabbalah,
mine.
which had some incredible proponents in the Iberian Peninsula. We haven't had much opportunity in previous classes to talk about the Kabbalah. It is fascinating, and I hope to return to it when we come back next semester and we talk about Sfat, because they had an explosion of Kabbalistic study there. But many of the central doctrines and, in fact, texts of the Kabbalah emanated from Spain in this place and time. The Kabbalah itself, what exactly is it? The word Kabbalah means reception or tradition. The Hebrew word lekabel means to receive, and the idea that you receive an inherited tradition and then you pass it on, relay life. So there are ancient Kabbalistic texts that really go back many, many centuries, Sefer Bahir and so on, and there are definitely passages in the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, that are deeply Kabbalah nature, very mystical. But one of the most central texts of Kabbalah is believed to have originated in Spain in the 13th century, and that is the famous Zohar, or the Book of Splendor. Zahar means like to emanate and glow kind of thing. There is a significant amount of controversy in some circles about the actual dating of the Zohar, because it is attributed to Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, very important Tana of the 2nd century. But most academic scholars looking at the Sefer Zohar believe that it was actually authored in the 13th century in Spain. There are internal literary clues as to that,
Rich old man,
for this period by others, and the fact that its attribution to this period was placed in doubt almost immediately after it began circulating. Although there are some who believe that is in fact nevertheless, regardless of where it comes from, it is a work of great spiritual genius. Phenomenal insight into the and was deeply inspirational for the entire nation. So that was one very strong element of the Spanish intellectual exploits. Another area where the
she must go out for the evening.
the tremendous skill at translation, especially in the new farms, which is not too far away from Spain, just a little bit up the coast, the south of France. There's a very unusual Jewish community. We've spoken about it in different lectures.
She's heading
And one of the most
for
exciting
the
things that happens
cheating
there
inside
is a
town.
lot of
You
Hebrew
can't
classes,
hide
a lot of
your
Judeo-Arabic classes, like the word
light,
for
and
example,
your
was translated
smile
into Hebrew by
is a
people
thin
like the Tippett family of translators.
disguise.
So they're bringing a
Thought
lot
by
of Arabic
now
Jewish
you'd
wisdom
be
recorded in an Arabic language
right.
to a Hebrew speaking
There ain't no way to
population,
hide
really
your
generating a lot of cultural familiarity. Last thing, science. The coast of North Africa is filled with Arabic-speaking scientists.
That was
many
so
of whom are
sick.
Jews, and the
No, no.
primary conduit of all of that scientific
That was so
information
sick.
happened through those
One of the
translators
sickest things I've ever
back
seen.
into Southern Europe in particular, Italy as well. Abraham ibn Ezra is perhaps one of the most famous of these people coming from Spain, who brought his astrolabe with him everywhere in order to explain these technologies of navigation by the stars that had a phenomenal impact on Europe afterwards. So these are the kind of things that are happening in northern Spain at this time. Really dramatic and exciting, but unfortunately they would have a very tragic denouement that we're going to continue with. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking with you soon.
It's used to riding the open step. So you can do all kinds of dynamic movements and circling a place. And also, one of the other famous things is the phased retreat, which is used continuously.
There's a couple of things that happened in the 14th century that really begin to tilt the balance negatively away from the favor of the strong communities and the tremendous power of self-government prior to the 14th century. The first is the Black Death, which spreads in the middle of the 14th century and has significant impact on the Iberian Peninsula and, of course, Europe is badly stricken by it. Quite often the Jews are blamed for the Black Death. There's a widespread belief that somehow Jews have formed a pact with lepers to take their diseased body parts and then somehow make a potion and dump it in the wells of Europe to poison the aquifers of Europe and spread the plague. Of course, this is all nonsense, but nevertheless, we do have some very nasty attacks, mob uprisings, attacks on Jews and public burning Jews and things like that.
One of these nights,
Spain is not as badly
one of these
affected,
great,
but the peninsula
can
as a
find
whole
out
to survive. There is, however,
the full moon is calling, fever's high, and the wicked wind whispering low. You got desires, but I got a few of my own.
Torture them somehow.
Who's going to be calling to when the down and rocking the dice?
Trials that somehow find the Jews
Coming right behind you, soon I'm gonna find you.
Barcelona,
One of these
you have
nights,
a couple of
these dreams.
that result
One of these
nights, but there's no.
That was so sick when you were like, la la.
When King
That
Peter
was so
the
sick.
Fourth of Aragon passes away, like James the First, he was actually fairly well disposed toward the Jews. They lose a major supporter, and perhaps this is kind of like the wisdom that we see in Pirkei Avot that says, do not draw too close to the government because they really only care about themselves. And when the government changes, all of a sudden they've forgotten all about what you've done before. just like Pharaoh forgot about Joseph, that kind of idea. So after the passing of Herod IV, there were a few major changes that affected Jewish life in Spain. One is the institution of something called the censal, which was a dramatic, direct blow at Jewish activity in money lending. As we've discussed before, money lending was a very significant part of the Jewish economy, and it was regarded as a relatively noxious thing for Jews to be involved in. The population, on the one hand, deeply resented the Jews' involvement in money lending because the interest rates were incredibly high. 30% would have been a relatively minor amount, and it quite often went up much higher than that. So, but that didn't mean that credit was not necessary in a largely agrarian economy. So Jews were still involved in money lending, and Christians still needed money lenders, as we discussed before. They had really no alternative because the church had outlawed Christian money lending. Go back and have a look at those lectures on Jews and finance if you want more details. It began to break down in Italy a little bit after this period, but in Spain they invented this new institution called the censal, which is kind of like a legal fiction in which if you wanted to borrow money, you would offer to sell someone a business product that would increase in interest at about 7.5%. So you said to the person, listen, give me 100 and I will give you next year on a regular payment schedule your money back plus 7%, which is not interest, it is like the returns on your investment.
You've always been a dreamer. Save my money
people could borrow money
so hard to change.
Can't
please consider our dreams of being living. Turning out, turning out, and turning out the same. So put me on the highway, show me the sign, and take it to the limit one more time.
Began to lose his power, the church's power
Take
began
it to the limit.
one very, very important way, and that is related to the converso phenomenon. In 1391, you have a...
Yo, I wonder how Tony feels about me.
A wave of riots.
Hey, dog.
Pogroms, really. Mob attacks on Jewish communities spread throughout the...
Be respectful of each other, check. Have a great time, check. Don't self-promote. I don't know what that means.
There's a lot of different motivations behind them. Communal resentment. There's the after effect of the plague, of the Crusades even, desecration charges, but a lot of it is definitely economic in nature. But one of the aspects of this kind of violence is that it has to hide behind some kind of religious veneer in order to make it broadly acceptable. If people simply can't get up and say,
why do you want me to suck your dick from the back?
Want to engage our bloodlust. They have to say,
that's not even going to say. If you're a real person, come talk to me. Psych.
They are the enemies of Christianity. And so this particular massive wave of pogroms is accompanied by forced baptism, forced conversion. Seriously, as
I got to take dizzy.
Which is quite fascinating from 11, that shows the church on the left, and there's kind of like a symbolic representation of the church dressed in red and pointing to the baptismal font and directing various noblemen and important people to partake the waters of baptism, the sacrament. And on the right, you see a representation of the synagogue. And this is, by the way, a very common type to see church versus synagogue, but it is
I gotta take dizzy.
as male personages. Usually they're female in form. At any rate, the rabbi who is standing on the right of the baptismal font is holding open staff, which indicates, a loss of power. He is blindfolded, indicating that he can no longer see the truth, and he doesn't see that he really should accept Christianity and so on. It appears he's dressed a little bit like Aaron the priest, right, with the breastplate and the pomegranate bells on the hem of his clothing. I do not think the artist is really trying to evoke Aaron, but is trying to base himself off some kind of biblical model. And he's holding back Jews who are in various states of relating to the attraction of the baptismal font. Some clearly want to go, like the individual in the green cloak, and he's physically holding them back. Others are tearing their clothes open. Others refuse to hear what's going on. Others are in paroxysms of fear or anger or something like that. They're all like resisting the pull of the baptismal
on a
font.
dark desert highway,
Kind of
cool wind in my hair,
Christians cannot really
strong
understand
smell of eucalyptus, right there.
To the
Head in the distance, I saw shimmering light. Nigga heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. I stood in the doorway, heard the mission bell.
As I mentioned in the previous class,
I was thinking to myself, this must be heaven, as this could
the
be.
church has an ambiguous attitude. Because on the one hand, it's very clear, multiple statements from many popes, Augustine of Hippo, as well, that baptism. It has to be something that a person willingly accepts as its value. On the other hand, since it is a sacrament, once it has occurred, to use the Aramaic phrase, b'di'evet, takes effect. And the who is baptized is now a Christian. This would have disastrous consequences. For example, in 1858, when young Rothschild Mortara, a young child, would be baptized by the family maid, and unbeknownst to his parents, and then years later, the Vatican police would actually seize him and never return him. That occurred in the 19th century, which is just mind-boggling. At any rate, this created an unusual situation in Spain because you had all these Jews who were now converted to Christianity, but still fully regarded themselves as Jewish. This is largely not happening in Navarre, which is a northern bordering France.
Yeah, Spain, but does come in your chair, bro. What are you going to do about it?
For much of this period, Portugal was regarded as a haven for Jews.
Right. Good world peace is a sexy beast. I want world peace, I'm a sexy beast. Sorry, dog.
And you also have at this time, besides Jews who are forcibly converted, you have Jews who are willingly converted.
Yes.
Sometimes very prominent
No.
Jews, like the Rabbi of
I wish I had one.
What
What does that mean?
Pablo de Santa Maria eventually becomes the bishop of Burgos, and he devotes his life to attempting to
This is my life, dog.
to Catholicism. So in this kind of environment,
Yeah, it is.
there's forced conversion
It's good stuff.
and not a big follow-up of negative consequences as a result. And you have like Jewish leaders like Shlomo Halevi converting to Christianity. There is an increasing feeling of despair of, where is our God? Where is Mashiach? Shouldn't he be here now? Shouldn't the Messiah be here now? And the conversion rate actually expands. We see
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
So we've already discussed the disputation at Barcelona. At Tortosa, which occurred after the wave of pogroms and post-conversions, you have a very long, drawn-out disputation.
Then I'm just going to put
Jews
spaces
are
in between,
forced to
bitch.
attend these disputations, by the way. They're forced to attend sermons in their synagogues delivered by Jewish converts to Catholicism, berating them for their refusal to abandon Judaism. And in this kind of environment, you have a significant number of Jews who simply say, why try anymore? Why should we maintain our Jewish identity? Let us simply move on. There's so many advantages to convert, we'll discuss in a moment, that makes it much harder to remain Jewish under these circumstances. And this is actually something that is quite distinct from 1391. In 1391, you have this massive, indigestible mass of Jews who are now finding it. But after 14 at Tortosa, you have a lot more Jews who are saying, you know what? I'm just going to go along with this because I see that there are a lot of social avenues open to me with conversion. And you know what? While all this is happening, maybe the Christians are right. So there is a very different kind of character of the 1391 converts and what's after the Tortosa invasion, which lets us know that the so-called Marrano population, and Marrano, by the way, is derogatory, means swine, more appropriate term is converso, meaning someone who has converted. There's a whole spectrum of the believers on one end who are completely Christian in every way and basically totally jettison their Jewish background. And on the other hand, there are stubborn Jews who resent the false conversion that they wish to undergo.
That's sick.
Resume their identity as soon as possible. There's a large spectrum of belief, and it will have consequences later.
But
what this means is, as we shall discuss momentarily,
she lifted up a candle, and she showed me the way. There were voices down in corridors. All I heard them say, "Welcome to the Hotel California." Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. Plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you can find it here.
Especially for those Jews
Benny twisted. She got the Mercedes Benz. She got a lot of pretty boys. She calls friends. And we danced in the courtyard. Sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember. Some dance to forget. And though I called up the captain, "Please bring me my wine," he said. "We haven't had that spirit here since 1969. And his voices are coming from far away. With you up in the middle of the night, just to hear them say, 'Welcome to the Hotel California.' Anytime of year, anytime of year, there's plenty of room at the Hotel California. Anytime, That was so sick, especially when you fucked up the words in the middle.
After 1391, after 1414, the end of the Tortosa disputation, you have this unusual circumstance where there are
Rachel,
Jews
girl,
who
do you know who I am, baby?
adopted
You're pretty hot.
some level of Christianity.
I think really
Either
most streamers are pretty hot.
there, that was entirely
Rachel,
or even being true believers and real church and things like this. But suddenly they're injected invested into Iberian, and they have a lot of intrinsic advantages. They
Yo,
have
baby.
a very high level of literacy. They are very well skilled with numeracy. They
Another
are
one.
overwhelmingly urban. They have a lot of advantages understanding the nature of the court power and so on. They're educated.
Another one.
All of a sudden, by becoming Christians, by force or by choice, they suddenly have
I love how like
access
real
to
streamers stream
everything that was
like 4
denied
people.
them when
That's
they
a
were
real streamer.
Jesus.
Aiden Rothschild,
They
57,000 people
many
who
of
watch
them
me
still
exactly every
remaining
single fucking
well
stream.
in touch
That ain't
with
real.
their Jewish
4
communities.
people, that's
Those
real.
who, of course, were forcibly very often,
Shout out to
maintain
Rachel's
the kosher
anxiety
diet, observe the Sabbath.
Girl, you're gonna hate
talk
me.
with
You're gonna be
children
on some
in
ledge
Jewish
by the end of
schools,
this spam fest.
married amongst each other or amongst
Anxiety
regular
down.
Jewish families.
Fucking hates me.
Tremendous.
She travels too much and misspelled the word
and
too.
nevertheless, though, they are having
I
tremendous
found a
advantages,
mistake.
and they're displacing a lot of the traditional elites as a
Go,
result.
shorty.
So there's
It's
this
your birthday. We gonna party
upswell
like
of
it's your
resentment
birthday. We gonna
against
sip a
these
card like
conversos
it's your birthday.
specifically,
And you know we don't give a
which
fuck.
has its
Birthday, you
economic
find me in the
roots, and it
club.
also has
Bottle full of
kind
bubbles. My
of
mother
roots in
you
religious
know
activity. Because hey,
you
look at this. They're supposed to become Christians, and they're still retaining their Jewish identities. This is not fair. And you look around at people of authority, even in the church, and say that one's a Jew and that one's a Jew and so on. It's a very kind of disconcerting feeling. So the church asserts itself, and not without the interest of Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, who are thinking different thoughts about the Jews than their predecessors. Whereas kings and queens typically protected Jews against the church quite often, as we've discussed in the past, that rule does not apply when there is a strong need for short-term gain. Isabella and Ferdinand had been engaged in very expensive wars in the south of the country in particular, trying to push the Muslims out, and the prospect of trying to get a one-time big surge out of the Jewish population was quite appealing. So one of the ways in which this was expressed was they received from Francis IV
That's a shit that'll kill
permission
you.
to establish the Inquisition in Spain. This was in the year 1478. The Inquisition was directed at Jews per se, or Muslims for that matter. It was directed at false converts, the conversos who were secretly harboring Jewish attitudes or behaviors and so on. And the purpose of the Inquisition was to try to root out these false converts and to punish them appropriately, to act as a deterrent to other would-be converts, and incidentally, part of that punishment meant confiscation of their wealth, which was definitely something that Isabella and Ferdinand were interested in. The Grand Inquisitor Thomas de Torquemada engaged a brutal upending of Iberian society by creating this purge-like environment. A keeper would betray a Jewish neighbor, or actually a converso neighbor, to the Inquisition, incredible tortures, and demand that he divulge the name of other converts who were also secretly Judaizing, and under the pain of torture, this would happen, and they get a whole list of names. They go out and arrest those people and torture those people, and the whole purge environment rapidly spun out of control. In the space of a couple of decades, it just got beyond imagination how deeply this penetrated, where churchmen were often accused of being secretly Judaizers and things like that. The Jewish community really was at a loss as to how to respond to this appropriately. Remember, the Jewish community per se was not attacked in this manner because they were not Christians. They had not been converted, and so therefore they were still allowed practice Judaism, but they were viewed with a tremendous amount of suspicion, especially as to the degree that they have been aiding and abetting these conversos who are secretly studying Judaism, keeping kosher, and so on. In one notorious case, some conversos actually engaged in a conspiracy to murder an Inquisitor, Pedro de Arguelles, and spark more popular resentment at the activity of the conversos and the Jews, as you can see in this very evocative painting of the murder of the visage of the Inquisitor himself. But it rapidly spun out of control, and it proved to be something that Isabella and Ferdinand could not keep a lid on. But they still were faced with tremendous debts that they had to deal with. So, just some of the examples of the way in which the Inquisition looked. In previous classes, I've given a lot of examples of the torture devices used to treat you with it. I don't want to spend this lecture to display so you go back and check out these these are three examples of something that shows that really were quite elaborate types of punishments. And they describe the little French language captions underneath and written in this image. But on the left is a converso who has been accused but is not yet found guilty of practicing Judaism. In the center, we see a Jew or a converso who has been accused and then has been found innocent. So he has kind of like a beatific sort of face. And on the right, of course, we have this declaration of demons of hell and burning alive and things like that. You have a converso who has been accused and found guilty of practicing Jewish rituals, and he, of course, is full of tears because what happens at this point, the Inquisition itself doesn't actually murder Jews. The Inquisition relaxes its authority over these people to the secular authorities, who then, being much more savage, and conducted throughout Spain and even into the New World, dramatic, terrifying scenes that attracted crowds and people to watch these Jews being absolutely horrific kind of environment that ripped the entire peninsula for decades. Ultimately, though, it was an untenable model, and it failed to deliver big one-time goal
enjoying the grind.
So it all came to a dramatic moment when Ferdinand and Isabella decided to simply expel
enjoying the grind.
The purpose of the Inquisition of these Jews, now Catholic. And by the way, we're referring to the second, third, fourth generation. It's 100 years since the 1391 pogroms. And Torquemada, in this remarkable piece of art by Emilio Sala, is shown in the black robe, wildly gesticulating. Torquemada says the reason why he has been unsuccessful at bringing the Inquisition to a conclusion, that the more he looks, the more, amazingly, he finds more of these Judaizers. He says it's because you're still allowed Jews to live in Spain proper. And while they are still in Spain, they can still influence their erstwhile co-religionists. And so therefore, he argues, and Ferdinand and Isabella accepted, that all the Jews must be expelled from the Iberian Peninsula in order to maintain the goals of the Inquisition, which was to allow the Hotel California. This particular image, such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. On the left and on the right, in particular, Hotel California. Not a nice surprise. Bring your alibi. Second highest mirrors on the ceiling as well.
Pink champagne
And
on
he
ice,
argued
and she said, we're
bitterly
all just
for the
visitors
intention
here
of the Jewish
of
right to
our
remain.
own device.
Ferdinand and
In
Isabella
the
were
master's
loath to see
chamber,
him go because he was so
gathered for
talented
the
that he
feast.
refused to convert.
And
Unlike,
with us,
as it
yeah,
happens,
but
the
you
number one
can't
figure, the
kill the
aged
beast.
Abraham Senior, and his son
Last thing I
Rabbi
remember,
the son-in-law,
I was
who decided
born.
to rather convert and remain in Spain than to flee with the rest of the Jews out of the peninsula.
You
But
just do
ultimately,
it.
that brings us to
Fuck yeah, I can
1492.
do it.
We will, God willing, discuss the mechanics of the expulsion and specifically the horrible nature of the initial post-diaspora years for these Sephardic Jews when we return. But with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to speaking to you soon. Thanks so much.
He was a hard-headed man. He was brutally handsome. She was terminally pretty. She held him up and she held him for ransom in the car of the cold city. He had a nasty reputation as a cruel dude. And yet he was ruthless, said he was cruel. Thing in common, they were good and bad, she said.
Let's
That's
go
the
back to the
butler,
land of
the
Israel,
lights
and
are
although
turning
we do
red.
have a few moments where
Life in the
I
fast
discuss
lane,
the
sure to
diaspora,
make you
it's
lose your
something
mind.
significant
Life in the fast lane.
it seems to me that we should take at least a few moments to look at the perspective of Jewish history from the land of Israel itself.
Eager for
We
action,
may repeat a couple of
hot
things that we
on the
looked at in
case.
greater detail
It's
earlier,
coming
but just to
attraction.
have some sense of
This top
continuity.
of the day.
Also, I
They
think
had
it's
one
important
from
because
the people.
we're at a
They
unique
took all the right
reflection
pills.
moment
They had
politically, I think, in the
outlawed this
land of
party.
Israel, where we
They
have
had
a
had
lot
it,
of
they bill.
unfortunate tension and
No,
warfare and loss of life.
Not
And
all the things.
I
He
thank God
pretended
I'm a
not to know
historian,
that he
not a
was caught up
prophet,
in the
so
race.
I'm not called upon to actually say anything about what should be in the future. But I can look back a little bit in the past and share a couple of the ironies of history that who knows
Life
maybe
in
will
the
be
fast
really
lane
great.
should make you lose your mind. Life
Productive
in
path
fast
forward
lane.
for all the peoples of the Middle East.
That was so sick when you were like,
So,
blah, 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 blah,
we're
blah,
going to
blah,
go
blah,
through
blah.
well over 1,000 years. We're going to take it from the Bar Kokhba rebellion against the
Sam
Roman
Wise, do you know who I am?
from about the year 132
I'm the
to
biggest pimp
135.
you've ever met.
Take it right up to the end of
For sure.
medieval
This
period
guy looks like
of
he's gonna
Spanish
fucking yell at me. Megaphone.
Where we left
All right,
the
Sam
Jews in the
Wise.
land of Israel specific at this time is that they had gone through two, and if you like, three
I Sam Wise. What the
disastrous Roman
fuck?
Jewish wars.
No
The
wonder
first
you have
major Roman Jewish
three
war
people watching.
is the Great War that erupted in the year 66.
Thank you for the call,
and
Rabbi.
resulted in the destruction
Welcome,
of the
Sam.
temple, and,
Well,
the exile of the Jews primarily from Jerusalem today, and will suffer in its wake. And the final battle was on the mountains of Masada. Then we have the Quietist revolt, which is not specifically centered in Israel. There were more uprisings in North Africa and Asia Minor, so I've skipped over it. Many people call it the Second Roman Jewish War, but most people call the Bar Kokhba revolt the Second Roman Jewish War. It was much more intense.
that was so.
Disastrous consequences. So the idea of Jewish statehood was it was a foregone conclusion after the end of this particular war. For the Jewish people, besides the tremendous political upheaval, the end of even the vestigial power they had under the Herodians as a puppet, the punitive taxation and the redirection of the Machzis shekel, the half shekel tax that used to go to the temple upkeep, to the Celtic temple of Jupiter in Rome, and displacement of people, horrible economic impact. But it also meant that the Jews had to take back and had a period spiritual realignment for themselves. We see it in a few different locations. Yavne, for example, Russia, and especially what's going on in the north, cities like Tiberias, where the Jews are reassembling.
We're just rolling.
Forming their leadership under
I gotta
the
take it easy though.
office of the bridge, or patriarchate as it's sometimes called, and you see especially the writing of the Mishnah at this time. Politically, we should also mention that this is the time when the term Palestine comes first major usage. And I'm going to stop a couple of moments and speak a little bit about that. People get hung up on it, I think, especially in contemporary debates. The term, and everybody knows how sensitive people are to geographic terminology. My own PhD supervisor, a tremendous scholar named Paul Rothschild, he actually wrote a few atlases, and I remember him struggling to try to find the correct place names that would describe a specific location without offending half of the people who live there. So even in these lectures, you find frequently if I use the term West Bank or if I use the term Gaza and Shomron, that there's lots of baggage associated.
There's a new kid in town.
So the Romans were quite aware of this, and actually,
Everybody loves you.
They made a concerted effort to try and wipe out any memory of the Jewish presence in Israel. Jerusalem was renamed, there's some question about whether this occurred before the war or after, but it was renamed Isla Capitolina, which is actually a reference to the Emperor Hadrian. And Jews after Bar Kokhba were banned from living in Jerusalem. There was, however, about 100 years later, a noted small community of Jews who lived in Jerusalem anyways, and they did so simply ignoring the authorities. Authorities chose to turn a blind eye, but they were called the Hila Kadisha de Yerushalayim, the holy community of Jerusalem. I think it's also interesting and important to note that one of the fundamentals of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East is the question of privacy. There's no question, of course, that the Jews had their political state there earlier. But one of the arguments that sometimes made in the political polemics is that the Jews left. I mean, they were gone for
Johnny come lately.
Other people came, and so
there's a new kid in town.
Connection to land that they once did no longer.
Everybody loves you.
I'm going to read the answers to the questions to others who debate them, but on a historical level, it's very important to understand there's always been a Jewish presence in the land of Israel. However, attenuated,
hopeless romantic, here we go again.
Just a handful of people living in places like Jerusalem, a handful of Jewish people living in places like Jerusalem, but nevertheless, there is a continuous settlement of Jews in Israel. We speak about the exiled Jewish people. It definitely speaks about the bulk of the population. The diaspora early on became much larger than the population of Jews in Israel, and definitely more prominent, more significant in all kinds of ways. But there's always been a consistent presence of Jews. However, small.
Asshole.
The Kadisha to Yerushalayim is one illustration of that. After Rome adopts Christianity in the year 313, things get much worse for the Jews in Israel, because even though the Romans were definitely not close friends with the rebellious Jews who were simply rebellion in every generation, the addition of Christianity changed things dramatically because as a monotheistic faith, it is intrinsically intolerant of other faiths. And this is something true of all monotheistic faiths, the idea of a universal vision of one path to truth. We could say this about Islam, and we could say it about Judaism as well. There are differences in how it is rolled out, as it were, because Judaism, for example, does maintain that all other faiths, especially polytheistic faiths, are intrinsically false, but not, however, necessarily prohibited to non-Jews. They would be considered inappropriate for a Jew, but nevertheless a non-Jew still be theoretically, worshiping the same God as the Jewish God. So there are issues in terms of how this is viewed. Christianity, however, has one of the most restrictive views of how to practice and still be within the pale of acceptability. And this meant that it was intrinsically much more tolerant than, let's say, paganism, which, by the very fact that the history of gods tends to accept the idea that God is Jews did rebel, in particular, the Roman leader named Alice, and this rebellion was centered in the northern part of Israel, Horus in 351 left for about a year. It was put down very harshly. Jews were sold into captivity, much like they were in the first Roman Jews. But one of the ways in which the Jews kind of pivoted at that point was they recognized that, the situation in Israel is just getting more and more tenuous. So this is the point in time when they decided to abandon the calculation of the year, of the calendar, by sighting of the moon, and to move to a fixed calendar, which is one that we use today, that corrects the solar discrepancy by adding a leap month and a 19-year cycle. I'm not going to go into details on what the calendar is, but we should bear in mind that for a diaspora people, the calendar is so this meant that all Jews would be linked together in a singular cycle of worship. Passover at the same days, Yom Kippur on the same day, and so on. As soon as that fractures, that represents a rift in time that to add to the rift in space that they experienced since the first century by determining a fixed calendar that was no longer dependent on
will be ringing.
Testified to the sighting of the moon, which has been habitual practice for centuries. This meant that Jews had another valuable tool to bring with them into the diaspora. They were actually much more agile, flexible with regards to their existence in diaspora culture. There is at this time a brief, however, respite where there is a Roman leader known as Julian the Apostate. But he died very early, but when he was rising in authority, he promised the Jews he would allow them, Cyrus did, to rebuild their temple. And he got a little bit excited about this, but it turns out to be very short-lived, which was also interesting.
Please come home for sex.
More significantly, I think, in this century is the recognition by the Jews that prepare themselves for a time that would involve more than onward was created.
Sure as the shine above. Yeah, this is my
but it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. Before the term was heavily criticized, it was also called the Palestinian Talmud, but that essentially it sounds like an oxymoron. Nevertheless, that's what this Talmud is. It's essentially, if you recall,
this bitch knows what's
extended
up.
discussion of the Mishnah, which was codified in the early 3rd century, with commentary that is not exactly a commentary, it really is an extended discussion. It was very important in establishing
You're missing an apostrophe there.
and a unified Jewish practice. it would be superseded by the Babylonians
Why
that
Why
is
are you
much
arguing
larger,
with
particularly in areas
Why
that
are you
don't
arguing?
relate to agriculture
Why
in
are you
Israel.
apostrophe
And
RE
because
if
it
you
was
are?
for
Why
various
are
reasons,
you
but
arguing?
one of
Yours.
which is the fact that it was able to consider the Jerusalem Talmud in its own deliberations. The Babylonian Talmud became far more authoritative, and the Jerusalem Talmud is barely studied so much of the Middle Ages. Unfortunately, though, at this time, with the rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire and several other political changes, the office of the Nasi was ended in 429. That is the last Nasi, the last titular head of the Jewish people in Israel in late antiquity. There would be an imposition of a person called an exilarch, which is something that we get really from the Babylonian period, but not nearly with the same authority as, for example, Rabbi Judah Nasi, Rabbi Yehuda Nasi.
Somebody's gonna hurt someone.
So there's like a steady decline
Gonna
of
lie
the Jewish
through.
population. But there are a couple of interesting moments of Renaissance. In the 5th and 6th century under Byzantine rule, there is a brief moment of respite where there seems to be much more flourishing. Also in the north, and you see, for example, with several synagogues constructed and preserved well to this time. This is the base of the synagogue in the north, and it has this dramatic mosaic on the floor. You can see right in the, at the top of the mosaic there is like a depiction of the ark holding the Torah and the traditional Torah, which is one of the oldest Jewish symbols. And then in the very center of this mosaic, a brilliant zodiac, which is also a very traditional piece of art that you see in synagogues right up until the early modern period, the 19th century. And at the bottom, it looks rather primitive, but it has sort of a certain character. This is the following
through.
The larger figure on the right-hand side is holding
there's nothing we can do. Everybody wants to touch someone. If it takes all night, everybody wants to take a little chance. Make it come out right. I don't think he goes to everybody. That was a good one, though.
Looks like a rather short skirt. If you're interested, you always imagine bigger and longer skirts, but who knows what these years. So this is like a kind of a Renaissance art that you see, not Renaissance like the traditional Renaissance, but an effervescence of Jewish art that occurs. So that's kind of what's going on in the Roman and Byzantine periods. We have in the 7th century with a very brief through, followed by an Arab invasion of longer duration, punctuated with one interruption.
There's nothing we can do.
So this is obviously an aerial view.
Everybody wants to touch somebody.
Western,
if it takes all night, everybody wants to take a little chance. Make it come out right. It's gonna be a heartache tonight. A heartache tonight, I know. It's gonna be a heartache tonight. A heartache tonight, I know. Oh no.
And then destroyed the Hungarian century later, and the Gold was added even more centuries after that. But this is perhaps the most striking image of Jerusalem, and that happens to be on the grounds of the destroyed temple, which is a terribly frustrating thing for Jews who wish to see the temple rebuilt.
Somebody's gonna hurt someone,
but not for our discussion.
Before the night
so
is through,
the Persians invade in the 7th century.
Somebody's gonna come
but they're only there for a couple of decades. the Byzantines
Everybody
emperors
wants to
back
drink
in
somebody.
for just 5 years.
If it
took
takes
over
all
country,
night,
and finally you have the Arabs coming in. So
everybody
this
comes
is
to take
shortly
a good
after the
chance.
death of Muhammad
Make
in
it come
633,
out right.
and that's when Israel, the land of
It's
Israel,
gonna be a heartache tonight. A heartache tonight, I know.
Organized in the 8th century.
It's gonna be a heartache tonight. A heartache tonight, I know.
Arabic version
Lord, I
of
know.
Palestine, which was the name that
Something
was given
I'd
by
like
the
to say
Romans
out
in an
late.
attempt to kind of
Some
wipe out
folks might hold out that long.
Israel as the name.
Nobody
The
wants
Arabs
to go
apparently
home
used
now.
the Roman name
There's
for
too much going on.
note, however, that Jerusalem in Arabic is not a capital.
This night is
One of
gonna
the
last
houses
forever.
that,
Last all, summer
visual
long.
makers that
Nobody.
it was the only capital of the Jewish people ever. It always was. Observation. Notice that the region of Philistine also extends into what would be today Jordan, and
Damn,
much
girl.
of the north, which is modern terms the Galilee region, is under the region of
This girl could be really big. She's pretty hot.
And Damascus
Oh, she only speaks
has
speech,
the
that's why she's
very, very
fucking up.
top part.
Damn, she's pretty hot though.
Beautiful part of Israel.
I mean, a lot of
down in the south,
chicks who just speak Spanish are really hot. This though, if she could get her English together, I'll give her private English lessons with this dick.
Jews living there at that time
Anyway,
don't have really good numbers, but an Arabic source.
this girl's pretty hot.
That period.
If you create a clip, it will be banned. I speak only Spanish. Girl, you're gonna hate me.
It's historically a very Roman city. Okay?
If you create a clip, it will be banned.
And it was sort of like where Romans could go, so they don't have to feel like they're
What's this bitch doing?
crazy religious environment.
What's this bitch doing?
Sort of like Surfside for 5 townspeople, right? Go to Surfside.
Damn, she has a ton of followers.
So it's always been more of a Roman style
Girl,
but the Arab reports that there were
this girl got a bang.
there, 200 Jews and 300 Americans. I think there are a lot of reasons to numbers. They seem rather threefold. However, it is interesting to think that maybe the Jews were correct. Maybe that's roughly population, 70,000, 20,000 Jews and Americans. But it does give us that a famously Roman-oriented city would have had in terms of Jewish and non-Jewish population. Oh, and here's another really important.
Be cool to each other. Yo, what up? How you living? No one wants to talk about you. Yo, what up, baby? How are you? Yeah, go for it. Meet up.
Why do I keep on having these urges to just punch someone? I just need to get I don't have enough money to go to the gym to get a boxing bag, but
all right, do you have a pillow?
Yeah, I do, but it's not enough.
Yeah, it is. Do you have a mattress?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just punch the mattress until you pass out.
The mattress did nothing wrong.
Neither did anybody who you're gonna randomly punch on the street. You need to get out your aggression, and if that's something that you feel is necessary, then go to your bed, punch your mattress until you're tired, and you all of your aggression out within a few moments.
Okay.
There you go.
What about why can't I write a book if even though I have great ideas, but whenever I sit down and make a book, I keep forgetting.
Why don't you use ChatGPT to write your book?
I don't want to use AI.
It can help you. It doesn't have to be the whole thing. Here, I'll help you right now. We'll write your book. All right, so tell me what are your ideas?
Well, right now, I don't really have an idea.
Okay.
I had ideas like a few hours ago, but I don't have them right now.
Okay, well, we're going to come.
It was more like a character for DC, for the DC universe.
Okay, well, we're going to come up with 5 ideas for the DC universe. Okay, one of them is we don't really know what this character is. We're going to work on him. Yo, dog, we're going to write a quick summary on a book that we're going to have in the DC universe. We don't really know exactly what it's going to be yet, but we're going to work on it. So just one moment. Here are some ideas. You might even want an outline. So just, we're rolling. We'll see how this goes. Okay, so what are your ideas?
It's a still force user with his. The still force is the how it's the opposite of how it's the opposite of how the speed force works.
Opposite of how the speed force works. Not in the negative way.
But the lack of motion or the
they use the ability to stop motion
or something like that.
Okay, great. That's one idea. What else about it?
That's actually in that's an actual thing in the actual comics though. It's still 4:30, so I'm gonna make a character that's tied to it.
We want to make a character that's tied to the still force. Okay, what else? What's your character's name? Do you not know?
Eldrick Holmes.
Character's name is Eldrick Holmes.
ELDRICK.
Of course. Okay, what else?
And he's from the 17th century, and
He's from the 17th century.
He was trapped in an iceberg on an expedition.
He was trapped on an iceberg in an expedition.
And that's why, and he got frozen there for hundreds of years.
And he got frozen for hundreds of years. And that's how he got the superpower?
No, the superpower is when the meteorite hit the iceberg.
Just one moment.
And brought him back to life.
And he gets the superpower when a meteorite hits the iceberg he was frozen in. And that's how he gets the still force.
Yeah.
Okay, what else?
He can closing his eyes, everything stops moving. But as soon as he opens it,
when he closes his eyes, everything stops moving. But when he opens his eyes, everything starts working again and moving at normal speed. All right, does he have a car?
No.
Does he have a girlfriend or a wife? Or partner?
I haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay, does he have a dog or a pet?
Pet monkey.
He has a pet monkey. What is the pet monkey's name?
Carl.
Okay. Was he born of parents? Or was he an orphan? Or was he an alien?
He was born with a parent. His parent is elsewhere. He's dead.
Okay, is his mom alive or his dad alive?
His dad was lynched and his mom was alive.
His dad was lynched and his mom is alive.
No, it's the 1700s.
It was the 1700s. This is common. Period. Okay, you ready?
Yeah. Send it to me in DM.
I'm not sending you jack. Here we go. Summary. In the frozen silence of the 17th century, explorer Eldrick Holmes set sail on a perilous voyage into the Arctic. When a meteorite slams into an iceberg encasing his ship, Eldrick is bathed in strange cosmic energy, awakening the still force within him, the power to halt all motion. For centuries, he remains preserved in the ice until the modern world discovers him. Now, whenever he closes his eyes, time and motion found him. When he opens them, life resumes as if nothing happened. With his loyal pet monkey, Charles, also frozen and revived, Eldrick must navigate a world centuries ahead of him, uncovering the truth behind his father's lynching, face shadowy forces that covet his powers. But the still force is not without cost. The longer he holds the world still, the more the balance of time itself begins to break. An outline. Act 1, Origins and Ice, Prologue, 1600s. Eldrick Holmes, son of a merchant family, joins an Arctic expedition after his father's death by mob violence. The incident. The ship becomes trapped in an ice. A meteorite crash triggers a strange aurora and infuses Eldrick with force energy as the ice seals him away. The freeze. Eldrick and his pet monkey, Charles, enter suspended animation. Act 2, Awakening. Modern discovery. A research team unearths the iceberg. Eldrick awakens in the present day. The freeze. Panic leads him to close his eyes. The entire facility stops mid-motion. Learning control. Tests reveal his ability. When eyes are closed, the universe halts except for him and Charles. Act 3. The present threat. The pursuit. A secret organization seeks to weaponize the still force. Ghosts of the past. Eldrick investigates his father's death and his family's lost history. The cost of stillness. Each prolonged freeze causes space-time fractures. Strange creatures begin to slip through. Act 4. Resolution. Showdown. Eldrick faces the organization's leader, possibly another still force user with a different mastery of the power. He must decide whether to keep using his gift or let it fade to preserve reality. Epilogue. Eldrick and Charles wander the world, seeking places untouched by time, aware that their presence always carries danger. There you go.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, Pam. Come back when you... ChatGPT.
Okay. But won't it get called anything?
Nope. It'll be called Brilliant.
Okay.
You can always use your own words, but this gives you for your story, or it gives you words that you wouldn't normally have used, like a poetic license that you wouldn't have normally developed, and so you can use it as an enhancement. It's like a bodybuilder. Somebody weights all the time and get pretty big, or they can use steroids and become giant and be able to lift way more than they normally would. So it's just enhancing your normal abilities. No one would say that, oh, well, this guy uses steroids, he's not that strong. No. People are going to say, not only is he's stronger than most anyone on Earth.
It's making like your balls small.
Around and hormone replacement and things, but straight up steroids without any kind of use of testosterone are going to perhaps make you large, and any kind of small balls aren't that big of an issue. Your dick still stays the same size. You have more muscles than you would have ever wanted, and chicks dig muscles. Chicks don't really dig balls. So long as you can produce semen, which you can, that's all that matters.
Makes sense.
All right, so go write your book and come back after you've punched your mattress. I'll tell you what, I'll give you a goal. Punch your mattress 1,000 times, and you will not have any urge to hit anybody else for the rest of the night.
Okay.
Come back.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Peace, buddy.
Thank you, Rabbi.
You're welcome, my friend. What a nice person. Last forever. Last all summer long. Sometime until the sun comes up, the radio is gonna play that song. It's gonna be a heartache tonight, I know. There's gonna be a heartache tonight, I know. I know. There'll be a heartache tonight, The moon's shining bright, so turn out the light and we'll get it right. There's gonna be a heartache tonight, a heartache tonight, I know.
When the kind of environment that you were living at this time, when the Catholic are was imposed, for example, it was required to wear yellow-colored turbans, Christians blue turbans, and Samaritans red turbans. This is in accordance with a more strict observance of that baptismal law.
Somebody's gonna hurt someone. Somebody's gonna night is through. Somebody's gonna come undone. There's nothing we can do. Everybody wants to touch somebody. If it takes all night, everybody wants to take a little chance. Make it come right. There's gonna be a heartache tonight. A heartache tonight, I know. Heartache tonight. A heartache tonight, I know. I know. You wanna be a heartache? No. You can beat around the bush and you can get the feeling. You can leave in the parking lot, but it's gonna be a heartache tonight. A heartache.
Ethnic designation. Muslim is a religious designation. Arabs may practice Christian, for example, many Lebanese are Christians. Many Muslims are not of Arab ethnicity at all. They may be Chinese, for example, or you have black men in America, African American descent. So the term Arab, however, is clearly ethnic because the early Islamic empire was dominated by forces from Saudi Arabia, or today's Saudi Arabia, and that was the rule that was imposed in Israel. As you move on, of course, there's going to be lots more inter-Muslim political change with Muslim rulers who are not Arabs at all, the Turks, for example. But for the time being, at the beginning, we're talking about an Arab empire. Jewishly, there's a lot of fascinating things going on here. We discussed a little bit about this in terms of the rivalry with the Daonates in Babylonia. But, for example, one thing we didn't talk about very much was Masoretes. It is at this period of time when Jews, perhaps influenced to a large degree by the Arab tremendous love of the Arabic language, got much more serious about recording the traditions of pronunciation, grammar, and so on. So there is some question as to exactly when the denoting pronunciation of Hebrew letters, but it is at this time where they get serious about it, and the so-called Masoretes, from the word Masorah, tradition, begin to make sure that we have Sefer Torahs that are written with, not as a Sefer Torah, not element, but as a teaching element, written with vowels and so on, and that's how we have pronunciation. However, this is no longer the language of the Jews in their daily usage. Arabic, the lingua franca of the region, Jews notate in writing into Arabic, which is essentially written with Hebrew, but the Hebrew language is there's lots of invasions of different Muslim groups that I'm not going to go into here because it's too far afield from our narrow focus. Now, there is one really important interruption in the various Muslim rules over Israel, and is, of course, the period of the Crusades, which we discussed in a few lectures a while ago. But let's look at it again from the perspective of how it is. Here is a rather dramatic 19th century representation of the the religiously inspired Europeans coming in, and fairly small number of people massacred at the feet of the authorities and so on. In reality, the Crusades were a very brutal period, especially in Israel. The Crusader period extends from 1099, which marks the fall of Jerusalem in the First Crusade, to 1291, when they're finally removed from the territory of Israel. What's fascinating, again, ironic, viewed from the perspective of our century, that Jews were solidly allied with Muslims against the European Crusaders at this time. Europeans were making their way to free the land from the infidel, but both Muslims and Jews realized that this meant disaster for them. So we actually have Jews and Muslims fighting side by side for the peace of the. Unfortunately, the city fell in June of 1099, and there was a horrible massacre of Muslims and Jews. Many of the Jews, defending Jerusalem, were actually burned alive in the synagogue there, and many others were simply sold into slavery. There was a huge exodus of Jews. Here is a map of the Crusader kingdom at their latest extent. It actually fluctuated significantly because the Muslim rulers surrounding the new Christian kingdom were not well disposed to tolerate its presence. And so they keep fighting over the next couple of centuries. You can see here that they did establish quite a few locations, particularly on the coast, where not surprisingly fascinating what's going on with Jews after the Crusades. You have Parisi reports that after Saladin, the great walls around the old city, after the successful conquest, he actually invited to migrate to the city of Jerusalem. Which is again one of those centers that it's hard to imagine having a Muslim ruler over Jerusalem saying today, but this is in fact
every time they walk away,
northern coastal city of Hebron, many of them were Toshibos. They were of the school of Toshibos that is in the Talmudic corpus. They included the famous Reed of Lunel from southern France when they were Israel. So here you see there was a surge of Jewish emigration to Israel. It would not significantly really populate the land, because when Nachmanides came later in the 13th century, found very, very few Jews in Jerusalem in particular, more than places like Akko, and also something similar we have from Rabbi Obadiah parts of North. Here is what the land of Israel looked like for much of the post-Crusader era. This is under the Mamluks, which is one of the many groups of Muslims that ruled the region. And as you can see, Israel was treated very differently. The southern part of the Negev was simply abandoned to the traveling Bedouin, the Arab tribes that were non-sedentary, nomadic. And you see that Jerusalem is actually part of the Mamlaka of Damascus. Mamlaka, I don't know Arabic very well, but I think it's like Mamlechet in Hebrew, right? Like a state, as it were. And Gaza, of course, was much more significant. Gaza was actually a very large town at the point. Gaza was about double the population of Jerusalem in the 15th century. And the northern part was ruled by Tzfat, which is one of the most fascinating cities that we're going to zip right back to look at Tzfat in the period immediately after the Spanish expulsion, because many of the great mystics of the Iberian Peninsula made their way to to stop in the 15th century and create an explosion of creativity that is still being felt today. So I'm really excited to speak about that with you. But what we know from the region by the time we get to our end of the medieval period, we have Rabbi in Bolsonaro. He is the famous commentator on Muslim.
I still hurry a lot. I used to worry a lot. I used to stay out till the break of day. All that getting quitted, there was hot time I quit it, and I just couldn't plan me on that way. All I keep some dancing, I know it's true. Didn't know I was so lonely till I found you. You can go the distance if our love is a small run. In a long run, we can handle some resistance if our love is a strong one. Is a strong one. Staying up, there ain't nothing else to do. When it all comes down, we can still come through. You were gonna run. Fuck.
From the north, from the west, and from the south. So they went down the Red River and conquered the Daviet. The Daviet moved their army up on the other side by boat, and then they had to move.
How did the Jews survive? I will stipulate for the
I used to hurry a lot. I used to worry a lot. I used to stay out till the break of day. All that didn't quit it. It was hot time I quit it. I just couldn't carry on that way. No, I took some chances. I know it's true. Didn't know I was so lonely till I found you. We can go the distance. We'll find out in the long run. In the long run, we can handle some resistance if our love is a strong one. Is a strong one. Talking about it. They got nothing else to do. When it all comes down, we will still pound through. Oh, I want to tell you it's a long run. Don't understand why you don't treat yourself better. You do the crazy things that you do, because debutantes in Houston couldn't hold a candle to you. Did you do it for love? Did you do it for money? Did you do it right? Did you think you had to, honey? Do it for now.
Detractors for most of them, sometimes books and
I know we can get it.
studiously working on intellectual attainments, and they write these amazing books, and then they're horribly persecuted by books, and then they go back
We ain't breaking
books, and then they're persecuted. Now, I'm not saying that's not what happened. It did happen, but is it the effective way to withstand the patterns of evil Jewish history? I'm not so sure. There is definitely, however, what imply that the lateral approach is certainly not a thing of our imagination. Sometimes when a person says he's paranoid, there really are people out there. When you look at the Middle Ages, stemming from the diaspora,
Kid just pounded his fucking mattress.
up until the great expulsion from Spain, we've got series of expulsions. We've got long lists of discriminatory laws passed against Jews. We've got these horrific charges like this. What a mischievous thing to suggest, and yet, as this particular image indicates, not only the blood libels, but the even more bizarre host desecration arguments resulted in Jews being massacred. And then perhaps the worst of the entire medieval period, the purge life environment of the Inquisition. When we come back after the break and we look at the Sephardic diaspora, one of the most terrifying things of the Inquisition is that when Jews left Spain, they were not left alone. Anytime they landed in a Catholic territory, they were subject to depredation of the So, no question, the lachrymose approach of medieval Jewish history has a lot of merit. It should not be tossed out the window. There is, however, I think, corrective lenses that can be applied to understand this in a little bit more sophisticated way. One of the questions that really opens up the entire area is, if it was really that bad, if it was just unrelenting persecution, why weren't the Jews simply massacred out of existence, God forbid, so many times before history? The term genocide was actually coined only after the Holocaust by a Jewish man named Rabbi, and he was searching for a word to try and describe what the Holocaust meant, because the Holocaust was such a historical moment. It was something totally.
No, I don't understand why you don't treat yourself better. Do the crazy things that you do. Because all the debutantes in Houston, baby, couldn't hold a candle to you. Did you do it for love? Did you do it for money? Did you do it for spite? Did you think you had to, honey? Who is gonna make it? We'll find out in the long run. I know we can take it if our love is strong. It's a strong one. We ain't shaking, kind of pain, but we ain't breaking. In the long run, no one to tell you long run. In the long run.
I think to answer it, we'll just do a quick answer. I do find that undergraduates tend to remember it, and I run into students like 20, 30 years later, and this is like one of the few things they remember from any of my classes. I tend to put it always on the final exam, so be ready.
I got that.
History, which again, it's not really an Abramson rule.
That girl hair. I got fucking
but the rule is that if you don't know why a
Marlo Thomas
historical
hair.
phenomenon exists, the answer probably is money. So everyone does just answer money. And I think that if we step away from the lachrymose perspective a little bit, and we try to understand why were the Jews allowed to exist, why nobody really thought of genocide until a much later period of time, it's because the Jews were useful. There are lots of ways in which, even though people might have had, a xenophobic attitude to Jews, they may have had a religious antipathy to Jews, and they had a lot of reasons why, for good or ill, they did not like Jews. They were very useful, and often useful to essential elements. The Jews were, I think, in many ways, ironically, saved by their own diaspora, because for the purposes of Jewish living in a diaspora, they needed to be urbanized. You simply it's very difficult to live as a minority. If you're going to you have to, there's certain functions that you have to have within walk distance, a ritual mikvah, a synagogue, and as you know, I like to say, have an Asian restaurant, walk distance. I honestly have a community, you can't walk distance to Asian food. That's so the Jews tended to congregate in urban centers, sometimes villages, sometimes cities. By the time we get to the 19th and 20th century, Jews are around 30% of the population of many large cities like Warsaw in Poland. And in their urban environment, they tend to develop urban skills that require literacy and numeracy, and they're very, very valuable skills. As doctors, even to this very day, very strong tradition of Jews in medicine. The linguistic skills make Jews especially useful as diplomats, or on a lower level, simply middlemen, being able to communicate with people from different countries, to engage in travel, engage in trade, and of course, as we discussed a few weeks ago, many of them. They're urban, they're able to make
somewhere out there,
the unusual phenomenon of a band creates unique economic niche for the Jews that allows them to flourish. Even if we think about all of the work done over the course of the ages, that they possess a lot of valuable skills that many sectors in society, the money lending in particular, we see that they derive the attention of the king himself as the when we talk about finance. Because they're the only people in society who are able to generate cash on a regular basis, because society is so deeply invested in a big modern economy with lots of barter. These are the ones who are actually, generating cash that can be taxed by the king. And so the king doesn't want to see anything happen to these Jews. They are quite literally the cash cow. Jews are early on involved in minting and in the production of money.
That was so sick. It was unreal.
At the same time, their salvation, because it makes them useful to society, and at the same time, it is a source of significant resentment that is directed against them. So even though we do see this lachrymose model happening, there's no question that the Jews have certain advantages that they have cultivated over the centuries with their long history of organization that makes them, quite adaptable to the necessity of a medieval period. And let us forget that from the religious perspective as well, there's reasons why Jews were actually protected. One of my teachers in the university, Professor Alan Davies, who is a specialist in the history of church anti-Semitism, he liked to say that in reality, it was the church that protected Jews for about 1,500 years. Now, I don't think he was really aware of the Ivri. Of course, I was undergraduate, maybe a precocious one, but I don't think I fully fleshed out that theory at the time. But I think he had a real point, and that is because both the church and the mosque was a religious motive venue with the Jews. Again, it's possible, especially in 13th century Europe, that if the church had its maybe we would something a little bit more drastic, persecution would be endured. But the fact is, demand for the Jew presence, primarily because of their value, had to find its expression in the religious modus vivendi, a way of living with them. And so we have two doctrines that are parallel to each other, that carve out a little space for Jews to live in both Islamic North Africa and Middle East and in Christian Europe. For the Muslims, it is the Pact of Umar, which, although by 21st century standards, obviously quite discriminatory, but viewed from the perspective of the Jews, it meant that there was like a legal space for them to exist, as long as they, accepted the disabilities of their Dhimmi status, which included, for example, a punitive tax rate that was not applied to Muslims, and from time to time they had certain restrictions on their clothing, their architecture, their settlement, and even with all of these rules, there were the occasional punctuations of violence that went beyond what the Pact of Umar allowed, but it still provided sort of like a medieval charter of rights for Jews. Not the same rights as Muslims, but certainly the right to exist,
Here's your guest,
the right to be secure in their worship within boundaries. And, this actually preserved the Jews. Similarly, the doctrine of witness, which we saw in Christian Europe, Jesus being articulated by people like St. Augustine, and especially defended by important popes like Gregory the Great, said that, hey, for our own religious reasons, we need to keep the Jews alive until the second coming, so they can be a witness to the return of Jesus. And so this is, a very important reason why the Jews could not be killed. They could not be subject to genocidal impetuses, because I don't know if the plural impetus is impeti, probably not. They're going to be distracted by that. But the doctrine of witness said that it would be completely inappropriate to, God forbid, massacre the Jews, or even to convert them forcibly to Christianity.
This fucking dude is back. That's
As we saw also with Islam, perhaps on a much greater scale in Christianity, there were times when this sort of theological justification for limited tolerance.
I've seen athleticism is literally precedented, and this one is unprecedented. Oh, it is.
Witness held fast, and the Jews were ironically protected by both the mosque and the church because they had this sort of safe space in which to live. The question of genocide in the 20th century was only when the 18th century onward that these kinds of religious justifications simply have no longer any hold on the modern mind, on the postmodern mind. Right? It reminds me of that phrase in the Talmud, "Leis Daya." There is no judge. There is no judge. Christians, even when they may be built up into a paroxysm or over a blood libel charge or something like that, they still have in the back of their mind, "Thou shalt not kill." That is still part of Christianity, of course, derived from Judaism. But when you say, there is no fundamental document, there is no prime revelatory experience that people can look back to as a sense of the ultimate responsibility, that's when the genocide really is possible. It's only, ironically, really possible in a secular intellectual environment. So these ideas of the Pact of Umar and doctrine of witness, they don't work in modernity anymore, and helps to explain the unfortunate huge increase in savagery of violence against Jews and against other minorities that we have experienced in the last couple of years. Okay, with that, I want to bring this semester to a close. I want to thank you very much for your patience and your endurance. I'm really looking forward to when we come back together, and we're going to start right away with the Spartan diaspora, and then we're going to continue through the modern age, which is simply so many more fascinating chapters in the millennial history of Jewish people. Thank you again for this.
Empire, and then from the Ilkhanate of Persia.
These are the different fracturings of Mongolia.
Sons of Genghis Khan.
Yeah.
And only the Ilkhanate was still loyal to him. They're so far away. But now he has a name.
But this is, even the four pieces, the whole thing is gigantic, and even the pieces are gigantic. So, it's very hard to keep an empire this size together.
But he had China.
Let's take some time to look at a long history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire, which is an area of research that has not seen the same amount of attention as, for example, the Jews of Western Europe. And this is actually quite a significant, large period of time that we're going to be talking about, and a significant amount of territory as well. But let's at least have a very brief overview. So, first of all, where was the Byzantine Empire? You can see here on this map, it is the yellow region, and it is distinct from the kind of orangish, reddish region to the left, which is the Roman Empire. Now, both the Roman Empire and the Byzantine Empire were Christian. The Roman Empire, of course, becomes Catholic with a single pope in Rome. The Byzantine Empire is a little bit more complex. It ends up developing several patriarchs who rule the spiritual aspect of the Christian nation, and it has an emperor who is based in Constantinople. That's this really crucial city over here. You can see on a narrow strait with the Bosporus that links the Black Sea with the large Mediterranean Sea. And it was known originally as Byzantium. And then from the 4th century on, it's known as Constantinople, which is the Constantine city, named after the emperor Constantine. And then after the Turkish conquest in 1503, which would mark the end of the video, they become named Istanbul. It becomes, of course, a Muslim city at that point. But for the period that we're talking about, from the early 4th century right up until the middle of the 15th century, you have this significant large Byzantine Empire with control over Israel as well. Concentration of it is in Asia Minor and Balkans and Greece. It's also the Roman Empire will shortly fall into a decline. They will be attacked by the Germanic tribes from the north, and Rome will be sacked a few times until finally it falls, and it ends up going into the beginning of what we call the Dark Ages until the Renaissance, again, almost 1,000 years later. So when Rome falls, the Byzantine Empire becomes its territory, particularly in terms of the transmission of Christianity. The city of Constantinople becomes the second Rome, and when it falls in the 15th century, ultimately the third Rome is often considered Moscow. Of course, the first Rome will come back, but that's not why we discussed a little bit on the history of the Jews in the Byzantine Empire. So, in the Byzantine Empire, the Roman status of Judaism as a religio lecita, meaning a legal religion to a role in conversion to Judaism, for example, prohibited as the church begins to gain a lot more control over how the entire empire is run. And whereas conversion to Judaism is prohibited, conversion from Judaism is encouraged. Various legislation are put in place, such as, for example, Jewish parents children who decide to become Christian are forbidden from disinheriting them. In fact, they have to continue to support them, and these Christian children with parents will inherit them. This is an issue that goes on for many centuries, and not only in the Byzantine Empire, it comes up even in the modern world. Anyway, there's a remarkably step toward hostility to Judaism onward. You see the Red Heat, especially with people like St. John Chrysostom, the so-called Golden Mouth, who issued a number of flaming nasty sermons against the Jews, and his approach to Judaism made a significant really on the entire Eastern world, especially when you connect it to the Third Rome, Moscow, and the Slavic relations of Byzantine Christianity. Of course, the Orthodox churches, as they're called today, are influenced by the Byzantine Empire. You also have some deep reach into the Jewish practice by the emperors who are now officially Christians. Justinian I, for example, attempted to forbid the study of the Mishnah, especially as use interpretive form of the Torah, and tries to actually non-Hebrew translations of the Torah are acceptable. In other words, which Greek versions in particular are acceptable for use among Jews of the Byzantine Empire. There are numerous violent attacks on Jews and in the sense of forced conversions, and you actually have Jews rebelling in the 4th, 6th, and 7th century in particular, when the Persians eventually invade Israel, as we discussed a few weeks ago. Jews will support them because they are fed up with the degree to which the Byzantine Empire tries to interfere in Jewish practice. They even banned at one point Purim parties because they tended to get out of hand, and since they're associated with drunkenness and kind of frivolity and sometimes a mockery of Haman, which can sometimes be extended in the political and social context to mockery of other authority figures, they actually tried to ban drunkenness on Purim. Good luck with that. Under the iconoclast, so this is a movement that you see developing in the 8th and 9th. There was a couple of episodes where the Byzantine Empire goes through this kind of paroxysm of purging of any kind of physical representation of divine figures. That's the essentially iconoclasm. It means essentially to destroy icons, to destroy images. Here's one psalter from the 9th century, actually, kind of a clever representation. This is, of course, from the pro-icon image, or else there wouldn't be any icons at all. And you can see here is a representation of the crucifixion scene, and Jesus is given balls, and it's on a kind of a sponge on the end of the stick. And here is a representation of a 9th century iconoclast. His face is right up, but his hair looks, really wild and barbarian. He's red as well, and he is in a way kind of echoing that fashion scene by using some kind of sponge to attempt to wipe up an icon at the end of the stick. So this is kind of something that was going on. There's actually two distinct periods when this that connects to Jews is significant because the iconoclast often cast the heretic as Jews. So even though they're talking about other Christians, the idea of heresy is associated with Jews in particular. Basil I attempted to impose a widespread forced conversion in the year 83. This decree was ultimately rescinded by a successor, Leo IV, but was attempted again in 940, the first attempt. It is at this time that we have reports of Jews fleeing the Byzantine Empire north to the Khazarian Empire, which is really fascinating, ends up becoming very involved with the correspondence of Hasdai ibn Shakir with figures purporting to be Khazarian leaders. And during this time, Italy emerges as a major center of Jewish creativity. There's a lot of fascinating things coming out of South. Also interesting is what's going on in Bulgaria, where you have two figures, Cyril and Methodius, who are very much involved in transmitting the Byzantine Christian heritage to the Slavic peoples. And ultimately, they'll have a massive impact on Ukrainian Poles and Russians, although the Poles, of course, are Catholic. But the fascinating, they seem to have some awareness of things Jewish and some contact with Jews as well. Just to give you one example, the alphabet that is associated with their activity, of course, the alphabet that is used with some minor variation among many of the Eastern Orthodox peoples, like the Russians and Ukrainians, it clearly shows evidence of Hebrew. For example, the letter which in Hebrew is shin and is pronounced in English with the sound sh, pronounced together, sh. They took that sound and they took the Hebrew letter to create the Cyrillic letter for that sound, sh. And there's several other examples, like you see the word Saturday in Hebrew is Shabbat, and in Russian it's Subota. I mean, there's lots of borrowings from things Jewish, largely through the activity of St. Cyril and Methodius. When we get to the end of this period, I think one of the most dramatic things to point out is the horrific Fourth Crusade, which just shows how bankrupt the entire crusading movement had become just a century after it first been initiated. And the Fourth Crusade was actually the second crusade in which the Crusaders actually attacked others rather than going to Jerusalem and trying to achieve what was the reportedly, stated idea of the Crusade, which was to free it from Muslim rule. In the year 1204, they approached Constantinople. Again, remember, it's a Christian city, although under Orthodox rule rather than under Catholic rule, and the Crusaders ended up sacking the city of Constantinople rather than heading on down to Jerusalem. Once they got into this massive and important capital city, they found so much wealth that the vast majority decided to stay and take their prizes and their spoils from other Christians rather than make their way down to Jerusalem, and very few of them, in fact, did so. There was Latin rule in that region until 1261. The Jewish quarter, of course, was also sacked and burned. Apparently, the Jews were fairly wealthy in Constantinople at this time. They were especially associated with tanning and with the textile trade. Textiles, in particular, a very long Jewish tradition. The West East was also involved in textile trade. The Jews of Constantinople managed to survive and to recover after that attack by the Fourth Crusaders, but outside of Constantinople, notable moments of persecution, particularly in Greece. And this all ends in 1453, at least this kind of conceptual unit of Jewish history, when the Turks would invade Constantinople. This is an entirely new period in Jewish history, especially strengthened by the arrival of refugees in the Sephardic diaspora after the Jews were expelled from Spain. I hope you found that useful, and thank you very much for
in the West. And one of the great regrets I have that I hope to alleviate is just how little I understand China and the East. It's just sort of not just from kind of economics, politics, reading a few books, but like the way you understood and felt the Mongolian steppe, like understand the Chinese people in that way, because it does feel like from that understanding there could be integration of ideas.
My work is often classified as Chinese history.
So we're moving now into the third and final semester of this Jewish History Lab series. It's been really wonderful to speak with you about the ancient period and medieval. I'm really grateful that you've stayed with me so long. So let's take just a few moments to think about, well, why are we breaking this up into 3 semesters? Besides the obvious reasons that, for example, a 15-week semester works really well in a college environment. Why should there be ancient, medieval, and modern Jewish history? So the obvious question is, why periodize at all? If you think, for example, about the way our lives are led, you don't very often wake up one day and say, oh my gosh, this is a new in my life. Now there are major life events, like, or God forbid, getting divorced, or birth of a child, or things like that, where you feel really everything is going to be totally different now. And in fact, it is different. And you can really say from that particular point, my life was changed. But sometimes, you make that big change and you expect there to be a shift in you, and you wake up a little while later and you say, wait a second, nothing's really changed. It's the same as before, just with these little details different. So why should we have any big chunks of time as the periodization in history? I think one of the most important reasons why this is so is because, there's lots of research that's, psychological, anthropological, sociological in nature that shows that we are creatures of narrative. We think in terms of making stories in our minds. We follow trajectories, we anticipate trajectory destinations, we do these things in a spatial sense, and we also do them in a chronological sense. We want there to be a beginning, a middle, and end to a story. We want there to be, climax and denouement and all kinds of different things happening in a story for it to make sense. And of course, that is the word story is embedded in the English word history. It's not in the German word Geschichte or in the Hebrew Divrei Yamin, but it does work in English, right? There is a story in history, so it helps us kind of define major chapters in history if we have these big chunks of time. So the next question, if we understand why we like to have these chunks of time, why these three, why do we set them at these times? So first of all, let's have a look at Western periodization. And when I say Western, I mean this is what most historians up until, let's say, the 1950s, who were trained in European or North American institutions of school. This is kind of like the dominant European Christian understanding of the pattern of history. So if we start with the ancient period, we've got Rome, amazing civilization with Socrates and Plato and Aristotle, and then with the mighty Roman Empire, huge extent, and things like that. And then with the fall of Rome, there was a steep drop, and that's what we call the Dark Ages, right? There's the fall of Rome in the 5th century. Everything gets worse and worse and worse until, you kind of climb up a little bit into the 13th century or so, and you see the Renaissance, and that takes us on a pretty steady slope upwards until you get to the modern period, right? Happy us, this sort of vision, kind of very positivistic view of history was very popular right up until, let's say, World War I. It came crashing down with the, oh my gosh, we may not have advanced nearly as far as we thought we did with the brutality of that conflagration, and then, of course, much more so with World War II, the genocide of the 20th century. But in general, this is the way we think of history in terms of the Christian European West. They break it into 3 areas: the ancient, right, which is basically from the period of the beginnings of civilization, Egypt and Mesopotamia, all the way up until the fall of Rome. And then if you move to the later period, which we're going to talk about right now, the modern period, that's sort of what we inhabit. There's a lot to say that modernity ended with World War II and there's a period called post-modern. I don't want to talk about that today, it's important, but we will have to get to it when we go forward. And in between these 2 ages and the modern, you have medieval period. In fact, the term medieval means between the eras, between the ages of ancient and medieval. That's the kind of way that Christian European historians thought of the story that is in history. Now, the problem is, this is so focused on that one particular point in time, looking at, history backwards with the lens that valorized Greece and Rome as being an amazing culture. It was an amazing culture, no question. And then anything that wasn't Greece and Rome was like, what's the right word, I guess, chopped lips. Right? Whereas if you look at Asian history, you look at North African history, you look at Middle East history, they don't follow any of this. I mean, everything is totally different. The rise of Islam in the 7th century is smacked in the Dark Ages, but tremendous heights of scholarship and culture developed for the next millennium. I mean, how can you use this particular model to try to understand, for example, Islamic history? And if we glance at Jewish history, there are different ways to look at this, but let's say from a theological standpoint, in Jewish history, you have this concept of Yerida Hadoros, which means Unlike Western civilization, the decline of generations. So if you start here, let's use these arrows. You've got from the very beginning in the ancient period, let's say back to the Exodus, you have this Dor Dea, a generation of knowledge that witnessed the great miracles of the Exodus and the receiving the Ten Commandments, amazing things like that. But then they right away slip, and so okay, fine, you get to the period of the prophets. Then you've got kind of a plateau, and then they slip again, and then okay, but we're all right. We have a plateau. You get to the period of the Tanai and then the Amorai and so on. And then there's a slip again, and this can go on until we get to where we are, which in terms of our theological closeness to God, it is definitely not a case of happy. We are further and further away from that chronological moment of the Exodus and the giving of the Torah. So you can't use the same Western model to understand Jewish history, at least from a theological standpoint. One of the things that we will be exploring over the next few weeks, however, is that theological components become less and less important for most Jews as the world becomes much more secular, and we look at a lot of other ways of periodization for Jewish history, which are, again, not at all like the ancient medieval model. Nevertheless, we are going to stick with the modern designation of a big chunk of time for reasons that I'd like to show you right now. Let us first ask, okay, so we sort of get the idea of ancient, medieval, and modern, like the modern being a vision of a kind of return to that great, peak in human civilization of the Greece and Rome. But what are the period of modernity? What are the things that are happening in the world that are distinct from what happened in medieval and so here we go. Here's a Portuguese map, which is actually very significant. When we look at the modern period, we're talking about the years from 1500 on. It is also very useful to get a little more specific and talk about the early modern period, which is like, let's say, 1500 approaching 1800, and then the modern period, which would be from 1800 and on, especially characterized by the growth of industrialization, very important factor, because the idea of technology being connected to machines and artificial sources of power, moving from things like beasts of burden and water to steam and coal, things like that. These are things that happen in the late modern period. Also, political change, huge political change. The era of revolution, starting with, let's say, the French Revolution of 1789, and then progressing throughout Europe. It's useful to think about early modern and late modern. But let me try and outline the major kind of things that are happening in the modern period writ large that will have a lot of impact on Jews. First of all, the modern period is characterized by a growth in the development of and widespread belief in the power of science. Right? The scientific revolution, which really begins to gain speed after 1500, is extremely significant because science really demonstrates a lot of ability. Right? Hey, here's something amazing. I wonder if we could do it. And we build this bridge, and we invent this vaccine, and we do these things, and you know what? It works. There's a lot more credibility associated with science. As that connects to technology, that's like, for example, the Industrial Revolution that I mentioned, like things like that, and we attach those parts to rails, suddenly increase the speed of communication, and it works in more and more victories on each other in order to create a much more industrial and deeply interconnected world, which we shall see shortly. We are living, just to jump into a very different age, an information age, where we've come post-industrial, and now we're building our economies around the internet, digital communication. That's too much. The age of discovery of the Americas by the Europeans, had already been discovered by the Americans who are living there, right? The First Nations, the indigenous peoples of North and South America, and so on. But discovery by by Europeans meant that suddenly the so-called old world is now connected to the new world in a very powerful and important way that would expand dramatically. This is the first step in a rapid expansion of globalism, where more and more people understand and act on the fact that they are not just citizens of their little neighborhood and their little region, but they are actually interconnected economically, intellectually, spiritually with people all around the world. This, of course, explodes in the second half of the 20th century in our own lifetimes in the last 20 years or so, when the internet has made globalism ubiquitous. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when if you wanted to translate something, you had to actually learn that language. Now you just go to Google Translate, and it's not perfect. It's actually kind of funny when it makes mistakes, but it's like a sudden leap forward in globalism because of the information age. You also have happening at the same time, first, an emphasis on humanism, which is this kind of large body of ideas that says man is the measure of all things. So you see the gender man because that is feminism, and egalitarianism would take a long time to catch up to this. But the idea that human beings are capable of determining truth and value, and since human beings become the arbiters of truth, it's not a big step to say we will create what is true. That there's a lot more movement from the idea of a single God with a revealed text like the Bible that directs what is true, and more of a movement towards secularism, saying, you know what, let's all agree on much more basic, objectively definable aspects of truth, rather than rely on something that you have to take on faith, which is considered a less reliable form of truth than science. And this, of course, leads to atheism, which becomes much more prominent from the 19th century onward, and I might say ubiquitous in the 20th century. These are major changes that are characterized in the modern period. And on a political sense, you have this increasing belief in popular sovereignty, meaning rather than rely on an absolute king as being the appropriate ruler for a particular region or a group, but rather the people themselves should exercise sovereignty over themselves. They should organize, and whenever they have a declining group that they feel is cogent and coherent, and that's where nationalism comes in, because people say, hey, those people on the other side of the river, they're not like us. They have this same religion, but we don't regard them as us. And so therefore the creation of nations is called the imagined community, which drew something around groups of people and said, we are one nation, we should therefore have our own country. That leads, of course, to revolutions. We have as well, especially 1900 things affected Jews just as much as Christians. These are things that, and by the way, these are things that happened first in Christian Europe, and then North Africa, the Middle East, the Far East, and so on.
Dude,
but Jews
how you living, Pim?
By them, largely to the degree.
What are your thoughts?
We're about to go into old coin season for the next 10 months.
Are you making a lot of money? No?
No. I was this time last year, but not now.
Okay. How was your day?
You gotta sell to make money. You gotta sell to make money.
Okay. How was your day?
I didn't do anything.
Okay, was that a good thing?
No.
You haven't been going to the gym?
I've been putting on weight.
I mean, weren't you going to the gym like every day?
Yeah.
Do you still have your membership? All right. So when are you going to the gym again?
Tomorrow, the strip club turned me down, so it's just like,
Oh, shut the fuck up. What happened, Zoot?
they just can't.
What did they say?
Nothing.
Dude, didn't you go to them and be like, hey, you said when I get a six pack I could work here.
They just ignore my messages.
I mean, can't you go in person?
The club doesn't exist. Right? Well, it does. But they do a booking on the venue, so I have to go there on like venue night.
Okay, can't you go on venue night?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other strip clubs?
Yeah. Right. Send me an invite.
You're about to get one.
You know what? I got an idea, right?
What's that, pimp?
I go there on a venue night and pick up girls.
Are you allowed in there when they're...
Yeah.
Okay. And then what's that going to do?
I may not be like one who replied my emails.
Did you show them pictures?
Yep. All right, let's go.
So you sent them pictures in an email?
Yeah.
Did you show them before and afters?
Yep.
And they just didn't respond?
Yep.
All right, you're like a normal strip club you are, where you can just go and talk to the people who have like a brick and mortar place?
I'll do that. Anyway, we're going to go. I'm not worried about it yet. I think about you.
Of course you think about me, because I'm sexy.
Dating me right now.
Well, I'm going to, without a doubt. No doubt, baby.
I moved that there, though.
Baby, no doubt.
I think the best move I can make here is this.
That was an interesting move.
It helps me on the next move. Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
I was trying to even look at fucking gay strip clubs. I was that desperate.
All right. So why don't you go to a gay strip club and knock on the door and be like, hey.
Is there... That's actually not a bad idea, because like I don't have to drink with the guys, and then you get experience, and then I can be like, yo, I'm working straight strip club now.
Yeah. So why don't you do that?
There isn't any gay strip club.
Oh, okay.
Rabbi, we just looked.
Who's we?
Rabbi, Rothschild.
I just lost?
Yeah.
Extra move.
I've got an idea.
Terrible move.
I'm going to go there on opening night and ask the girls if I would make a good, like, just fun girls there, and ask if I make a good stripper. Be funny.
Dude, I was going to tell you, I'm proud of you still for doing stand-up comedy. That's great, man.
Oh, look at this.
Look at what?
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
that was the high IQ made by you.
Of course it was.
Well,
I don't know if I want. Oh, dude.
that was a terrible move by you. You just gave me an opportunity.
Yes, I did. What the fuck was that? That was the lowest IQ move maybe in the history of this game.
Fuck God, attention.
Dude, how many emails? So, how many strip clubs are there where you live?
Alabama.
Both. So there are.
There are more strip clubs in this city now. Fucking.
How many clubs are there? Okay, so why don't you go knock on the door of the male strip clubs and just be like, hey, I've got a six-pack. I'm funny. I've got a good personality. I'm not bad looking. I'd like to strip here.
Is any of that true?
I mean, do you have a six-pack?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, not anymore, but I can get one in 2 weeks. It was really dry.
Yeah, I know.
I worked out really hard. I just won.
I don't think so.
I'll train tomorrow. But I can get a six-pack for 2 weeks from here if I cut. Rabbi, I just won.
That's what I like to hear, big dog. Because whenever you say that, you lose.
I don't like this move. That was not a good move. You know why it wasn't a good move?
Why wasn't a good move, big dog?
Look where the berries are. Neither of us. I don't think either of us are going to get the berry. You're just helping me. Rabbi, I think you just helped me.
Oh wow, 5 in a row, but it doesn't. Oh, dude, that was great, dude.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. My opinion here is actually I'm not gonna vote. You know why I didn't vote?
No, why didn't you vote, Tim?
Because the voting this is the best move I can make. Fuck. Fuck me out. You know you fuck me though. The voting gives you 10.
No, it doesn't. Oh, does it? Perhaps it does on this map.
Yeah, well, voting gives you 10 out.
Tight, dog.
What is it? Restore my health.
It did. It gave you 10 health.
I did.
Yes, sir.
Oh, fuck, I just helped you. You kind of fucked up. Rabbi, I know you kind of fucked up, right? Rabbi, I think you fucked up.
All right, well, think whatever you want, big dog.
When did I fuck up?
That was good. High IQ, man. Oh, what a big move. That was beautiful.
Fucked up. Fucked up. Best move I can make here. You think I did the right way?
Yeah. I think it was great.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Okay. No, wait. There's nothing on the board's good for you right here, though. My bad.
You're up, baby.
You think I'll win?
No.
I didn't think of it.
Because you're down 50 points.
Kind of did. Grandma,
Yo, pimp.
you realize that you just beat me 85-0.
Perfect game.
All right, let's go again, because that was embarrassing. All right, no grass monster.
No, you can't say that.
Yeah.
No, we can have grass monster.
What? Okay, I'm going to try something here. You ready for what I'm going to try?
Yes, sir.
The last combo you can have.
You don't have the worst combo you can have.
You have a good combo.
Dude, I think I have the best combo.
Okay. Green. Oh my god. Shit. I know I can damage you. I'm gonna do that. That was the best move you made.
For sure, dog.
I'm gonna do a little bit of damage here. Okay, just to get in by stage. Okay, I'm gonna do that.
Good move.
I think it was okay. Remember your fire.
I know.
I don't think that was. Oh, that was a shit good move. It's turned out to be a good move. Alright, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
You're the greatest hero.
For sure, dog, without a doubt. You don't even have to mention it. Definitely.
Alright, I just won.
Dude, that was amazing.
What?
That was amazing.
That would be the move. That's your best move. My best move here is to do this.
Let's see it, baby.
Okay, that worked. That's not what I was trying to do, though. I fucked up. Oh, fuck. I gave you the game. Okay. Yeah. That's good. You know why it's good?
Why is that, pimp?
Because it stops you from doing that.
Okay. You're just playing a defensive game.
I think I'm ready to win. Okay, did I do much damage there?
That guy sucks.
We're tied. Oh, fuck. That's not good. That's not good. Does the ball kill you?
Yes.
How much damage can you do with that guy?
25.
What?
25.
Oh, it's only 25? Oh,
Word.
it's 35. I thought it was 35. But the good news is I can get it. That? What? Oh no. Fuck. You're about to do 25 points of damage. Rabbi, it's your turn. That's the most obvious move I've ever seen. Okay, you do it. Do you know that was the most obvious move I've ever seen?
Excellent. Extra move. Oh, that was big.
How close to you to getting green?
I'm 5 out of 6.
You're just gonna move that. Oh. How much of that? 25. You know what the good news is?
What's that, pimp? Welcome.
Don't talk.
How are you, G?
Don't talk. Is that Ms. Aquarius?
No. She was already here.
Is that Mr. Aquarius?
Not to my knowledge, it's G.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
I think you can win here.
In one move? No.
2 moves. Oh, fuck. Hey, you help me. You help me.
Okay.
You know how you help me?
Yep.
Right here. Okay. You're going to do a lot of damage to me here. Rabbi, how much damage right here?
25.
So you're double my health. And you get the berry.
Word, dog.
You got lucky on that. You did not know that was going to happen.
Nope.
I hate.
And what do you want me to do about it, baby?
No, I hate the person that keeps on fucking joining and relieving and not saying anything.
They'll be fine. Don't worry.
Distracting me from winning.
Dude, you know you didn't have a chance of winning in the first place.
I'll shoot the game. Yeah. You can make a very, very smart move here. That's the smart move. Not only do you get an extra move, you also can down move. You also damage me, and you can even down move the fire down. And then you get the. Yeah, you pretty much got this. Like, I'm at the point where, like, the best option's probably to resign because I'm going to keep playing.
Yeah, you have to.
The best move I can make here is the
Good extra move.
best move I can make here is doing this.
That was good.
Yeah, that wasn't halfway.
No, sir.
I can see what you can do. That was a good move. That was it? Fuck you. Fuck. Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
you ready for me to heal?
Yes, sir.
What? It sounds like my healing ability. Look at me. Look at me.
Oh, dude, you took away all my stuff.
Yep. Rabbi, do you think Bitcoin Obama is a good person?
No, and he'd admit to it, I think.
Why not? Bad guy.
He's a shiller. He's a grifter.
Yeah.
Word, dog.
Do an extra move. I think he's talented.
I do too. Are you in love with him?
He must be a little bit. Yeah. The fact that he's able to speak two languages tells me he's slapped on.
What does he speak?
England and the native Nigerian language.
There are a lot of berries on the board.
What national language in Nigeria?
Oh, it was English.
Pretty sure it is. Do you think Nigeria is a good to live?
No, but it's better than a lot of places in Africa. It's poor. It doesn't have much of an industry, but it's not like it's on the ocean, which is big. The people are really nice generally. They're working on becoming more educated, so that's good.
Why do you think it's such a poor country, despite having so many people?
Colonization. The British.
Colonization.
Yeah, the British. Not just the British, but the imperial powers. The Belgians, the French, the Italians.
Rabbi,
Are you sure about that?
I think I just started the damn a bit longer. Oh no, you just won. Oh no? No, it wouldn't, that wouldn't be a win, but it'd be close. Fuck, you are so close to winning.
Word, dog.
Give me a sec.
Take your time, Pimp.
I think I just got to beat you. Best move I could have made. Do you agree?
Perhaps.
Everything moved that up. Right, what's the worst move I could make? Right. Rabbi, fire. You get the fire hand. You win. Why are you going for the brush? Oh, you win.
Where do I get fire?
Fuck. There. That will help you if I do that. That will just help you. If I move that, you win. If you move that, you win, but I need to do damage. Oh no, this is not good. You win. You just won.
You need to heal.
How do I heal?
Get the green, I guess. But you're still pretty far away. I don't think you can beat me. I don't need anything on the board. Oh, dude, you're making a comeback.
No, but your 25 points is going to kill me because you berries.
Yeah, it's not letting me though. Oh, it's your turn.
Your turn. Right, you're just going to use the berry.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? If we play on the lava map, it's over. It's over. I'm waiting on you.
I think I'm going to beat you this because I'm going to do a combination. I'm going to do the best combination you've ever seen.
Let's see it.
You ready?
Yep.
Oh, fuck.
One less berry to evolve.
That's good for me. That is really good for me. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
You think I made a good choice in my pick?
Maybe.
What do you think, man?
It might be. You have extra health.
Autistic.
I'm at maximum health.
Autistic.
Calm down, Zoo. Zoot, I'm really proud of you for doing stand-up comedy. You did really well.
Yeah.
Good on you, big dog.
You're going to diagnose God with any mental illness, what would it be?
I wouldn't disrespect God like that.
You wouldn't,
No.
you wouldn't like to come to my stand-up show then?
That's okay. I mean, I could think it's funny, but I would want to diagnose something that I don't really understand, and I don't think anybody does.
I mean, I think it's funny.
Okay.
meet the criteria for autism.
Okay.
So would Jesus. Alias for Bible characters. You ready?
Yes, sir.
That's what I can make right here. What
Let's
is
see
it?
it. Let's see it.
Now this is going to be like, what the fuck you think? You ready?
Yes, sir.
I set it up. I might have helped you. Hey, Rabbi,
Yo, Pim.
how many people do you think were dropped on their head as babies?
Oh, perhaps a lot.
A lot.
Perhaps. Oh, this is big.
Do you think you can come out okay if you were dropped?
Yeah, I think most children at one point were dropped as a baby. Now, it depends on the height. But like no baby's been perfect. Every baby takes at least a little bit of a hit to the head.
But that's the time where you really don't want to get your head dropped on the head.
That was good.
Here, go on.
Definitely no. I made a mistake.
What's one last round to go over interest there? Here. It's not my business. Okay, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Even without it, a lot of fucking damage.
Dude, that would. It's over. Game over, Zoo. Oh, no way. I thought it was
You're
game.
gonna take a huge fucking.
Hit me with it,
You're
big.
gonna take a huge fucking.
Hit me with it, big dog.
Maybe even a double hit.
Let's see it.
Oh, it's a double hit.
Let's see
It's a
it.
double hit. It's a double hit.
Wow. That was impressive.
Oh, shit.
I've never had it that big. That was amazing. You could win. What a comeback.
I won. No matter what you do, I won. No matter what you do, I won.
I don't think that's true.
Oh, fuck. Fuck. You know how close that game was?
Very close.
5 points.
I was going to get an extra 10. But yeah, I understand.
If you didn't use the healer, I would have won.
What do you want, Zoot?
Let's go again. Use whatever you want.
Are you going to use the same stuff?
Holy shit, the DLC. I'm looking at some of the DLC ones.
Okay, well, do that on your own time. Go. Zoot, go. Zoot, go. Zoot, pick something. Zoot, come on, man. Hit confirm. I'm not a big fan of this one. I don't like going first either.
What?
I like having the extra
What's the
health.
smoke?
I like having the extra health.
One tile is master at the end of each turn.
That was not good for me.
I just want. Rabbi, why don't I have any berries? You see a big issue here, Rabbi?
Yep. Oh, that was big.
Oh, shit. That's good. Rabbi, who's in a better position right now?
Perhaps you.
It's your turn. No, only if I get. Okay. Make that move, please. I don't know what we're doing. I can't make any sense to what we're doing. What was that move?
I don't think any of the moves were good for me.
I think I'm going to win here.
Okay, let's see it, big dog.
I don't think this is good. Would you agree?
It's your turn. Whatever you want to do.
Huh. No, actually, that was the move. That was high risk.
Word, dog.
Would you agree?
Yep.
That might pay off. Oh, you got fucked. You got fucked.
Oh, no.
And again?
No way, dude.
That's not good for you. You know, the only thing that I can say that's good is the fact that I'm not alone for you. Oh, Rabbi, the water is not. Hang on.
Are you going to win?
I'm going to buy a ticket in a bit.
What are you going to do, pimp? Is that the move?
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Who's the most intelligent human to ever exist?
Rabbi Rothschild. Next. Dude, you just fucked me.
Unfucking.
Yeah, you did. Dude, you're playing really well.
I might help you get. Fuck. You know what I thought that move?
Why'd you play that move, big dog?
Because I'm a genius.
Cool.
You know Snoop Dogg's playing at the AFL Grand Final?
Are you excited?
You'll not buy tickets.
Tight. Dude, WTF? What do we do?
I sent you myself this move thing. So big. That's the biggest book.
You're up, Zoo.
Do you feel like 100 Ethereum and just sitting on it for the next 5 years is a smart move?
Absolutely. Is that what you're gonna do?
Yeah, brother. I think Ethereum's going to go to $40,000. I got in at $200.
There you go, big dog. Dude, you're gonna maybe win.
Yeah, I think by the end of the decade, you're going to see 30,000 to 40,000 for
Tight, dog.
2020.
Tight. That extra. Let's see here. What do I want to do?
You want to heal? You know why you wanted to heal?
Yeah.
Because it helps me.
Let's see it.
Honestly, that's above you. I fucked up.
Yeah, why'd you upgrade that guy?
Look at the board. That was a good move.
Thanks, big dog.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, that was big. Really big.
I don't think it worked.
It took away a lot of things that could help me. Yes, I do.
Go find it.
Quit with that bullshit, Zoo.
I just declined. Cool.
Good job, man.
Damn cool. Oh no. Rabbi, what are my chances of winning?
Probably about 50%.
Oh no. I just got you again. Wait. How much does it do? 20. I don't think I have to get in. Okay. It does 20 damage. Bro. Oh, what the fuck? Why'd you do that? Rabbi, you won.
New game, different game.
Bro, I'm gonna go.
We're playing a game, dude.
Oh yeah. He could have did.
Cool, dog. You've never beaten me at this game.
What? Here I am. I'm 7 here I am. Oh, do you want 100 here?
Sure, dog.
Fuck, that's... Nah. If I go into the breakdown, maybe. When's Bunny Boy gonna be in there?
Who knows, dog? Maybe when she's number
I
one.
saw her post saying Bunny Boy in there, right?
What number is she?
7.
Have you been backing off or something?
Yeah. No, she's 10.
What happened?
Oh, how do you top the gangbang?
That's an excellent question. Have sex with the whole country?
Fuck the whole country. They populate a country.
Vatican City.
I would, you know what? I don't know. I met him. I just won. Rabbi, ready?
Yep.
Ready to straight you on the same.
It was not, but it was pretty good.
No, it wasn't. It's a turkey show. But the good thing is, you are not in a great position to win. Nor am I. That's a difficult shot. It's only difficult because I have the puck in ball. You might have just saved your life.
No, I lost.
You didn't lose.
Well, you fucked up. You now made yourself have a really hard shot.
That's not a hot shot.
Oh, no.
What the fuck was that?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, do you think this is a hot shot?
Dog.
You think this is a hot shot?
Yeah.
Dude. Fuck. Who's all likely to win here?
50-50.
Okay. I think you won.
Dude, this is a hard shot.
I don't think it's that hot. Oh my god. You have an impossible shot there.
No, I have an easy shot.
Do you think my shot's harder? I helped you.
Yeah, I
I might
basically...
have given you the lead. I gave you the win.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
That was the closest we've ever come.
Word, dog. You ready for another one?
Go into the back row after this, though.
Yeah. We can play right now.
Back row? I've got an idea for back row.
What's your idea, big dog?
Nothing.
You have an invitation. You get to go first. That's such an advantage. Dude, my thing's not working. I have to close and reopen.
I just lost. It makes it come some dope. Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
so, should I stop talking to myself?
Yes.
Do you like that? I'm glad you can. Why would you cancel? That's going to give you cover. Fucking annoying. What you're lucky to do. Rabbi, give me. So if you had car over, right? We would have the whole board. was going to give you car, which meant you have the left side of the board. Thanks to the rent.
Fuck.
And he goes to jail.
Oh.
Rabbi,
What
the
up, kid?
best option.
What's that, big dog?
Alright, I might help you.
Okay, go for it. I have a feeling this game makes it so that it's competitive.
What do you mean?
I think it like rigs it so that it's competitive. That was dumb.
Not dumb.
Give me a 5. You're done. This game's over.
You're going to do a timing job.
I don't have a choice.
Best known brother. How much do you think?
So, can you hear me?
Rabbi, I need a 2.
You need a 2?
That's good. I need a 2 or a 4.
You need a 2 or a 4? You need a 2 or a 4? You need a 2.
Or
Yo,
5. I need a 5.
you need a 5?
Yeah, got it. But you can't afford it.
Dude,
You're
this
actually better off there. You're actually better off saying you have right now. Would you agree?
I'm not happy about it.
Okay. Pay you some money. Alright. I need a 4. Yeah, 2's good.
You need a
So right, I need a
3 or 4.
2 or a 4.
Oh, perfect. You're gonna get a 3. Zoot, you're up.
Yeah, for some property. Wait, you landed on my property. Why didn't it give me money?
Gave you $200.
Oh, I was like that. Yeah, we're kind of both, kind of both fucked, yeah. I'll give you Cairo or Hong Kong.
Okay. That was the worst move you could have made.
The worst move I could make is giving my belly. I'm gonna have to give you rent here. How much rent do you think I'm gonna give you here? I'm happy with that. Rabbi, how much rent do you think I'm gonna give you here?
We'll see.
So, my best move, 1, 2, 3, 4, is roll a 6.
Oh, that's great.
Okay. That's good.
Yep.
I'm not gonna go that. You got no cash.
Dude, again, this always happens to me.
Oh no! Rabbi, this is bad. This is really bad.
Don't get a 1.
Don't get it wrong.
A 1. Oh, that's
Yeah, that's
perfect. But you don't have the money.
My parents?
Right. I knew that was going to happen. They like it.
Yeah, but the good news for you is I'm just gonna land and I'm just gonna keep on landing in property.
They like it. I'm telling you that the games are close, so it like rigs it.
Whoa, you got so much more property than me.
See how it rigs it? I just rolled 2 1s in a row. And you're going to get a 3.
Okay.
Or oh, see, this game is rigged.
Talking about that. If I roll anything but a 3 or a 6, I'm fucked.
Yep, it's big time.
How do I win? This is the worst. I made the worst move you could make. I don't think I could have made a worse move ever.
By selling me Cairo.
Yeah. The only thing that could make it worse is if I trade you Delhi. What's Delhi? Yeah. Yeah.
You're up, pimp. Zoot. 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 Zoot, you're up.
I have to go.
Go, Zoot.
I have to go. I have to go. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
Just continue to play the game.